Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. The air was thick with moisture, the smell of wet earth rising as the rain steadily drummed against the canopy above. Each drop seemed to echo louder in the dense forest, creating a symphony of sound that felt almost unnatural. The trees, towering and ancient, loomed like silent sentinels, their twisted branches reaching down as if trying to touch the ground. Despite the heavy downpour, the forest was alive with movement. The rustling of leaves, the occasional snap of twigs, and the distant call of unseen creatures. A faint path, barely more than an indentation in the overgrown underbrush, wound its way deeper into the forest. It was a route few travelers took, one that hadn't been maintained in years, and yet it beckoned all the same. Elliot adjusted his backpack, the straps biting into his shoulders as he glanced back at the clearing he had just left. His friends, Jonah and Maya, were close behind, trudging through the mud with resigned determination. The rain had soaked them to the bone, and though they tried to keep their spirits up, the weight of the forest pressed heavily on them. "Are you sure this is the right way?" Maya asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. She wiped a strand of wet hair from her forehead, squinting ahead. Elliot hesitated, checking his map once more, though he had a feeling the directions were long outdated. The forest was deceptive in its beauty, with winding paths and hidden traps that could easily mislead even the most experienced hikers. But the lure of the lodge had been too strong. An old, abandoned cabin said to be at the heart of the woods, a place that had once belonged to a hermit rumored to have vanished without a trace. "I think so," Elliot said, though his voice lacked the confidence he had hoped to project. "We should be getting close." Jonah let out a low whistle from behind, his voice muffled by the rain. "Close to what? A ghost town?" "Could be," Elliot replied, though his mind was more focused on the strange, unsettling feeling that seemed to grip his chest. There was something about this forest, something deeper that he couldn't quite shake. As they walked, the wind picked up, carrying with it a deeper, more sinister chill. The trees began to thin out, revealing a small clearing up ahead. The dark silhouette of the lodge appeared between the trees, its once proud structure now weathered and worn by years of neglect. The building stood in stark contrast to the lush, green forest around it. Where the forest thrived, the lodge seemed decayed, the wood dark and warped. The windows were dark, their glass either shattered or covered in grime. A crumbling chimney reached towards the sky, but there was no plume of smoke. The place was utterly silent, except for the faint tap of raindrops hitting the ground. Elliot stopped in his tracks, his heart pounding. "We found it." Jonah stepped forward, a faint smile creeping across his face. "If that's not the creepiest thing I've ever seen." Maya wasn't as enthusiastic. She stood back, looking up at the lodge with a wary eye. "Are you sure we should stay here tonight? It's not exactly welcoming." Before Elliot could answer, a gust of wind howled through the trees, sending a flurry of leaves and wet debris scattering across the clearing. The doors to the lodge creaked in the wind, and for a moment, the whole place seemed to groan under the weight of time. "We don't have much of a choice," Elliot said. He stepped forward, heading toward the sagging porch, the sound of his boots squelching in the mud. Jonah caught up with him, his eyes scanning the building. "Well, let's at least check it out before we make a decision." The rain fell heavier now, the droplets like tiny hammers against the rotting wood. Elliot pushed open the heavy door, which let out a low, mournful groan as it gave way. The interior was dark, the faintest hint of decay hanging in the air, mingling with the damp smell of moss and earth. "I'll go first," Elliot said, taking a deep breath and stepping inside. The floorboards creaked beneath his feet as he moved further in. Shadows danced in the corners, and his mind played tricks on him, making it feel as if the walls themselves were watching him. There was something in the air, something ancient, waiting. Jonah and Maya followed him in, closing the door behind them with a soft thud. As the door clicked shut, the sound seemed to echo through the empty lodge. The warmth of the outside air seemed to disappear immediately, replaced by an oppressive chill that wrapped around their bodies. Jonah shivered, his breath forming a cloud in front of him. "Great. It's freezing in here." Maya didn't say anything but grabbed her coat tighter around herself. "Let's just make a fire. Then we can figure out what to do." Elliot nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. As he glanced around the room, he noticed an odd detail. A single lantern, hanging from a rusted chain in the far corner, flickered weakly. The light was dim, casting long, unnatural shadows that stretched across the walls. He took a few steps toward it, but as he did, something caught his eye, something on the floor, partially hidden in the corner. A faint mark in the dust. He knelt down, brushing the grime away to reveal an old symbol, drawn hastily in the dirt. A jagged, angular shape, with lines that seemed to almost pulsate as if they were alive. "What is this?" he whispered to himself, his fingers tracing the edges of the symbol. Before he could stand up, a strange noise echoed from the upper floor of the lodge, a low thud followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged. It stopped abruptly, leaving only the silence of the rain. Maya's eyes went wide and she stepped back, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did you hear that?" Jonah looked towards the staircase leading up to the second floor, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. "I think I'm getting that ghost town feeling now." Elliot didn't laugh. His mind raced and his heart pounded louder in his chest. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like they weren't alone. The symbol on the floor, the strange noises upstairs, it was all too much. The lodge had secrets, and it wasn't about to let them leave without showing them. The silence that followed the strange noise upstairs was thick, oppressive, like a blanket suffocating the room. Maya stood frozen, her eyes darting to the dark staircase, her breath shallow and quick. Jonah, despite his earlier bravado, now seemed uneasy, his usual sarcasm replaced with uncertainty. Elliot, however, couldn't tear his gaze from the symbol on the floor. There was something about it, something that gnawed at him like it had been meant for him to find. His fingers still hovered over the lines, but he didn't dare touch them again. "Not yet." "Maybe it's just the wind," Jonah said finally, breaking the heavy silence. But even he seemed unsure, glancing up at the creaking floorboards above. "Wind doesn't make noises like that," Maya retorted, her voice trembling. Elliot stood up slowly, feeling the weight of the moment settle over him. "We should check it out," he said, his voice low. The words sounded almost like an order, as if he was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. "We came here to explore, right?" Jonah shook his head. "Exploring the upstairs of a haunted lodge? Not my idea of fun, man." Maya, still staring at the stairs, sighed. "I hate it when you're right, but we might as well. What's the worst that can happen?" The silence that followed her words was almost too much. It was too easy to pretend nothing was wrong when all the signs screamed otherwise. But there was no turning back now. They had come here seeking adventure, and it felt as if the forest, the lodge, and the very air around them were daring them to press on. The stairs creaked loudly as Elliot took the first step. It was an unsettling sound, one that seemed to reverberate throughout the house, amplifying the quiet tension. He didn't look back at his friends but could feel their eyes on him, hesitant, waiting. Each step was a labor, the wood beneath him groaning under the pressure. As they reached the top, the dim light from the lantern downstairs barely reached the second floor, leaving it in near total darkness. Elliot reached for his flashlight, flicking it on with a quick motion. The beam cut through the gloom, sweeping across a hallway lined with doors, some ajar, some closed tight. The air up here was stale, thick with the scent of mildew and decay. There was no sign of life, nothing that could explain the noise they'd heard. "Do you think someone's here?" Maya whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," Elliot replied, his gaze flicking from door to door. But whatever it wasn't the wind. Jonah, who had been lingering at the bottom of the stairs, finally joined them. He held his own flashlight, though his hand trembled slightly. "Well, I'm not sticking around to find out what's upstairs. Let's just take a look, then head back down." Elliot nodded, his mind torn between curiosity and a rising sense of dread. He moved forward cautiously, passing the first few rooms with nothing more than a glance. The hallway stretched on, and as they moved deeper into the lodge, the unsettling feeling of being watched grew stronger. It wasn't just the silence. It was as if the very walls were breathing with them, listening to their every step. They reached a door at the end of the hallway. This one was different from the others. It was slightly ajar, a thin sliver of dark space visible between the edges. The air around it felt colder, and the faintest whisper of something unrecognizable stirred within. Without a word, Elliot pushed the door open. The room was small, its walls lined with old, dusty bookshelves, though the books themselves were mostly decayed, their pages yellowed and fragile. In the center of the room stood a solitary piece of furniture, a large, ornate mirror framed in tarnished brass. The mirror was covered in a thin layer of dust, but it was otherwise intact. "What is this?" Maya murmured, stepping into the room and slowly approaching the mirror. Jonah hung back, his eyes fixed on the reflection. "It looks like an antique. Who the hell would leave something like this behind?" Elliot stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he looked into the mirror. The room behind him appeared blurry in its reflection, as though the glass itself was distorting the image. The edges of the mirror shimmered faintly, a ripple running through the surface, like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. He reached out a hand, hesitant at first, but something inside him urged him to touch it. As his fingers brushed against the cold glass, a sudden gust of wind howled through the room, rattling the windows and sending a shiver down his spine. For a split second, the reflection in the mirror changed. It wasn't the room he was standing in anymore. Instead, it showed something darker, a figure, cloaked in shadows, standing just beyond the doorway. The figure's face was obscured, but the outline of its form was unmistakable. A figure that shouldn't have been there. Elliot's breath caught in his throat as he pulled his hand away from the mirror. The reflection snapped back to normal and the figure was gone. "Did you see that?" Elliot's voice was barely a whisper, but it echoed in the stillness of the room. Maya stepped back, her face pale. What the hell was that? Jonah's eyes flicked nervously to the door. "Okay, I think we've seen enough. Time to head out." But as he turned to leave, a sound, soft, almost inaudible, came from behind them. It was a whisper, just loud enough to make the hair on the back of their necks stand on end. "Leave now." The voice was low, distorted, as if it was coming from somewhere deep within the lodge itself. Maya gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Did you hear that?" Elliot's heart pounded in his chest. His eyes locked onto the door. There was something in the air, something that didn't want them here. And suddenly, it felt as if they had just awoken something that had been dormant for far too long. "We need to go," Elliot said, his voice firm. He wasn't sure whether it was his instincts or his fear driving him, but he knew they couldn't stay here any longer. Jonah nodded quickly, turning on his heel. "I'm all for leaving now. I don't care about the ghost stories anymore. Let's get the hell out of here." But as they made their way back toward the stairs, the door to the room slammed shut behind them with a deafening bang. The lodge wasn't going to let them leave that easily. The echo of the slamming door seemed to reverberate through the entire building, drowning out the sound of the rain for a moment. Elliot froze, his hand still gripping the railing of the staircase as his heart leaped into his throat. His breath came in short, panicked bursts. The weight of the silence that followed the door's crash was suffocating. Did you hear that?" Maya's voice cracked, her body tense, her eyes darting to the door that had slammed shut behind them. Elliot didn't answer immediately. He was trying to make sense of what had just happened. There was no way anyone could have followed them up here. The door had been ajar, but the hallway was empty. "Jonah, try the door," he said, his voice edged with urgency. Jonah hesitated, looking over his shoulder at the door, his face pale. "You're kidding, right? I don't think I'm opening that door after." Before he could finish, a loud thunk echoed from within the room beyond the door. The sound was muffled but unmistakably heavy, like something, or someone, was moving inside. A scraping noise followed, like nails dragging across the wood. Maya stepped forward, her breath shallow. "What the hell is that? We need to get out of here." But Elliot was already moving, his body moving almost instinctively, as if drawn by some invisible force. The lodge felt wrong, as if it was conspiring against them, as if it didn't want them to leave. "I don't think we can leave, Maya." His words hung in the air, heavy and grim. "This place, it's not just some abandoned lodge. It's something else." Jonah glanced nervously between the door and the staircase. The tension was unbearable. "What are you talking about? We're leaving right now." But before he could take another step, the air seemed to change, as though the temperature had dropped several degrees in an instant. A cold draft swept down the stairs, curling around them like icy fingers, raising goosebumps on their skin. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the windows, but this chill felt unnatural. The lights flickered above, casting eerie shadows across the staircase and hallway. A deep creaking sound came from somewhere in the house, like a groan from deep within the foundation. Something was waking up. The whisper that had spoken earlier, "Leave now," echoed again in Elliot's mind, but this time it wasn't just a voice. It was a presence, a feeling, crawling into his thoughts. He could feel its cold fingers brushing against his mind, pulling at the edges of his sanity. Jonah, clearly rattled now, backed away from the stairs. "No way. This place is cursed or something. We're not staying here. I'm not getting trapped in some haunted." A loud, shrill scream cut through the air, and all three of them froze. It wasn't human. It was high-pitched, guttural, and full of pain. It sounded like something torn from the very depths of the earth, something ancient and angry. The scream echoed through the halls of the lodge, filling every corner, every crack in the walls. Then, as quickly as it came, it stopped, leaving only the eerie silence that followed. Maya's face was pale, her lips trembling. That wasn't just an animal. Elliot's pulse raced. That scream, it came from downstairs. Without thinking, he turned toward the stairs, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. We need to get to the front door. Now. Jonah grabbed his arm, forcing him to turn around. Are you out of your mind? We're not going down there. But the door to the stairwell creaked open of its own accord, the sound like a whisper that beckoned them to follow. The door swung slowly, its hinges groaning in protest. No choice, Elliot muttered, pushing past Jonah, his determination overriding the fear gnawing at him. The lodge was holding them here, trapping them, and the longer they waited, the more its presence seemed to seep into their bones. With shaky breaths, they descended the stairs, one step at a time. The light from their flashlights flickered as they moved deeper into the bowels of the lodge. The walls around them felt like they were closing in, the air growing thicker with each step. They reached the bottom floor, and Elliot glanced around quickly, his flashlight illuminating the vast, darkened hallway ahead. The floorboards creaked underfoot, the sound too loud in the stillness. At the far end of the hall was the front door, their only exit. It was still there, still waiting. But something about it felt wrong. As if the door was more of a suggestion than an option. Come on, Elliot urged, though his voice felt weak even to his own ears. They approached the door, but when Elliot tried to turn the handle, the door refused to budge. He pulled harder, the wood groaning beneath his grip, but it wouldn't open. His heart skipped a beat as the feeling of being trapped tightened around him. What the hell? Jonah hissed, yanking at the door himself. It's locked. It wasn't locked before. Maya stepped back, glancing around, her eyes frantic. This isn't just the door. Something's wrong with this whole place. It's not. Her words were cut off by another noise. This time it was much closer, coming from the far side of the lodge. A faint shuffle, like something dragging itself across the floor. The sound was deliberate, slow, as if whatever it was had all the time in the world. Elliot spun around, his flashlight beam dancing across the walls. Who's there? The shuffle stopped abruptly, and then came the sound of something heavy being dropped. A thud that shook the walls. The air grew colder. A deep, guttural laugh echoed from the darkness. It was low, rasping, like it had been buried in the earth for centuries, waiting to rise again. Elliot felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He had heard that laugh before, in the deepest parts of his dreams, in the corners of his mind. It was a sound he couldn't forget. A sound that shouldn't exist. This isn't just a lodge, he whispered to himself, the words feeling like a prayer. It's a trap. Behind them, the walls groaned again, louder this time, as though the house itself was alive. The air vibrated with the feeling of something ancient stirring. And then, from the shadows at the end of the hall, something moved. Something dark, something with eyes that glittered like two pits of blackness. It stepped forward, slow and deliberate, its form shrouded in shadow. It was tall, impossibly tall, and though its face was hidden in the darkness, Elliot could feel its gaze boring into him. The door, their only escape, was no longer a way out. It was the final barrier, the last thing standing between them and whatever was lurking in the heart of the lodge. The shadow moved again, its form undulating in the dim light, growing taller with every second. Elliot could feel his heartbeat pounding in his ears, each thud like a warning. His flashlight trembled in his hand, casting erratic beams across the hallway. But the figure ahead didn't move, didn't flinch in the face of the light. It seemed patient. It's waiting, Elliot thought, panic surging in his chest. Maya stepped back, her breath quickening. What is that? What the hell is that? The air around them felt thick and oppressive, like the weight of the lodge itself was pushing in on them. The walls seemed to pulse with an energy of their own, the faint thud of the distant dragging noise growing louder, like something crawling toward them from the deepest recesses of the house. The shadow moved again, this time stepping into the faint beam of Elliot's flashlight, revealing just enough of its form to send a chill straight through him. Its shape was indistinct, like a cloak of darkness wrapped around a figure too tall, too unnatural to exist. Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, were twin black pits that absorbed all the light around them. No glint, no reflection. Just empty. Back up, Elliot whispered, his voice barely audible, more to himself than anyone else. His instincts screamed at him to run, but his feet felt rooted to the floor, as though the very air had solidified around him. The door, their escape, was still locked, still mocking them with its refusal to open. Jonah, clearly shaking now, grabbed at Elliot's sleeve. We need to move. Now. But the figure didn't advance. It just stood there in the dark, its form shifting in the corner of the hallway, as though it was more a part of the shadows than a creature of flesh. The smell in the air was suddenly rancid, sour, like something dead. The very presence of it made the hairs on their necks rise. A low, rasping sound came from the figure. Not a voice, but something far worse. A deep, guttural groan that felt like it came from the very core of the earth, vibrating through the floor and into their bones. Leave. The word came not from its mouth, but from the air itself. The sound surrounded them, a whisper so thick with malice it seemed to draw the life out of the room. Leave now. Maya's voice quivered. We can't just leave. We can't move. It's like the whole place is alive. Elliot's pulse hammered in his throat. She was right. This was more than just an abandoned lodge, more than a haunted house. This was something ancient, something that had been here long before they arrived and would likely remain long after they were gone. But why? Why had it waited? Why were they here in this place now? The air grew colder, impossibly so. Elliot's breath came in visible clouds, and he could see the breath of his friends hanging in the air like a fog. But it wasn't just the temperature. The coldness came from within, like the lodge itself was freezing them from the inside out. We need to get to the fireplace, Elliot finally said, his mind working through the haze of terror. He had no plan, no clear idea of what he was doing. But they had to move, had to try something, anything. It's in the main room. If we can light a fire, something, maybe we can fight this off. Jonah, though still trembling, nodded quickly. Anything, man. Anything but staying here. Elliot led the way, forcing himself to move toward the main room. The shadow didn't follow, but he could feel it watching. Its presence was like a weight on his shoulders, an invisible pressure that seemed to multiply the closer they got to the central hearth. Every step felt like a battle against the air itself, like the very space around him was pushing back. The lodge creaked as they walked, every floorboard groaning under their weight. Elliot could hear the distant dragging again, coming closer. But it wasn't just the sounds of something crawling anymore. Now it sounded like footsteps, like someone, or something, was moving with them, stalking them from the darkness. The walls seemed to shift, the hallway stretching longer, the shadows growing deeper with every step. When they finally reached the main room, the fire pit stood cold and dark at the center of the room. The room, once grand and inviting, was now a cavern of decay. The stone fireplace loomed ahead like a gaping mouth, the wood surrounding it rotting and splintering. The room smelled of dampness, mildew, and something worse. The same heavy, suffocating atmosphere that had clung to the hall now hung in the air here. Elliot dropped to his knees, feeling around in his bag for the matches. His hands were slick with sweat, trembling uncontrollably. He could barely focus, could barely breathe, as the air seemed to grow heavier with each passing second. Maya hurried to help him, her hands equally shaky, fumbling through their things. "We need fire," she muttered, as if trying to convince herself more than anyone else. Jonah, meanwhile, had his back pressed against the far wall, his eyes darting toward every shadow. "I don't care what happens, just get it lit. We need to get out of here. I can't handle this anymore." Elliot found the matches and struck one, the small flare of flame illuminating his shaking hands for a brief moment before he held it to the pile of old, dry wood. The fire caught almost immediately, the crackle of the flames filling the room with a warmth that felt almost like a promise. The room seemed to relax, if only slightly. The oppressive atmosphere shifted just enough for them to breathe a little easier. But the respite was short-lived. A loud bang echoed from the far side of the room, as though something had just been thrown across the walls. Elliot's head snapped toward the noise, his heart hammering once more. The firelight flickered wildly, casting shadows that stretched unnaturally long across the walls. From the far corner of the room, something moved. It wasn't the shadow from before, but something else. Something much smaller, more human-like, yet distorted in form. It was crouched low, its limbs twisted, its body almost too contorted to look at. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched too tight across its bones. The creature raised its head slowly, its mouth hanging open in a grotesque grin that was too wide for its face. It blinked at them with eyes too large, too dark. Elliot's blood turned to ice as it slowly began to crawl toward them. The fire crackled behind him, the only source of warmth in a place that was quickly becoming colder than they could stand. "Get away from it," Maya screamed, backing toward the far side of the room. Jonah, too frightened to do anything else, grabbed a nearby rusted poker from the fireplace and raised it defensively. But the creature didn't stop. It moved faster now, its body unnaturally quick as it closed the gap between them, its grin widening impossibly. The firelight flickered once more, casting the room into shadow. And then the darkness itself swallowed them whole. The creature's eyes, those black empty voids, never left them. Its grin stretched wider with every inch it crawled, an unsettling sound like bones scraping against stone filling the air. The moment the firelight flickered and the shadows grew longer, the room seemed to close in around them, as if the walls were pulling them deeper into the lodge's cold embrace. Elliot's breath hitched, his pulse roaring in his ears. He reached for the nearby fireplace poker, his fingers trembling as he gripped the rusted metal. It felt flimsy in his hands as though it would snap under the slightest pressure. Jonah swung the poker at the creature, his arm shaking as he tried to keep his distance. "Stay back. Stay the hell away." But the creature didn't react to the threat. It didn't flinch or recoil from the weapon. It simply continued its slow, unnatural crawl toward them, its movements jerky and broken, like something not entirely of this world. Its limbs bent at impossible angles, the bones in its legs cracking as it shifted its weight, as though they weren't entirely its own. The air around it seemed to grow colder, as if the creature was draining the warmth from the room. Maya stumbled backward, her hand brushing against the stone fireplace, her voice rising in panic. "What is it? What the hell is that thing?" The creature's grin twisted further, a low, gravelly laugh escaping from somewhere deep within its throat. It didn't speak, but the sound felt like a weight pressing down on their chests, suffocating them with its intensity. Elliot could barely breathe. Every instinct he had screamed at him to run, to escape, but his feet were frozen in place. The creature was almost on top of them now, its form so close that he could smell it. A mix of rotting flesh, damp earth, and something metallic. Something old. Suddenly the room seemed to tilt. The fire in the hearth roared to life, sending a burst of heat that made the shadows dance across the walls. Elliot's hand shot out, grabbing Maya's arm. "We need to get out of here. Now." But before they could move, the creature lunged, its unnatural speed catching them off guard. Its long, spindly arms shot out, and Elliot barely managed to sidestep the attack. The creature's fingers grazed his shoulder, sending a shock of cold through his body like an electric current. Jonah screamed and swung the poker again, but it was too late. The creature was upon them, its grip like iron as it reached out for him. It hissed, the sound more animal than human, its mouth gaping wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth that seemed far too large for its mouth. With a sharp, instinctive motion, Elliot shoved Maya behind him and shoved the poker forward with all his strength. The creature recoiled for a moment, its body jerking backward, but it didn't fall. Instead, it let out a low, gurgling growl that vibrated the walls of the lodge. "I don't think this is going to stop it," Jonah yelled, his voice raw with fear. Elliot's mind raced. He had to think of something, anything, to stop this thing from tearing them apart. He didn't know what it was, but it was clear that it wasn't just some lost soul. This was something far older, something that had been waiting, watching for a long time. The air shifted again. The coldness deepened. Elliot could feel it now, not just around him, but within him. It wasn't just fear. It was something darker, a pull like the creature was calling to him, something in the depths of his mind shifting and turning. His vision swam, and for a brief moment, the edges of the room seemed to blur. And then he saw it. It wasn't just the creature. It was the lodge itself. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in the flickering firelight. The wooden beams above them groaned as though they were alive, as though the lodge itself was shifting, reshaping. In that moment he realized something. The creature wasn't just part of the lodge, it was the lodge. The house wasn't abandoned. It wasn't just a building. It was alive, a malevolent entity that had been feeding off the forest, off the lost souls who had ventured too far into its reach. And now it was feeding off them. Maya, her face pale and full of terror, stepped back, her hand gripping Elliot's arm. "What's happening? What's going on?" I think the lodge wants us," Elliot whispered, his voice hollow. "It's been waiting for us. For something." Jonah shook his head, his eyes wide with panic. "No, that's insane. This place can't be alive." But even as he said the words, the floor beneath them shifted. The wooden boards buckled, splintering as if something below was pushing against them. The very foundation of the lodge groaned in protest, the entire building shuddering like it was about to collapse. The creature hissed again, but this time the sound wasn't aimed at them. It was directed at the lodge itself. The ground beneath their feet seemed to ripple like water, and then the entire room seemed to shift, as though the walls had closed in around them. Elliot barely had time to react as a large section of the floorboards caved in, revealing a dark, gaping hole that seemed to descend into an endless abyss. The shadows from below reached up like tendrils, pulling at their feet. "Run!" Elliot screamed, grabbing Maya and pulling her toward the door. But the door wouldn't open. The walls seemed to press in on them, pushing them back into the room, forcing them toward the hole in the center of the floor. The creature screeched, its hands outstretched as if it wanted to drag them down with it. But as Elliot and Maya stumbled backward, the creature's form seemed to dissolve into the shadows, its body melting into the darkness, leaving only the chilling sound of its laughter behind. The fire in the hearth sputtered out with a final, violent hiss, plunging them into total darkness. Then the ground beneath them gave way. Elliot barely had time to scream as the floor opened up beneath them, and they plunged into the abyss. The world around him spun as they fell, the darkness swallowing them whole. The last thing he saw before the darkness consumed him completely was the symbol, that same jagged, pulsating shape, carved into the wooden walls of the lodge. And then there was nothing. For a long moment, there was only the sensation of falling, an endless, stomach-lurching plummet through the dark. The air rushed past Elliot's ears, a cold, suffocating wind that tore at his skin. His limbs flailed uselessly in the void, unable to find any point of reference. His chest felt tight, as though the weight of the darkness was pressing down on him from all sides, making it harder to breathe. The fall seemed to stretch on forever. Then, with a sudden and violent jolt, the ground came up to meet him. He slammed into it with a bone-crushing impact, his head spinning, his vision blurring. For a moment he couldn't move. His body refused to respond, each muscle screaming in protest. His pulse raced, his breath shallow and erratic, as though the air around him had thickened, making it harder to inhale. Slowly, with great effort, Elliot pushed himself upright. His head throbbed, and he could feel the taste of blood in his mouth, but he forced himself to focus. He scanned his surroundings, trying to make sense of where he had ended up. The world was still dark, but the air, it was different. Not damp and cold like the lodge above, but dry, thick with dust and the faint scent of decay. The ground beneath him was uneven, jagged stone, as if he were in some sort of cavern or underground passage. Maya? Jonah? His voice echoed in the stillness, but there was no response. He pushed himself to his feet, his legs shaking as he staggered forward, his flashlight now weakly illuminating the darkness ahead. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing twisted roots and rocks that seemed to rise out of the earth itself. He was deep underground, further than he had ever imagined the lodge could extend. The walls around him were jagged, as though they had been carved by something ancient, something that didn't belong to the natural world. But it wasn't just the surroundings that unsettled him. It was the feeling, the oppressive weight of being watched, of something lurking in the dark just out of reach. The air felt thick with something else, something old and malignant. His heart began to race again, the realization settling in. They weren't just trapped in the lodge. The lodge had been the gateway, and now they were beneath it, somewhere deep and forgotten. A low, distant sound drifted through the air, sending a chill down his spine. It was a soft scraping noise, like something being dragged across stone. Elliot's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't alone down here. Maya? Jonah? He called again, but his voice was swallowed by the cavernous space. His flashlight's beam trembled in his hand as he turned, desperate to find a sign of his friends. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the scraping noise stopped. Elliot stood frozen, his every sense straining against the silence. There were no footsteps, no breathing, no other sounds. Just the cold, hollow echo of the cavern around him. Then, from deeper in the shadows, a flicker of movement caught his eye. A figure, dark, indistinct, moved just at the edge of the light. It was too far away to be clear, but it was something. A shape, a silhouette. It wasn't one of his friends. This was different. This was something else. The shape moved again, slipping into the deeper shadows. Elliot's breath hitched. His instincts screamed at him to run, to flee, but his legs felt rooted to the spot. Something deep within him held him in place, something primal, telling him that this wasn't the right time to act. He forced his feet to move, slowly creeping toward where the figure had disappeared. His flashlight flickered again, casting erratic shadows that danced across the jagged walls. Stay calm. Just find Maya and Jonah. Focus on them. But as he moved forward, the ground seemed to shift beneath him. The stone floor had become uneven, cracked and broken, as though it had been subjected to centuries of wear. And as his foot brushed against one of the stones, it shifted under his weight, falling away with a sudden, terrifying creak. A low, rumbling growl emanated from the darkness. Elliot froze again. The growl was unlike anything he had ever heard before. Deep, guttural, like it came from the very bowels of the earth itself. It was the sound of something ancient, something alive and hungry. His flashlight's beam swung wildly, and for the briefest of moments he saw it. The thing was massive, larger than anything he had ever imagined. It was cloaked in shadows, its form barely perceptible against the blackness. But the eyes, two glowing pinpricks of light, shone with an unnatural intensity, cutting through the darkness like twin stars, was watching him. He stumbled backward, panic surging through his veins as the air grew colder. The temperature dropped so quickly that he could see his breath form in front of him, swirling in the stillness. The creature, whatever it was, didn't move, but the oppressive weight of its gaze bore down on him, suffocating him with its presence. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shifted again, and he could hear the scraping noise, louder now. It was coming closer. The creature was moving. Elliot's mind raced. He had to get away. He had to find his friends. He had to escape. But the darkness was swallowing him whole. The ground was giving way beneath him, the stones shaking as if the very earth itself was alive, ready to devour him whole. He turned on his heel and ran, his footsteps echoing through the cavern, the sound of his breathing loud in his ears. The shadows seemed to reach for him, pulling at him, trying to drag him back into the abyss. A distant scream split the air. "Maya?" Elliot shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the endless blackness. The scream came again, louder this time, a sound of pure terror. It was Maya's voice. It had to be. "Maya!" he screamed again, his heart pounding in his chest. He pushed himself harder, faster, his legs aching, the weight of the darkness closing in around him. Another cry. This time Jonah's voice, faint but unmistakable. Elliot's breath caught in his throat as he ran faster, his feet slipping against the rocky ground. The walls around him began to narrow, the space closing in on him, trapping him in this suffocating, endless tunnel of shadows. The creature's growls grew louder, closer. It wasn't far behind. And then, as Elliot rounded a corner in the cavern, he saw it. A dim light, a flicker in the distance, a sign of hope. Without hesitation, he ran toward it, the sound of his own breath filling his ears, the growls of the creature still echoing behind him. The light was a fire, dim but real. And standing in front of it, silhouetted by the flames, were Maya and Jonah. They were alive. For the first time since the fall, Elliot felt something other than fear. A brief flicker of hope. But that hope vanished just as quickly as it had come. The figure in the distance was not human. It was far worse. Elliot's heart raced as he sprinted toward the flickering light, his legs burning from the frantic effort. His mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. For a moment, he had convinced himself that they were safe, that they had somehow found an escape. But the closer he got, the more he realized that the light was wrong. The fire in front of him was small, crackling weakly in the distance, casting long, distorted shadows along the walls. But it wasn't just the fire. It was the way the flames danced, slow, deliberate, like they were being fed by something other than wood. As Elliot neared, the light flickered unnaturally, as if the air itself was resisting the warmth it produced. He skidded to a halt, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he looked around. His friends were there, standing motionless in front of the fire, but something was wrong. They weren't moving, their bodies stiff and unnatural. Their faces were pale, eyes wide, fixed forward in a trance-like state. "Maya, Jonah," Elliot shouted, his voice raw with panic. He reached out to them, but as he did, a heavy weight settled in his chest. A sense of foreboding that was worse than the endless darkness that surrounded him. There was no response. No twitch of recognition. They just stood there, locked in place, their faces drawn in fear. Elliot's gaze shifted from their unblinking eyes to the fire. He could feel it now, the intense pull it had on everything around it, as if it was more than a fire. It was a presence, something that held sway over this underground world. The flames flickered again, casting eerie shadows against the walls of the cavern. The shadows seemed to twist and writhe, stretching out like living things. And in the center of the fire, something stirred. Elliot's heart dropped into his stomach as he saw it, a shape forming in the flames. It was hard to focus on, as if it were made of both fire and shadow, flickering in and out of existence. The shape was tall, too tall, a silhouette that loomed over everything, casting an overwhelming presence into the room. It was a thing. A creature, but it wasn't entirely corporeal. Its form flickered between fire and shadow, as though it was bound to neither fully real nor entirely illusion. The flames around it twisted and churned as though it were feeding off them, its massive shape growing taller with every passing second. It was watching him. Elliot's breath caught in his throat. He tried to move toward Maya and Jonah again, but something stopped him. The air around him was thickening, becoming heavier, as if the cavern itself was pressing against him, holding him back. A cold sensation crawled up his spine, making every hair stand on end. Maya, Jonah. He shouted again, but the words felt wrong in his mouth. They seemed to be swallowed by the cavern, falling silent before they even reached his friends. The creature in the fire stirred once more. The flames around it seemed to pulse, as though it was breathing, inhaling the fire, the very essence of the place. And then, from its molten depths, came a voice. Not a voice in the traditional sense. It wasn't something spoken aloud, but something that resonated deep in the core of Elliot's mind. The words were ancient, layered with power, twisted with malice. You should not have come. The voice was like the crackling of a fire, the low rumble of a storm. It reverberated through him, shaking the very foundation of his thoughts. Elliot staggered back, instinctively clutching his chest as though trying to hold himself together. What are you? His voice was weak, trembling. The creature's form shifted again, and for the briefest of moments, Elliot saw its face, or what could be called a face. It was humanoid, yes, but its features were warped, elongated, its skin made of jagged cracks as though it had been burned into existence. Its eyes were black pits, bottomless, swallowing everything they looked upon. The mere sight of them sent a chill through Elliot's body, freezing him to the core. It smiled. The grin was not kind. It was a slow, cruel thing filled with jagged teeth, too many teeth. The lodge is a prison, boy, a place of feeding, a place of waiting. The creature's form flickered again as though it were half-formed, struggling to remain solid. It was both fire and shadow, a living paradox that defied understanding. Elliot could feel it, the pull of its presence, as though it was drawing on something ancient, something deep beneath the earth itself. Behind him there was a soft sound, a shuffle. Maya? Elliot turned sharply. His heart leaped in his chest. Maya's body had moved. She wasn't standing still anymore. Her head turned slowly, mechanically, her gaze fixed on him, but her eyes, they weren't her eyes anymore. They were empty, black, hollow like the creature's. Her lips curled into a grin, an imitation of a smile, but twisted and wrong. Jonah shifted beside her, his own body stiff, his movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet on invisible strings. He too was looking at Elliot, but his expression mirrored Maya's, vacant, soulless. They belong to me now. The words vibrated through Elliot's bones, making his skin crawl. His chest tightened. His friends were no longer themselves. The creature had taken them. It had claimed them as part of the lodge, as part of the darkness that lived within these walls. Elliot's vision blurred as he fought to stay grounded in reality. The walls seemed to close in, the fire growing larger and more consuming. It was like the lodge was alive in the most terrifying way, not just a building but a thing with purpose, intent, hunger. The forest, the fire, you are all food for the lodge. All of you. Nothing escapes the hunger. The creature's words echoed through Elliot's mind, pulling at his sanity, each syllable tearing at his grip on reality. Maya's voice, not her own anymore but something hollow, empty, cut through the heavy air. You shouldn't have come. Jonah's voice joined in, a chorus of emptiness. Now, you belong here. Elliot's blood ran cold. He turned, his legs like lead, and began to back away slowly, his mind racing for an escape, a way out, anything. The shadows closed in around him as the creature in the fire laughed, a sound like crackling wood and thunder, rumbling through the very bones of the earth. He reached behind him, grasping for the walls, the ground, anything to hold onto. He didn't care about the fire anymore. He didn't care about the flames or the darkness or the thing in front of him. His thoughts were a whirlpool drowning in panic. He wasn't supposed to be here. He wasn't supposed to stay. With everything he had left, Elliot ran, forcing his legs to move despite the weight of the fear that threatened to freeze him in place. The walls closed in, the fire flickered and grew larger, and the shadows stretched out, and the voices, oh God, the voices, they followed him. They followed him into the dark. Elliot's heart hammered in his chest as he bolted through the cavern, his legs aching, his breath ragged and shallow. Every step felt like it could be his last. The air was thick and stifling, as if the darkness itself was pressing against him, forcing the life from his lungs. Behind him, the voices, distorted, hollow, echoed like a mocking chorus, taunting him, calling him back into the fire's embrace. Maya. Jonah? The words fell from his lips in a frantic whisper, but they were swallowed by the cavern's oppressive stillness. He didn't know if they were even still them anymore. The creature had taken them, twisted them into something else entirely, something otherworldly. He could feel it in his bones, they were lost. And in a way so was he. The floor beneath him seemed to shift again, as though the very earth was alive, responding to the creature's hunger. Every step he took felt unstable, the ground breaking and groaning beneath his weight. He had no idea how deep he had fallen, how far beneath the lodge he had descended, but one thing was certain: there was no way back. There was no way out. The shadows seemed to move of their own accord, as though they were following him, slithering along the walls, creeping closer. His flashlight flickered, its beam wavering with every step. He could feel the weight of the darkness behind him, an oppressive force pulling at his very soul, as if the very air in the cavern was being sucked into the maw of the creature that had taken his friends. It's not just the lodge. The thought burned through his mind like fire. It's the forest, it's the land itself. This place is alive, breathing, waiting. A flash of movement to his left snapped his attention back to the present. He turned, his breath catching in his throat, only to find nothing but more shadows. Focus. Just keep moving. But his mind wasn't listening. His body wasn't listening either. His legs were heavy, his mind was clouded, the very reality of the place warping around him. The walls seemed to pulse with a slow, rhythmic beat, like the heart of the earth itself, and each pulse made the air grow thicker, harder to breathe. The walls of the cavern began to change, their smooth stone becoming rougher, jagged, as though they had been carved by hands too large to comprehend. Elliot's hand brushed against one of the walls, the surface cold and slick with moisture, and for a moment he thought he felt something shift beneath his fingers, something that wasn't part of the rock. He pulled his hand away, his mind racing. A low growl echoed through the cavern again, reverberating through the air like the rumble of an approaching storm. The ground trembled beneath him, a deep, rolling quake that seemed to come from somewhere far below. Elliot's knees buckled, and he staggered, barely catching himself on the jagged rocks. The growl was closer now, louder, more insistent. He whipped around, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, but he could see nothing. Nothing except the shadows, the shifting shapes at the edges of his vision. The growl grew louder, a monstrous sound, one that seemed to echo from all directions at once. The cavern itself was alive with it, vibrating with the force of its power. It's coming, Elliot thought, his pulse quickening. It's coming for me. He turned again, his mind scrambling for an escape, for any sign of light, of hope. His flashlight's beam landed on a narrow passageway ahead, half hidden in the shadows. It was small, tight, almost like a crack in the stone. But it was an opening, a way forward. Without hesitation, Elliot rushed toward it, his legs screaming in protest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The walls closed in around him as he crawled through the narrow gap, his chest brushing against the cold stone, his body twisting painfully as he pushed forward. The walls felt alive in here too, as though they were closing in around him, pressing tighter with every inch he moved. Finally, he emerged into a small, dimly lit cavern. His flashlight flickered once more, casting brief flashes of light across the jagged rocks and uneven floor. This cavern felt different. The air here was colder, sharper, tinged with something metallic, something ancient. A sound echoed from deep within the cavern, a scraping noise. Not the growl, not the voice of the creature. No, this was something else, something more primal. It sounded like claws dragging across stone. It was distant, but still present, as though something was moving just out of sight, waiting. Elliot froze. His mind screamed at him to run, but his body refused to obey. Instead, he found himself drawn to the center of the cavern, where an odd shape lay, half buried in the dirt and rock, a blackened figure that seemed to pulse with a faint light. It was an altar. The realization hit him like a blow to the chest. It wasn't just a stone formation, not just a random shape. This was intentional. Carved into the very heart of the cavern, it stood as a monument to something old, something forgotten. Elliot stepped closer, the cold air brushing against his face as he peered down at the altar. It was made of stone, smooth but weathered by time, etched with symbols that didn't belong to any known language. They were foreign, twisted, some even resembling images of fire and shadow, as though drawn by the hand of something beyond human understanding. A chill ran down his spine. The symbols, they weren't just random. They were connected. They were part of something much larger, something much older than the lodge, than the forest, than anything he could comprehend. As his gaze moved over the surface of the altar, something caught his eye. A crack in the stone, running down the center as though it had been broken, but not shattered. It was deliberate. The crack was lined with an iridescent black substance, almost like oil, but shimmering with an unnatural light. And then, as his fingers brushed the crack, it happened. The earth trembled beneath him again, this time more violently. The sound of the growl returned, louder than ever, shaking the very walls of the cavern. The shadows seemed to surge forward, as if they had been waiting for him to make the wrong move. The crack in the altar widened, and from within it, something stirred. It was alive. Elliot staggered backward, his body colliding with the cold stone as the ground beneath him began to shake uncontrollably. A deep, rumbling sound filled the air, louder than anything he had heard before. The cavern seemed to be coming alive, the walls pulsing, the very floor cracking beneath his feet. And then, as if from nowhere, a figure emerged from the altar. It was a being of pure shadow, its form ever-changing, shifting between liquid darkness and solid shape. It was tall, impossibly tall, its arms long and twisted, its eyes glowing with a fiery, unnatural light. The air around it crackled with an ancient energy, something so powerful that it felt like it could burn the world itself. It stepped forward, its feet making no sound on the stone, but the very air trembled with its presence. Elliot opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The creature's gaze fixed on him, its smile growing wider, more grotesque, as it stretched out its long arms toward him. The world around him exploded into darkness. The creature's eyes glowed like twin suns, piercing through the crushing darkness of the cavern. Elliot could feel its gaze as though it were physically ripping through him, as though it was pulling his very soul toward it. The air in the cavern grew suffocating, the pressure mounting with each passing second, until it felt as though the walls themselves were closing in around him, tightening, constricting. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat louder than the last, drowning out every other sound in the cavern. The shadowy being moved toward him, its body undulating like liquid darkness, every part of it twisting and reforming with every step it took. It didn't walk in the traditional sense. No, it shifted. Its movements were fluid, almost hypnotic, as though it wasn't bound by any physical laws of space or time. It didn't seem to need to move like anything alive. It was a part of the cavern itself, part of the very essence of the earth, the forest, the lodge, and everything between. Elliot's breath hitched as it came closer, its form expanding and contracting like it was drawing energy from the very walls of the cavern. The temperature dropped even further, and Elliot could see his breath puffing in front of him like smoke in the dead air. The shadow's eyes burned with a deep, fiery intensity as it focused on him, and he felt his body recoil instinctively, every fiber of his being screaming to run, to escape, but his legs refused to obey. It was as though the creature's presence was somehow keeping him anchored to the spot. It stopped mere feet from him, the distance between them too short for comfort, too close for any hope of escape. "You should not have come," the voice rasped again, not a voice in the traditional sense but a thought that wormed its way into Elliot's mind like a poison. "You're already too far. The lodge has marked you. The forest has claimed you." His skin crawled as the words invaded his thoughts, the weight of their meaning pressing down on him like the mountain itself was sitting on his chest. Elliot's heart hammered in his throat. "What are you? What is this place?" His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper, but the creature heard him, of course. It always heard him. It had always heard him. The being's form rippled, its face, if it could be called a face, shifted, molding itself into something vaguely human, a twisted mockery of a person. The long, skeletal arms stretched toward him, its fingers elongated and tipped with claws that looked too sharp, too unnatural to belong to any living thing. "We are the old ones, the forgotten ones," the voice whispered in his mind, filling every corner of his thoughts. "The ones who were here before the first stone was laid. The ones who were buried beneath the earth, swallowed by the forest, and now we feed." Elliot felt the ground beneath him shift again, the rock trembling as if the very foundation of the world was cracking. The altar pulsed with dark energy, the iridescent crack glowing brighter with every beat, its unnatural light staining the air. "We feed on the lost," the voice continued, its tone becoming more guttural, more monstrous, "on those who venture into our domain, who trespass upon the sacred ground. The lodge, the fire, the forest, they are all part of us, part of the hunger." The creature's smile widened, stretching impossibly wide, its teeth gleaming like shards of broken glass. The sight of it made Elliot's stomach churn, his entire body freezing with terror. He wanted to look away, but his body refused to move, his muscles locked in place as if the very air had solidified around him. "You were never meant to escape." The darkness around them seemed to thicken, creeping inward, its tendrils wrapping around him, pulling at his soul. Elliot's mind reeled, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. The creature's presence was suffocating, more oppressive than anything he had ever felt. It wasn't just in the cavern with him. It was the cavern. It was the earth beneath him, the walls, the fire, the lodge. Everything was alive, pulsing with the same hunger, the same malignant force. His throat tightened as he struggled to breathe. The air felt thick, as though it were filled with a viscous substance that made it hard to swallow, hard to think. Then, as if sensing his growing despair, the creature's form wavered, shifting again. Its face melted into something else entirely, something even more grotesque, more alien. Its features were a blur of shadow and fire, its body swelling as if it were growing larger with each passing second. The cavern itself seemed to warp, the space bending and twisting, folding in on itself. You have felt it, the pull of the fire, the pull of the shadows, the hunger. It is within you now. Elliot's chest constricted as the weight of the creature's words settled over him. The fire, it's not just the lodge. His mind flashed to the flames they had seen earlier, the fire in the hearth, the flickering light that had drawn them into this madness. It wasn't just a means of survival. It wasn't just warmth or light. It was part of this ancient, twisted entity. It had been waiting for them, calling to them, using the fire as a lure. You think the fire is your salvation? No, it is your doom. It is what brought you here. It is what binds you to us. Elliot's hands shook as he stumbled backward, the cold stone scraping against his skin. He couldn't escape it. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The creature's presence was overwhelming, its power suffocating. It was everywhere. The air, the walls, the earth, all part of it. All of it was alive with its hunger. And then, as if it had been waiting for this moment, the creature lunged. The world seemed to shift in an instant. Its claws reached for him, but this time, Elliot's body reacted before his mind could catch up. He spun, stumbling through the darkness, the shadows pressing in around him like the fingers of 1,000 unseen hands. The cavern, once vast, now felt small, suffocating. The walls seemed to close in, the darkness becoming alive as it pressed against him. The air crackled with the unnatural heat of the creature, and Elliot could feel the pull of the fire, the heat of it wrapping around him, trying to drag him back. His feet slipped on the uneven stone, and for a terrifying moment he thought he might fall, that the shadows would catch him. But then his hand slammed into something solid. Another wall, another path, another tunnel. You cannot escape, the voice rumbled in his mind again, its growl vibrating through the walls of the cavern. We're always with you. We are the darkness. We are the fire. Elliot ran, his legs burning, his heart thundering in his chest. The darkness seemed to rise with him, the walls pressing tighter, the floor buckling beneath his feet. The creature's growl echoed through the cavern, and for a fleeting moment, Elliot felt the taste of something cold in his mouth, fear, bitter and thick, like the very essence of the place was inside him now. He pushed forward, his vision blurring, his thoughts slipping away. But somewhere, deep within the madness, he found a sliver of clarity. The fire. He had to find it again. He had to find the light. Before the shadows consumed everything. Elliot's legs burned, his body aching with every step as he sprinted through the narrow, winding passageways of the cavern. The walls closed in on him like the jaws of some great beast, the weight of the earth pressing down with every passing second. He could feel the air growing colder, sharper, and his breath came in ragged gasps, the cold biting at his lungs with each inhale. His mind was a blur, a swirl of fear and desperate thoughts. The growls of the creature echoed behind him, vibrating through the stone, and he could feel the hunger, the malevolent force that pursued him, drawing closer with each step. He didn't know where he was going. The cavern seemed endless, twisting and turning in on itself, each tunnel leading deeper into the abyss. He had to keep moving, had to stay ahead of the creature, but it was getting harder to think, harder to focus. The walls were closing in, the shadows pulling at him like a weight around his chest. He could feel them lurking just beyond the edges of his vision, stretching toward him, eager to consume him. The fire. His mind clung to the thought, a beacon in the oppressive darkness. The fire had to be close. The creature had been bound to it, and if he could reach it, maybe he could escape, maybe he could find a way to destroy the shadow that had consumed his friends. A distant flicker of light. He froze. The faint glow in the distance was barely perceptible, but it was enough to fuel his hope. His eyes locked on it, and without thinking, he pushed forward, ignoring the ache in his muscles, the exhaustion threatening to overwhelm him. He stumbled, almost tripping over the jagged rocks, but he kept moving, driven by the promise of that distant flame. As he drew closer, the heat became palpable. The air around him thickened, a strange, oppressive warmth that contrasted sharply with the cold of the cavern. His flashlight flickered and died, plunging him into near-total darkness, but the fire's glow was enough to guide him. He was almost there, almost to the source of the light. He could feel the heat now, the crackle of flames, the faint scent of smoke and burning wood. The passageway opened into a small chamber, and there it was, the fire. It was nothing like any fire Elliot had ever seen. It wasn't a campfire or the hearth of the lodge. This fire was alive. It pulsed, its flames shifting and writhing like living tendrils, swirling in impossible patterns. The flames were a sickly shade of green and orange, flickering and curling in unnatural ways, as though they were feeding off the very energy of the cavern itself. The heat radiated from it, but it wasn't a comforting warmth. No, this heat was raw. It was invasive, seeping into his skin like poison, its touch scalding and unnatural. But that wasn't what caught Elliot's attention. Standing before the fire, bathed in its eerie glow, was a figure. It wasn't one of his friends. It wasn't human at all. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, its body a twisted amalgamation of fire and shadow. The flames licked at its form, wrapping around it like a cloak of pure energy. Its face was an empty void, a black pit that seemed to swallow all light, and its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, were nothing more than pools of inky darkness, reflecting the flames in an unsettling way. It was humanoid in shape, but its limbs were elongated, its skin covered in what looked like cracks, as though it had been burned into existence. Its form shimmered and flickered, as though it were made of both flame and shadow, both light and darkness. And it was staring at him. Elliot's heart skipped a beat. The creature's presence was overwhelming, filling the chamber with an oppressive weight. The air felt thick with it, like the very fabric of the cavern was trembling in the creature's presence. The fire around it seemed to pulse with the rhythm of its breath, as if it was feeding off its existence, drawing power from the creature itself. "You should not have come," the voice whispered, a deep, guttural growl that echoed in Elliot's mind. It was not a voice spoken aloud, but a thought, a feeling that reverberated through every fiber of his being. The voice was ancient, filled with malice, but there was something more to it, something primal, something that transcended words. The creature stepped forward, its movements fluid, unnatural, as though it was not bound by the rules of space or time. Its shadowy tendrils reached toward Elliot, coiling and twisting like serpents. He tried to back away, but his legs were heavy, his body unwilling to obey his frantic commands. The fire flared, its flames rising higher, casting monstrous shadows along the walls of the chamber. The creature's form shifted again, expanding, becoming even larger, towering over him. Its head bent low, its featureless face close to his own, and Elliot could feel its breath, cold and dry like the air before a storm. The warmth of the fire was replaced by an icy chill that washed over him, freezing him in place. "You cannot escape," the creature rasped, its voice now a slow, rolling whisper in his mind. "You are already part of us. The lodge, the fire, the hunger. It is within you." Elliot's chest tightened as the realization hit him. He had been marked from the moment he stepped into the forest. From the moment they had entered the lodge, they had been drawn into something far darker, far older, than anything he could comprehend. The fire had been the key, the lure, the trap. It had been waiting for them, calling to them, feeding off their fear, feeding off their lives. The creature's tendrils reached out again, wrapping around his body with an unyielding force. The shadows twisted, becoming tangible, suffocating him, squeezing the air from his lungs. Elliot gasped, his vision narrowing as the darkness closed in on him. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think, could barely move under the crushing weight of the creature's presence. "You were never meant to leave," it whispered again, its voice now filled with triumph. "You were always ours. The fire, the forest, the shadows, they are one. They are us." The world around him seemed to warp, the flames shifting into grotesque shapes, twisting into monstrous forms that danced and flickered like hungry, twisted specters. Elliot's mind screamed, but his voice was swallowed by the darkness. His body felt heavy, as though the very weight of the cavern was pressing down on him, crushing him beneath its terrible force. But in the midst of the suffocating darkness, something stirred inside him. A flicker of defiance. A desperate will to survive no matter the cost. His eyes locked on the fire, the flames that had drawn him in, the flames that had brought him here. They were the source. They were the key. With everything he had left, Elliot threw himself toward the fire, pushing through the tendrils of shadow, struggling to break free. The heat was unbearable, the flames licking at his skin like hungry fingers, but he didn't stop. He reached for it, grabbing the fire, his hands searing in the heat, the pain sharp and all-encompassing. The flames seemed to respond to him. For a moment the creature faltered. Its form wavered, flickering like a dying ember. Its tendrils recoiled, as though the fire itself was fighting against it. Elliot's heart pounded in his chest, his hands burning, his whole body trembling with exertion, but he clung to the fire. He could feel it now, feel its ancient power coursing through him, through the very heart of the cavern. The fire was alive, but so was he. The creature screeched, its form dissolving into tendrils of shadow as the fire erupted in a violent burst of light. And in that blinding moment, Elliot's world went white. The fire exploded outward in a wave of searing light, and for a moment, Elliot was swallowed by the intensity of it. His body screamed in pain as the flames licked at him, but it wasn't just the heat. No, it was something deeper, something that sank into his bones and filled every fiber of his being. The very essence of the fire seemed to pulse with ancient, forgotten power, and Elliot felt as if he were being drawn into it, consumed by it, and yet at the same time lifted up by it. The fire roared in his ears, deafening, consuming everything. His eyes were closed against the blinding light, his hands still gripping the shifting, writhing flames that had suddenly become part of him. His body was trembling, not just from the pain, but from something else. Something inside him was shifting. It felt like the fire was burning through his very soul, cleansing it, and yet corrupting it. It felt as though he were being torn apart and remade at the same time. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, it stopped. The roar of the flames died down to a whisper, and the light around him dimmed. The heat, once all-encompassing, receded, leaving him standing in the sudden, suffocating silence. Elliot opened his eyes. The world had changed. Gone was the cavern, the fire, and the creature. Gone was the choking darkness that had threatened to swallow him whole. Instead, he found himself standing in a place that felt wrong. The ground beneath his feet was soft, like earth, but it was too still. The air was unnaturally calm, as though everything in this place had been frozen in time. The sky above was a sickly shade of green, swirling with clouds that twisted in unnatural patterns, like something out of a fever dream. The trees surrounding him were tall and blackened, their branches gnarled and twisted into shapes that seemed too perfect to be natural, too symmetrical in their horrors. The forest was dead, and yet it lived. The ground seemed to pulse beneath him as if it were alive, breathing, waiting. There were no birds, no insects, no sound of wind, only the oppressive silence that hung like a shroud over everything. It felt as though this place had never known life. It felt as though it had existed long before the world had ever turned. And yet, something was watching him. Elliot's breath quickened. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he felt the weight of 1,000 eyes on him, as though every inch of the dead forest was observing him, judging him, waiting. He turned in a slow circle, his eyes scanning the twisted, lifeless trees, but there was nothing. Nothing that he could see. But something was there. A whisper drifted through the air, barely audible, like the rustle of dead leaves in the wind. It wasn't a sound. It was a thought. A presence. It didn't come from any one direction. It didn't have a shape, a voice. It just was. You are far from home. The words weren't spoken aloud, but they pressed into his mind, chilling him from the inside out. They were not words he could understand in the traditional sense. They were felt. The meaning seeped into him like a poison, infecting his thoughts with a strange, terrible certainty. Elliot's heart raced as he took a step forward, his body moving on instinct. Every part of him screamed to run, to flee this place, but his legs felt heavy. The world around him was spinning, the silence pressing in tighter, suffocating him with every passing second. He needed to escape. He needed to. A sudden movement at the edge of his vision caught his attention. Something in the trees. No, not something. Someone. He froze. It was a figure, tall and gaunt, its body cloaked in dark robes that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. The figure was impossibly still, standing motionless among the twisted trees, just out of reach of the dim green light. Its face was obscured by a hood, its features hidden in shadow, but Elliot could feel its gaze on him. That same terrible, unyielding presence that had followed him from the lodge, from the fire, from the moment they had entered this cursed forest. The figure didn't move, just watched. Elliot took another step, his body moving without his consent. His legs shook beneath him, the ground beneath him pulsing with that same unnatural heartbeat that seemed to echo through every tree, every stone, every leaf. The figure remained motionless, but Elliot could feel its presence growing stronger, pressing on him like a weight on his chest. "Who are you?" he managed to croak, his voice trembling. It felt strange to speak, as though the very act of saying something broke the stillness, shattered the silence in ways he couldn't comprehend. The figure did not answer. Instead, it lifted one hand slowly, its long fingers extending in his direction. And then, like a ghost in the wind, the whispers began. They started as a soft murmur, too low for him to understand. But they grew louder, clearer, until they were no longer whispers at all. They were voices, countless voices, all speaking at once, filling his mind with their incoherent thoughts, their unrelenting demands. Come closer. The voice was different now, louder, more insistent. You've already crossed the threshold. You have already claimed your place among us. The words were a blend of despair and hunger, as if the very earth around him were speaking, as if it were alive with a sentient need. Elliot's body tensed, his heart racing in his chest. Every instinct told him to run, to get away from the figure, but his legs were rooted to the spot, his body refusing to obey. He was trapped. He had always been trapped. The whispers grew louder still, filling the space, crashing against him like a tidal wave. He could hear the voices now, each one distinct, each one pulling at his soul. You belong to us now. You are part of the forest. You are part of the hunger. The figure raised its other hand, and Elliot felt a pull, a terrible, irresistible pull, as if the earth itself was reaching for him, drawing him into its grasp. The wind, if it could even be called that, howled in his ears, but there was no breeze, only the oppressive weight of the air around him. You have seen the fire. The voice was everywhere, in his mind, in his heart. You have seen the truth. Elliot staggered backward, his breath shallow, his pulse pounding in his ears. The ground beneath him was soft now, like a blanket of earth, too soft. He could feel the earth trembling, as if it was alive, as if it was waiting for something. His legs buckled beneath him, and he fell to his knees. The earth embraced him, wrapping around him like tendrils, pulling him deeper into its dark, suffocating grip. He reached out, desperate, clawing at the ground, but it was no use. His fingers sank into the soil, and the shadows rose, creeping up his arms, pulling at him, dragging him down. The figure stepped closer now, its hood low, its face still hidden, but its presence overwhelming. It loomed over him, silent, watching as the shadows wrapped around him, closing in. And then, from deep within the earth, from the very core of the forest, came a sound. It was low, distant, but unmistakable, a growl. A growl that carried with it the weight of centuries, the weight of the hunger. And in that moment, Elliot realized the truth. He was no longer a visitor. He was part of this place, part of the fire, part of the forest, part of the endless, ever-hungry darkness. And there would be no escape. The growl grew louder. The forest, the shadows, the earth itself, all of it moved. It was time to feed. Elliot's mind spun, a whirlwind of panic and disbelief. His hands, sinking deeper into the soft earth, scraped against something cold, something that felt alive in a way he could barely comprehend. The shadows that twisted around him pulsed, like they were breathing, a slow, rhythmic cycle that felt too much like a heartbeat. He could feel it deep within him, pressing against his ribs, his chest, his very soul. The growl rumbled again, lower, deeper, as though it were coming from the bowels of the earth itself. The sound vibrated through his bones, a primal force that made his heart beat faster, made every instinct scream that he needed to get away, now. But his body was no longer his own. His legs were trapped in the thick, wet soil, and the shadows, black and unyielding, were crawling up his arms, clinging to his skin like a second layer of darkness. His breath caught in his throat. He couldn't move. The earth was sucking him in, dragging him down into the heart of the forest, into its cold, dead core. His thoughts scattered as the whispers rose, louder now, speaking all at once, their voices overlapping, pressing in on him from all sides. They weren't even words anymore. They were feelings, sensations, dark, hungry thoughts seeping into his mind like poison. You belong to us. You are one of us now. The hunger never stops. The figure, the cloaked being standing just outside his reach, remained motionless, its presence overwhelming. Its face was still hidden, the hood drawn low, but Elliot could feel its eyes on him, felt them deep within, as though they were burrowing into the core of his being, searching for something. You were always meant to be here, the voice finally whispered, not in his mind, but in the very air around him. It was slow, deliberate, the words drawn out like the length of eternity. The fire called to you. The shadows followed. The forest welcomed you. Elliot's breath came faster now, panic clawing at him from the inside. He couldn't fight it. He couldn't even think. The shadows were everywhere, filling his vision, curling around his legs, climbing up his chest, tightening around his throat. His hands trembled as they sank deeper into the earth. His heart thudded painfully in his chest, each beat louder than the last. The earth beneath him shuddered again, the tremors traveling through his bones as if the land itself was alive. The growl grew louder, reverberating through the ground, making the air itself seem to vibrate. Something was coming. Something hungry. Something ancient. And then he saw it. From the shadows, from the earth itself, something began to emerge. It wasn't just the creature that had followed him from the fire, not just the twisted, fire-wrought thing. This was something different, something older, something far more ancient. The ground shifted as it rose, breaking open in front of Elliot, like a tomb being unearthed. Tendrils of dark smoke and shadow poured from the earth, twisting together in a form that defied understanding. It was tall, impossibly tall, towering over him, its form shrouded in an inky, ever-changing cloak of shadows and flame. Its limbs were long and spindly, ending in jagged claws that gleamed like shards of obsidian. Its eyes, were the most terrible part. They weren't eyes as humans understood them. They were black pits of nothingness, deeper than any abyss, reflecting only the emptiness of the void. They seemed to pull at the very fabric of existence, drawing everything into them. And as the creature's gaze settled on Elliot, he felt as if his very soul were being weighed, judged, scrutinized. The whispers stopped. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. But it was the kind of silence that had weight, the kind of silence that felt like the pause before a great storm. Elliot couldn't breathe. He couldn't even think. He was paralyzed, staring at the creature, feeling it inside of him, the terrible weight of its presence crushing down on him from all sides. The creature stepped closer, its form twisting as it moved. The shadows parted around it like waves around a rock, and the very air around it felt thick, as if it was bending reality itself. The ground seemed to shudder with every movement it made. "You are no longer of the world above," the voice whispered from the creature's very being. It was not a voice in the traditional sense, but a feeling, a sound that seemed to resonate with the deepest parts of his mind. "You are a part of the forest, part of the hunger, part of the endless dark." The earth beneath Elliot seemed to shift again, like it was moving of its own accord, as though it were a living thing, and Elliot felt it. It was as if the forest was alive, its roots stretching beneath the ground, intertwining with the very core of the earth. And deep beneath it all, in the heart of the forest, something stirred. "The fire has burned away your past," the creature continued, its voice low and guttural, vibrating through Elliot's very being. "It has fed the hunger. It has awakened the ancient pact. The hunger does not end. The hunger never ends." Elliot's breath quickened. The shadows were closing in now, curling around him, pulling him down into the earth, wrapping around his body like a shroud. His fingers dug into the soil, the cold earth scraping his skin, but it was no use. The ground was alive, the shadows were alive, and they were claiming him, dragging him deeper into the darkness. "You cannot escape," the creature whispered, its form growing larger, filling his vision until it was all that existed. The ground quaked beneath them, and the sound of the growl grew louder, rising from the very depths of the earth. "You are one of us now." Elliot's vision blurred. The world seemed to fade, the edges of reality warping and twisting until he no longer knew what was real and what was imagined. The shadows were everywhere now, covering his body, his face, his hands. The ground beneath him seemed to dissolve into the darkness, as though it were swallowing him whole. And then, just as his vision began to dim, a thought, a single desperate thought, flashed through his mind. "No, I won't let it take me," he fought. With every ounce of strength left in his body, Elliot pressed his palms into the cold earth and willed himself to move. His hands burned with the pressure of the ground, but the darkness that surrounded him recoiled just slightly, as if momentarily pushed back. The creature let out a low hiss, its presence pressing down on him like a heavy weight. But Elliot's resolve was stronger. He pulled his hands from the earth, his fingers still numb and burning, and in that moment, a flash of fire lit up his mind. The fire he had touched in the cavern. The fire that had burned away the creature, the fire that had marked him. It hadn't gone out. It hadn't. His eyes shot open, and for the briefest of moments he could see it again. A flicker, just a flicker, but it was enough. The fire had answered him. It had never left. It had been waiting for him. The hunger could be fought. He didn't have much time, but it was enough. He reached down into the darkness, summoned what little strength he had left, and reached for the fire. Elliot's fingers trembled as they dug deeper into the soil, and for a moment, it felt as if the earth itself was trying to reject him, to swallow him whole. His skin burned from the contact with the ground, but somewhere beneath the pain, beneath the suffocating weight of the shadows, a flicker of something stirred inside him. The fire. The flames. They hadn't gone out. They hadn't left him. It was still there. With a force he didn't know he had, Elliot twisted his hands in the dirt, his nails scraping against the stone-like earth, and he reached for it. It was just a spark, a fleeting ember of a thought, but it was there, nestled deep within his chest. The fire was part of him, and he was part of it. The growl of the earth-splitting creature vibrated in his bones, a deep, guttural sound that threatened to pull him under once more. The shadows closed in again, creeping toward him with a terrifying slowness, their blackness thick and impenetrable. But in that moment, the fire ignited. A burst of heat shot up from the core of his being, searing his lungs, burning away the weight of the shadows around him. The pain was excruciating, but it was not a pain he could feel in his body. It was a pain that seeped into his very soul, a purging fire, a cleansing flame. The shadows recoiled, the grip on him loosening, and the growl from the creature faltered, a hiss of rage and confusion mixing with the deep rumble of hunger. Elliot gasped, his breath sharp and ragged, as the flames inside him surged, wild and uncontrollable. The fire seemed to consume the dark matter around him, scorching the earth, turning the shadows into ash. His entire body vibrated with the heat, the raw power that surged through him. He could feel the flames rising, filling him from the inside out, but it wasn't like the flames he'd seen at the lodge. This was something else. This was a fire that didn't burn, it purged. It consumed the shadows, the very essence of the forest, and it left nothing behind but purity. The hunger had a taste for fire, but now it would taste only ashes. His hands, still buried in the earth, ignited. Flames curled up from his fingertips, licking at the soil, but instead of burning it, the fire transformed it. Where it touched, the earth shifted, its darkness receding as if the very roots of the forest were being uprooted, the weight of the land lightening. The air around him crackled with an energy he couldn't fully understand, but he could feel it pulsing like a heartbeat in sync with his own. The creature let out a deafening roar, its form shifting, writhing in agony as the flames tore into it. The once constant dark matter that surrounded it seemed to disintegrate under the pressure of the fire. Its claws slashed toward Elliot, but the fire answered the attack, expanding out in an arc, pushing the creature back, its smoky form flickering and breaking apart as it met the heat. The earth trembled again, but it was no longer an oppressive force. The tremors had become a rhythm, a beat of resistance. It was as though the fire was forcing the forest to fight back, to reclaim itself from the shadowy grip it had been trapped in for centuries. The land wasn't just reacting to the fire, it was awakening. Elliot's heart pounded in his chest, the rhythm of it matching the pulsing fire within him. He could feel the forest, feel the land, feel the heartbeat of the earth itself. It was alive. It was waiting. Waiting for him to ignite it. Waiting for him to burn away the sickness that had taken root here long ago. No, the creature hissed. You cannot undo what has been done. You cannot destroy the hunger. But Elliot wasn't listening anymore. His hands gripped the earth, his fingers sinking deep as the fire in him flared brighter. The world around him became a blur of light and shadow as he pulled the flames up from the core of the forest, until the fire seemed to consume everything. The forest screamed. The trees, once gnarled and twisted, began to change, their bark cracking and peeling away, the blackened wood turning to ash, but underneath, new growth sprang up. Green shoots sprouted, small and fragile at first, but strong. The flames didn't burn them, they nourished them. They were cleansing the land, returning it to what it had once been, long before it had become a prison for the dark hunger. The creature writhed, its form breaking apart with every wave of fire that rolled over it. It screeched, the sound like 1,000 voices rising in fury. The shadowy tendrils that once stretched out like hands, like claws, dissolved in the fire, their edges curling up and vanishing. Elliot's vision blurred, his entire body shaking as the flames tore through the creature's form, its power waning. The shadows were being unraveled, consumed by the heat, and the growls grew fainter, quieter, until they were nothing more than whispers. And then, as the last of the fire licked away the remnants of the creature, the world stilled. For a moment, there was only silence. The forest around him, once cold and dead, was now teeming with life. The trees, now free from their bindings, stood tall and strong. The air was thick with the scent of new growth, the soil rich and damp with the promise of life. The flickering flames that had surged through him were no longer burning. They had become a part of the land, embedded in the earth like the pulse of the world itself. Elliot stood in the center of the new forest, his chest heaving with exhaustion, his body sore and weak from the effort. The fire inside him had diminished, but it hadn't gone out. He could still feel it deep within him, like a heartbeat that thrummed in time with the forest's own. The hunger had been defeated, but the cost was something he wasn't yet sure he understood. The creature, the darkness, was gone. But he wasn't alone. The figure, the cloaked being that had watched him so closely, now stood at the edge of the newly awakened forest. Its presence was not hostile, but it was still otherworldly. It tilted its head as it watched Elliot, its form hazy, almost shifting in and out of existence. "You have done it," the voice said, but this time it wasn't filled with malice. It wasn't threatening. It was curious. Elliot's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure, his breath still heavy, his hands trembling at his sides. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice hoarse, raw from the effort. The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, it stepped forward, its form flickering like smoke in the wind. Its face remained hidden, but the presence, that presence, was different now. Lighter. Less oppressive. "This place," it said, its voice softer, almost gentle, "is where the hunger was born, where the shadows were created. But now," the figure paused as if considering its words, "now it is yours. The fire, the forest, the darkness, they are all part of you now. You have awakened it." Elliot felt the weight of those words settle over him like a heavy cloak. He didn't understand everything, didn't know what it meant to own this place, to have the fire so deeply embedded in his soul. But he knew one thing. The hunger was gone. The shadows had been burned away. And maybe, just maybe, this was where he was meant to be. The forest around him, once a place of dread, now hummed with life, with energy. The flames inside him had sparked something that could never be extinguished. And with it, he had found his purpose. The figure stepped back, its form dissolving into the air, leaving Elliot standing alone in the heart of the newly reborn forest. And in the distance, the fire continued to burn. Not in the way it had before, but in a way that felt right. A way that would never fade. The forest was alive again. And so was he. Elliot stood in the heart of the forest, the weight of the world pressing down on him, yet feeling lighter than he had in days. The fire that had once burned so fiercely within him now smoldered softly, its warmth radiating through his chest like a constant pulse, reminding him of the transformation that had just taken place. The hunger, the darkness, the shadow that had clawed at him, it was gone. And in its place, the forest had begun to breathe again, its once dead roots now filled with life, its branches strong and reaching for the sky. But as he stood there, watching the trees sway gently in the soft breeze, he knew the journey wasn't over. This was only the beginning. The silence around him wasn't unsettling anymore. It had become peaceful, a stillness that allowed him to feel the subtle sounds of nature, the whisper of the wind moving through the trees, the distant call of an unseen bird, the rustle of leaves in the air. It was alive with possibility, a symphony of life that he had once thought lost forever. The forest had woken, but so had he. As Elliot took a step forward, his footfall soft on the earth beneath him, he felt the connection between himself and the land deepen. Every step was a part of something larger now. He could feel it, the hum beneath the soil, the gentle tremor in the air. The forest wasn't just around him anymore. It was within him, tied to his very heartbeat. And with that, the realization washed over him. The fire had not only cleansed the forest, it had bound him to it. For the first time in a long while, Elliot felt like he understood what was happening. He was no longer just a visitor. He wasn't the outsider, the fool who had stumbled into the depths of something ancient and unknowable. He was a part of it. A pulse echoed through the ground, almost like a tremor. The air shifted with a subtle pressure, as if the forest were adjusting to his presence. The trees around him seemed to see him, to feel him in a way they hadn't before. He paused, his hand brushing against the bark of the nearest tree. The rough texture felt oddly comforting under his fingertips, like an old friend that had been waiting for his return. The connection was real. "You are one with the fire now," the voice from earlier echoed in his mind, but this time it wasn't a command, it wasn't a warning. It was an understanding, a truth. You are part of the earth. The fire flows through you, and the shadows will never claim you again. But even as the words reassured him, they left a lingering question. What now? Elliot had done what he had set out to do. He had faced the darkness, burned away the shadows, and freed the forest from its insidious grip. But in the process he had become something else. Something more. The forest was alive, but it was changed. And so was he. He continued walking, moving deeper into the reborn woods, his eyes scanning the familiar yet new landscape. The trees towered overhead, their trunks strong and proud, their leaves vibrant with an unnatural green. It was beautiful, yes, but there was something strange about it, something that whispered in the air, lingering just beyond the edges of his perception. This was a place between worlds, a liminal space that held both life and death, light and shadow, rebirth and decay. A flicker of movement caught his eye, a shadow darting through the underbrush. His heart skipped a beat. His senses, heightened by the fire's presence within him, sharpened. The flicker turned into a form, and as it stepped into the clearing, he could see it clearly. It was a creature, a shape from the forest's forgotten past. Its body was sleek, covered in iridescent scales that shimmered in the soft light, and its eyes glowed with an otherworldly brilliance. It wasn't human, nor was it entirely animal. It was something between, something born from the very earth, the very fire he had unleashed. It stopped in front of him, its eyes locking with his, and for a moment, Elliot could feel its gaze searching, studying him. There was intelligence in those eyes, ancient and wise, and yet there was something else. A kind of hunger, though not the same kind he had felt before. This hunger was not one of malice. No, it was a longing, a need for something long lost. He stood still, letting the creature approach. The air around him vibrated with energy, the kind that hummed in his bones, the kind that called to him. The creature moved closer, its tail swishing gracefully behind it, and then, with a single motion, it lowered its head in a gesture of respect, almost as if acknowledging him. Elliot raised his hand slowly, unsure at first, but trusting the strange bond that had formed between him and this place. The creature's form flickered, almost shifting between realities, like it wasn't entirely of this world. As his hand made contact with its head, the energy surged through him, a rush of warmth and light that spread out from his palm and into the creature's body. It was like a transfer of life itself, an exchange of power, an affirmation of the new balance between them. A wave of understanding flooded Elliot's mind. This creature, this being, was part of the forest's rebirth. It was a guardian, a protector born from the very elements that had once been corrupted by the hunger. The fire he had released had not only purified the land but had awakened ancient creatures like this, creatures that had once roamed freely but had been kept dormant by the darkness. Now they were waking up, just like the trees, just like the earth, just like he had woken. The creature stepped back, its tail sweeping the ground in a final motion of respect, and then it turned, disappearing into the trees with a fluidity that seemed unnatural. Elliot watched it vanish, his mind racing with the implications of what he had just experienced. The forest was full of these creatures, beings that were born of both fire and earth, guardians of a world that had been buried beneath the shadows for far too long. A rustling came from behind him. He turned quickly, his senses heightened. Out of the thick brush stepped another form, a human form this time. At first, Elliot stiffened, but then he relaxed. The figure wore a cloak made from woven leaves, moss, and vine. Their face was obscured by a hood, but their presence was undeniable. It was someone else who belonged here, someone who had been waiting for him. "You've returned," the figure said, its voice soft but carrying an ancient weight. Elliot didn't know whether to speak or remain silent. He felt the pull of the moment, the pull of the forest and its secrets, the fire still swirling in his chest, the heat of the flames running through his veins. The figure raised a hand and, with a slight gesture, indicated the forest around them. "This place," the figure continued, "is no longer lost to the shadows. You freed it, but now it's time for you to learn what that freedom means." Elliot's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" The figure smiled, a slow, knowing smile, and pulled back the hood, revealing their face. They were older, their features marked by age and experience, but their eyes, those eyes, were filled with the same fire he felt within himself. A fire that was not just an element, but a calling. "You are not the only one who has been changed," the figure said. "The fire was always here, but you are now its guardian. The forest, its fate is in your hands. You have awoken something ancient, something that cannot be controlled. You will need to understand it, or it will consume you, and you will need allies. For the forest does not stand alone." Elliot looked around at the vibrant, reborn trees, at the creatures that walked the earth alongside him. The fire still burned deep within him, and he understood, now more than ever, that his journey had only just begun. The forest was alive, but it was fragile. And now it was his responsibility to protect it. There was no turning back now. The fire was in him, and the forest was his home. The figure's words echoed in Elliot's mind, reverberating like a distant drumbeat, soft yet insistent. "The forest is yours to protect now." It wasn't just a warning, it was a call to action. The ancient fire that had ignited within him was no longer just a force of destruction. It had become something else. A living, breathing entity tied not only to the forest but to his very essence. The flames didn't burn him anymore, they were part of him, and in return they had changed him. Elliot looked down at his hands, the ones that had once been so ordinary. They were still his hands, but now they seemed charged, as if crackling with energy just beneath the surface. He clenched his fists, and for a fleeting moment he could feel the heat rising within him again, like a flare of power just waiting to be released. The fire was always there, ready to answer his call, to transform, to protect. But protect whom? The figure, standing now beside him, watched him closely as though they understood the turmoil behind Elliot's gaze. The forest is not just a place, they said, their voice low and measured like the rustle of leaves in a passing breeze. It is alive, feels, remembers, and like all things that breathe, it can be wounded. Its wounds are not always seen. They lie beneath the earth, hidden in the roots, in the memories of the land. Elliot frowned, not quite understanding. Wounds? He looked around at the new life that had sprung up since the fire had burned away the darkness. The trees were strong again, their trunks sturdy, their leaves a vibrant green that seemed to pulse with life. The creatures that had emerged were strange but peaceful, moving in harmony with the land. This place looks whole. What kind of wounds are you talking about? The figure's eyes flickered to the distance as though they saw something Elliot couldn't. The forest, too, seemed to hold its breath as the wind died down, leaving only a haunting stillness in its wake. The land was scarred before you arrived, and though you've healed it in ways you cannot fully comprehend, there are parts of it, parts of you, that are still broken. The fire that you ignited did not just cleanse the shadows, it also released the forest's true essence, its heart. And it is here, in the heart of the forest, that the deepest wounds lie. Elliot swallowed hard, unease creeping up his spine like a cold wind. The fire had consumed the shadows. He had burned away the darkness. Yet something felt off. The air was thick with possibility, with life, but beneath it, a quiet whisper of something else remained. It was like the distant thrum of a pulse, the sensation of something hidden, waiting. What do you mean, wounds? Elliot repeated, his voice more insistent now. The figure turned to him, their expression unreadable. The forest's power is ancient, but so is the hunger that once corrupted it. The two are linked. The forest carries the memories of its past, and not all memories are peaceful. Some are violent, dark, and they are waking. Elliot felt a chill creep along his neck, the hairs on the back of his head standing on end. So, the fire didn't fix everything. The figure shook their head. The fire did not erase the past. It only freed the forest from its chains. It is now up to you to ensure that the old wounds do not awaken, or worse, grow into something else entirely. What's coming? Elliot asked, his voice almost a whisper. The figure didn't answer right away. They stared into the distance as if searching for something Elliot couldn't see. Then they turned their gaze back to him, and their eyes were heavy, filled with a sorrow that was both ancient and tragic. A darkness older than you realize. It is tied to the fire, tied to you. The flames you wield are not just destructive. They are a beacon, and they will draw those who still hunger. Elliot's heart raced, a sharp spike of fear shooting through him. The hunger, he remembered it well, that endless, gnawing darkness that had once tried to consume him. But that was gone, wasn't it? The creature he had fought, the shadows that had twisted the land, they were gone. Or were they? How do I stop it? Elliot asked, his voice trembling now, despite his best efforts to steady it. How do I keep this from coming back? The figure gave a small, knowing smile, though it was tinged with something like regret. You don't. Elliot blinked, confused. I don't. No, the figure said, their voice heavy with truth. You can't stop it. You can only contain it. Elliot took a step back, a rush of frustration and confusion flooding through him. Contain it? But how? His chest tightened, the weight of responsibility suddenly crashing down on him. You said the fire awakened something. What if it awakened something worse? What if I? You will make mistakes, the figure interrupted gently. Everyone does. You are only human after all. The words stung, but Elliot couldn't argue with them. There was a raw honesty in the figure's voice that both soothed and unsettled him. He was human. He wasn't invincible. The fire, the forest, these were powers he didn't fully understand. But that didn't mean he couldn't learn. He had to. So what now? Elliot asked, his voice steadier now, though his mind was reeling. What am I supposed to do? The figure reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Their touch was surprisingly warm, grounding, like a force pulling him back from the edge of his own uncertainty. You begin the journey. You will learn the ways of the forest. Learn its songs, its rhythms. The flame inside you will guide you, but remember, it is not the only force at work here. Elliot nodded, absorbing the words. But I don't understand. You said I'm tied to the forest now. What does that mean? What does it mean to be a guardian? The figure's gaze softened. It means you will stand watch. You will protect this land from what wishes to corrupt it again. The fire inside you will help, but it is not your weapon. It is your light. It will illuminate the truth when you need it most. It will show you where the forest's wounds lie, but it cannot heal them for you. Only your choices will do that. The weight of their words pressed heavily on Elliot's chest, but something else stirred within him too. The fire that still flickered deep within him was a power, yes, but it was not a power to be wielded recklessly. It was a gift, one that needed care. He could feel it like a living pulse that connected him to the land, to the creatures, to the very soul of the forest. The darkness was not gone. It had only retreated, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. The fire had given him a chance, but it was his responsibility now to guard the flame, and in turn guard the forest from what lurked in the dark. He looked around at the newly vibrant trees, the soft glow of the forest surrounding him. The air was thick with possibility, with life. But Elliot knew now that every flicker of the fire, every gust of wind, every whisper of leaves was a reminder of the delicate balance he had to maintain. The forest had been healed, but only for now. "I will stand watch," he said quietly, a vow forming in his chest. "I'll protect it." The figure nodded once, their expression unreadable but approving. "Good. Remember this, the fire will always burn. But it is not the fire that will keep the darkness at bay. It is your will." With that, the figure turned and faded into the woods, vanishing as quietly as they had arrived. And Elliot, standing alone in the heart of the forest, felt something stir within him. A fire, a light, and a purpose. The journey had just begun. The forest was still. Still in a way that felt almost unnatural. The whisper of leaves, the hum of insects, the soft rustling of animals moving through the underbrush, all those sounds existed, but they seemed muffled now, distant. Elliot stood at the center of it all, the heart of the land he was now bound to, and for the first time he felt the full weight of the responsibility pressing down on him. The figure, whoever they were, had made it clear. The forest was alive and it was his to protect. But protect from what? His mind raced with possibilities, things lurking in the corners of his thoughts, dangers that might rise from the deep woods, from the shadows where the hunger had once resided. The fire inside him flickered faintly, a reminder that he was not alone in this. The flame was his companion, his guide, and now it would lead him through the unknown. The world felt larger now, as if the very land had expanded in the moments since the figure had vanished. The trees, the soil, the air, they all seemed to be watching him, waiting for his next move. A low rumble, like distant thunder, echoed through the ground. The forest seemed to shiver, its pulse momentarily quickening. Elliot's eyes snapped upward. The sky above had darkened in the span of a breath, the clouds gathering with unnatural speed. The forest, though still vibrant with life, felt off, as though something were stirring beneath its surface. A ripple of tension, a ripple of unease. The fire within him responded immediately, its heat growing ever so slightly, a comforting reminder that he wasn't completely alone in this strange, new reality. But it was also a warning. The fire burned hot, but it burned alone. Without purpose, it was nothing more than chaos. It needed direction. Elliot took a deep breath, pulling the warmth of the fire closer to his core, grounding himself before setting off. He didn't know what he was looking for, but the land did. The pulse of the earth, the rhythm of the trees, all seemed to call to him. He just had to listen. As he moved deeper into the forest, the trees grew denser, their trunks thicker, their canopy so high above that the sky was barely visible. The air was cool here, thick with moisture. Each step he took seemed to echo in the silence, and though the forest was teeming with life, the atmosphere was oppressive, as though the land itself was holding its breath. A strange, deep sound reached his ears, a guttural growl that sent a shiver down his spine. The sound was low, primal, like something ancient, something buried, and it did not belong here. The trees seemed to part around him as if guiding him toward it, pushing him forward as his heart quickened, instinct screaming at him to stay alert. And then he saw it. A clearing. Dark, deep, and full of shadows, despite the daylight that should have illuminated it. The trees here were twisted, gnarled, as if something had warped them, pulled them into unnatural shapes. In the center of the clearing, a great stone altar stood, worn and ancient, its surface covered in moss and the remnants of dried leaves. But it was not the altar that drew his attention. It was the marking on it. At first, he thought it was a trick of the light, but as he stepped closer, he realized it wasn't. The stone was covered in symbols, symbols he had never seen before. They were carved into the surface of the altar, deep and jagged, almost as if they had been burned into the stone with the same fire that had surged through him. The fire. Elliot's pulse quickened. He could feel the heat within him responding to the altar's presence, to the energy that seemed to radiate from the stone. It wasn't the familiar warmth of the forest, the quiet, comforting heat of life. This was something older, darker. It was the heat of the past, of something that had been buried here long ago, something waiting to be unleashed. He reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing against the surface of the stone. The moment his skin made contact, the ground beneath him seemed to tremble. The shadows deepened around him, swirling in a slow, deliberate pattern, like they were waking from a long slumber. A deep, menacing growl rumbled once more, louder this time, and Elliot's heart leapt into his throat. He pulled his hand back, his breath catching in his chest. Something was here. Something had been waiting for him. From the shadows, something moved. It was a creature, but not in the way he had expected. It wasn't an animal, not quite. It was humanoid in shape, but its skin was a mottled gray, stretched tight over bones that jutted out at unnatural angles. Its eyes, when they opened, were pools of black, so deep they seemed to absorb the light around them. The thing crawled toward him, its limbs moving with a terrifying, unnatural fluidity, as though it was made of shadows itself. Elliot's fire flared inside him, the warmth now burning brightly, but it wasn't enough. Not enough to face this thing. The creature's mouth opened, revealing rows of jagged teeth, and it hissed, the sound more like the rustling of dead leaves than anything human. Its breath was thick with decay, and as it moved closer, Elliot could feel the air around him grow heavy, thick, as if something was pulling at the very oxygen in his lungs. He backed away, his instincts screaming at him to flee, but the creature's eyes locked onto his, and for a moment, Elliot felt as though it could see everything. His past, his fears, his doubts. It was then that the flames inside him answered. With a force he didn't expect, Elliot thrust his hands forward, and the fire exploded from his fingertips, erupting in a brilliant surge of heat and light. The creature recoiled, its black eyes narrowing as it was pushed back by the force of the flames. It let out a high-pitched screech that pierced the air, but the fire followed it, crawling along the creature's body, eating away at its shadows, at its essence. The creature writhed, but it didn't retreat. It only grew more furious. With a guttural roar, it lunged forward, its claws reaching for Elliot's throat. He barely managed to dodge, but the creature's claws raked across his arm, leaving deep, searing burns that felt like ice and fire all at once. Elliot gritted his teeth, clutching at his bleeding arm, but the fire inside him flared once more, a flare of white-hot rage and fear. He could feel the power of the forest flowing through him, the pulse of life and death, of balance and chaos. The fire had always been his, but now it was the forest's too, and it was time to reclaim what had been lost. He thrust both hands forward again, and this time the flames roared in response. The creature screeched, its body writhing in agony as the fire consumed it. The shadows around it shattered, like glass breaking into 1,000 shards, and the creature let out one final desperate scream before it disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only a cloud of ash that drifted away on the wind. The clearing fell silent. The flames in Elliot's hands flickered and died, leaving him standing alone in the center of the eerie, shadowed space. His heart was pounding in his chest, and the pain in his arm was sharp, but he knew he had won. For now. But something still lingered. The burn of the forest's energy in his veins, the sense that the shadows were not truly gone. He wasn't finished. Not yet. The fire had answered him. But there was more to do. The darkness was not gone. It had only been delayed. Elliot stepped back from the altar, his resolve hardening. The forest had been waiting, and so had he. The journey was just beginning. Elliot's hand, still trembling from the encounter, rested on the altar for just a moment longer, as if seeking its lingering warmth, a connection to the fire that had burned so fiercely. But there was something darker beneath that heat now, something that had been awakened, a shadow of things past that refused to die. The forest around him was quiet again, but it felt heavier, as though the air itself was thick with secrets waiting to be unearthed. He took a deep breath, his body tense, as if the very ground beneath his feet was watching him, waiting for his next move. The flames within him still pulsed, a steady rhythm like the beat of a heart, and despite the pain from the creature's claws, the fire inside him felt strangely invigorating. He could feel its heat in his chest, a burning resolve that wouldn't allow him to turn away, to leave this forest untended. The creature, the one born of shadows and decay, was gone for now. But its presence had marked something, something that couldn't be erased so easily. Elliot backed away from the altar, his steps deliberate but cautious. He couldn't shake the feeling that something still lingered in the air, a trace of the darkness that had once corrupted this land. The encounter with the creature had felt like a violent rupture, but Elliot could sense the echoes of its power in the earth, in the very bones of the forest. It was there, beneath the surface, like a silent hum, waiting for the right moment to stir again. He turned, his gaze falling on the path he had come from, the way back to the heart of the forest. It was still early in the day, though the sun had been swallowed by thick clouds that hung low in the sky. The wind, once gentle, had picked up, rustling the leaves with a sharp, almost impatient whisper. The forest was unsettled. It knew something was wrong. The voice of the figure, the one who had guided him to this place, echoed faintly in his mind. You will make mistakes. Everyone does. But your will is what will protect this land. Elliot's hand clenched around the hilt of the small dagger he had found in the cabin all those days ago, the blade still gleaming faintly despite the dirt and scratches from his journey. It was a symbol of something small yet significant. He wasn't here to be a warrior. He wasn't meant to wield power like a hammer to crush the darkness. But the fire inside him, it was different. It wasn't a weapon. Not in the way most people would understand. It was a part of him. A tool, a flame to light the way when everything else was shrouded in shadow. He couldn't ignore the fire. But neither could he ignore the land beneath his feet, the ancient pulse that had been awakened. If the forest had been scarred by the hunger, then it had been scarred in ways that went beyond what the eye could see. He began walking again, the distance from the altar growing, but the sense of urgency inside him only deepening. He had to find it. Find whatever it was that had been left behind. He had to understand it. Minutes passed, and the once peaceful sounds of the forest now seemed distant, like the echoes of a forgotten memory. The wind stirred the branches of the trees, but their leaves weren't just rustling. They seemed to be whispering, sending a chill down his spine. The deeper he went, the more the shadows stretched, thicker, more oppressive. The once vibrant green of the trees seemed to darken, the trunks now slick with a dampness that wasn't natural. Even the light filtering through the canopy above seemed muted, dimmed as though it, too, was afraid of what lay deeper in the woods. It wasn't long before Elliot came upon another clearing, but this one was different from the last. It was quiet. Too quiet. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth, but there was something else. Something acrid. A burning metal tang like rust. A distant, sour smell that turned his stomach. And then, his gaze fell on what lay at the center of the clearing. A large, crumbling stone structure, half sunken into the earth. It was a ruined foundation, the remnants of something that had been lost to time. Its walls were jagged, the stones warped and cracked, and what remained of the roof had long since caved in. But it wasn't the structure itself that caught Elliot's attention. It was what was inside. At the center of the foundation, there was a pool of still water, black as pitch, reflecting nothing but darkness. But even in the dim light, something moved beneath the surface. Something stirred in the deep. Elliot's breath caught in his throat. The fire inside him, usually steady and warm, flared sharply like a warning. His hand instinctively reached for the dagger at his side, but the sense of danger was different now. The air itself felt wrong. It felt alive with malice, as though whatever was in that pool was calling to him, luring him closer with some hidden promise. What is this place? Elliot muttered under his breath, his voice lost in the heavy silence. He didn't move closer. His instincts screamed at him to leave, to turn back and never look at the water again. But the fire inside him burned brighter, a pulsing heat in his chest that seemed to urge him on, urging him to face whatever lay in that shadowed pool. You must know. The voice from earlier, the one that had guided him, seemed to speak once more, faint, like a whisper caught on the wind. The fire has awoken more than you realize. You must know what it is you are protecting. Elliot took a cautious step forward, his gaze fixed on the pool. His breath grew shallow as he watched the water ripple, faint circles forming around something large and dark shifting beneath the surface. And then, as if it had been waiting for him to draw near, the water broke. The surface of the pool split open with a sickening sound, as something vast and grotesque rose from the depths. It wasn't a creature, at least not in the way he understood creatures. It was an absence, a void, something that sucked the very light from the air around it. The shape was massive. Its surface seemed to ripple and undulate, as though it were made of smoke or shadows, or something beyond understanding. A great, dark mass rose from the water, towering over him, its form formless and shifting, an embodiment of the darkness he had felt before, but more powerful, more ancient. Elliot could feel the pull of it, the way it called to something deep inside him, like a song only he could hear, a melody of hunger. His heart raced, and for a moment, fear overtook him. This was the darkness, the hunger that had been contained, buried beneath the forest for so long. It was still here waiting, and it was not alone. The fire inside Elliot flared again, But this time it wasn't a gentle, guiding warmth. This time it was a violent surge of heat, a crackling, burning inferno. It answered the pull of the darkness, matching its coldness with a fierce warmth. He could feel the fire burning hotter than ever before, but it wasn't enough. Not yet. It was just the beginning. Elliot took a deep breath, his resolve hardening as he stared into the abyss. This was it. The fight was here. The forest had awakened, and so had the darkness that had festered in its depths. The flames roared inside him, ready to face what was to come. And so he stepped forward. Elliot's heart hammered in his chest, the fire inside him a searing pressure that refused to be ignored. The dark, amorphous mass before him loomed, its very presence distorting the air. It wasn't simply a creature, it was a force. A hollow, gnawing void that seemed to breathe in and out, its shape flickering like the reflection of a nightmare. The hunger radiating from it was palpable, thick enough to taste, filling his mouth with the bitter tang of dread. He took a step closer, his muscles tense, every nerve in his body screaming for him to turn back. But he couldn't. He wouldn't. The fire inside him burned with an urgency he couldn't explain, but it felt familiar, like an instinct that had always been buried deep within him, waiting for this moment, for the time when the darkness would rise again. The creature, or whatever it was, shifted in the pool, sending ripples that seemed to radiate outward in slow motion. It was vast, impossibly large, and though it lacked any real form, it pulsed with a kind of terrible presence that sent waves of nausea crashing through Elliot's gut. It was the hunger. It had always been here, beneath the surface of the forest, but now it had found its way to the surface. Now it had found him. And he could feel the fire within him growing in response, its flickers turning to full, fierce flames, licking at his insides with a scorching heat that threatened to consume him from within. But the fire wasn't just answering the void, it was attuned to it. It was in sync with it, like two opposing forces locked in a dance, tugging and pulling at the fabric of reality itself. "You have come for the heart of the forest, haven't you?" A voice, low, rasping, like the sound of 1,000 leaves crumbling to dust, slithered out of the darkness. The words were not spoken, but rather felt, deep within his mind, an invasion of thoughts that were not his own. "You carry the flame, yes. But do you truly understand its power?" Elliot's hand tightened around the dagger at his side, though he knew it was useless against the force before him. This wasn't a creature he could slay with a blade. This was something far older, far more insidious. The fire within him was his only weapon, and even that felt small in comparison to the vast emptiness before him. "You cannot defeat me," the voice whispered again, louder now as the mass of darkness stirred. "I was born in the depths of this world, in the very cracks and crevices you cannot even imagine. You are but a fleeting spark in my presence, a flash in the dark. I am the shadow that hungers, the one that was always here, and I will consume you." Elliot's chest tightened, his breathing becoming shallow as the words burrowed into his mind like worms, feeding on his fear. But deep down, a spark of defiance began to kindle. This was what he had been brought here for. This was why the fire had awakened within him. Not to destroy the forest, not to leave it in ashes, but to protect it. And to protect it, he had to face this ancient evil. He had to stand against it, no matter how impossible the task seemed. "I will stop you," Elliot said, his voice a rasp, though it was steady. He took another step forward, his eyes never leaving the swirling darkness. The ground beneath his feet trembled. The very air around him seemed to crackle with an eerie energy as the void before him began to expand, its edges curling like smoke, distorting and growing. It was feeding on his fear, he realized, drawing from his uncertainty, his doubt. But the fire inside him flared, a surge of warmth that spread from his chest and down through his limbs, through the blood in his veins, until every fiber of his being burned with purpose. "I will stop you," he repeated, his voice rising now, the words gaining strength. The flames in him blazed brighter, fierce and hot, like an inferno roaring to life. The dark mass before him wavered. For a moment, Elliot thought he saw something within it, something darker than the shadows themselves, a swirling blackness that was not part of the void. As he realized, eyes made of pure, endless night. And then he saw the shape, vaguely humanoid but contorted, twisted by the hunger that flowed through it. It was watching him, feeling him. The flames within him surged again, a wave of heat that he channeled, pushing it outward with all the force he could muster. Fire erupted from his hands, streaking through the air toward the dark mass with a roar, bright and violent. The instant the fire hit the pool, the world seemed to hold its breath. The dark mass recoiled, twisting violently, the sound of 1,000 voices screaming in unison, all of them filled with a terrible, unspeakable agony. The fire burned through the air like a star being born, but it wasn't enough to quell the vastness of the shadow. It shrieked in rage, its shape warping, and for a moment Elliot thought he saw it tear, as though the fire was beginning to burn through it. But then something changed. The shadow shifted, expanding rapidly, a mass of black tendrils stretching out from the center of the pool, lashing out like great writhing serpents. They whipped through the air, aiming straight for him. The fire in his chest flared, but it wasn't enough. The darkness was growing faster than he could contain it. One of the tendrils struck the ground beside him, slamming into the earth with a force that made the ground shake beneath his feet. The impact sent a shockwave of power rippling through the forest, knocking Elliot to the ground. He hit the cold earth hard, gasping for breath as his chest constricted with the overwhelming weight of the force pressing down on him. His heart raced, and for a moment, the fire inside him faltered, flickering in the face of the darkness. But then he heard it. A faint, distant whisper, rising from the depths of his soul. "You are not alone." The words were soft, but they filled him with a sense of clarity. The forest was with him. The flames were with him. He was the guardian now, and the fire inside him was a part of this world, a part of this fight. The words of the figure he had met earlier came flooding back. The fire will always burn. But it is not the fire that will keep the darkness at bay. It is your will. Elliot's eyes snapped open. The fire was his. He was its master. He could not let it falter now. He could not let the darkness win. With a fierce cry, Elliot pushed himself to his feet, his body surging with renewed strength. He raised his hands and the fire responded, stronger than ever before, a tide of light that poured out from his chest and engulfed the tendrils that sought to smother him. The flame erupted with a deafening roar, a tidal wave of fire that swallowed the darkness whole. The forest around him began to tremble, the trees shaking as the light of the fire spread out in all directions, burning away the shadows. But the darkness wasn't gone. It fought back, shifting, coiling, but each wave of fire cut through it like a blade through water, carving away at its insidious mass. Elliot didn't stop. The fire burned brighter, stronger, its heat radiating from him, pushing back the void with every step he took forward. His arms were shaking with the intensity of it, but he held his ground. The fire wasn't just his. It was their fire, the forest's fire. And together they would keep the darkness at bay. The dark mass screeched one last time, a sound so terrible it reverberated through the very bones of the earth, before it began to break apart. The tendrils disintegrated, the void unraveling like threads in the wind. And then the forest was still again. Elliot stood there, panting, his breath ragged. The fire inside him flickered, its heat still a steady warmth in his chest, but the immediate danger had passed. The shadows were retreating, their hold on the land broken for now. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart still pounding. The battle was won, but he knew this wasn't the end. The darkness would return. It would always return. But so would the fire. And he would be ready. The silence that followed the collapse of the dark mass felt strange, as if the forest had held its breath and was now exhaling, stretching its limbs after a long and weary slumber. The air around Elliot was thick with heat, the embers of his fire crackling softly in his chest, still glowing with residual power. His hands shook, but not from fear anymore. The fire inside him had become something more than just a weapon. It had become an extension of himself, a part of his soul that guided him when his body faltered. But even as the flames settled, the weight of what he had just faced hung heavily in the air. The void, the hunger, it had been driven back, but Elliot knew it hadn't been destroyed. It was not something that could be destroyed so easily. The creature, the presence, was a force, not a being. It could not be vanquished by fire or flame alone. He gazed into the clearing, his breath steadying as the last of the smoke cleared from his surroundings. The pool, once dark and corrupted, was now nothing more than a deep, empty basin in the earth. The water had receded, leaving only the wet stone beneath, slick and cold to the touch. The fire within him hummed, a constant presence at the back of his mind. The warmth had settled back to a simmering glow, a steady beat that pulsed like a heartbeat in his chest. The energy was still there, but now it felt focused, as if the fire understood something he did not. It had been a beacon, a light to burn through the darkness, but now it seemed to have become something more. What am I supposed to do with it now? Elliot ran a hand over his face, trying to gather his thoughts, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The force he had just faced, the darkness, it wasn't gone. It was still lingering in the corners of his mind, a whisper on the wind. He could feel its presence, as though it were waiting for the moment when his guard would drop, when his resolve would falter. "You cannot defeat me," the voice had said, and for a moment Elliot had believed it. But now, with the fire coursing through him, he realized that it wasn't about defeating the darkness. It was about containing it, about keeping it at bay, keeping it from devouring the forest, from consuming everything. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves above him, and the temperature dropped noticeably. For a moment, Elliot stood there, breathing deeply, feeling the shift in the atmosphere. He could sense the forest's pulse, feel it thrum beneath his feet like the beat of a drum. The fire in him responded, its heat rising once more, and he realized the forest had been waiting for him. Not to destroy the darkness, but to guard it, to keep it contained. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shifted again, but this time, it wasn't a force of evil or malevolent power. It was a ripple of change, a soft stirring of life beneath the soil. A single tree, one that had been standing still in the distance, began to tremble. Its bark cracked, and from the center of its trunk, a golden light began to emerge, pulsing gently at first, then growing brighter. Elliot's heart skipped a beat. He recognized that light. It was the same warmth that had ignited within him. The forest's pulse, its heart, was awakening. Without thinking, he stepped forward, drawn to the glowing tree. The light intensified as he approached, and he could feel the power in the air, like an electric charge building around him. The fire inside him flared in response, as though it too recognized the significance of this moment. When he reached the base of the tree, the ground beneath him opened slightly, revealing a stone slab. The light seemed to pour directly from the tree into the stone, illuminating it with a warm, golden glow. Elliot knelt, his hands trembling, and placed his palm against the slab. For a long moment, nothing happened. The stone was cold, hard, and unyielding. But as he pressed harder, the fire inside him flared once again, brighter this time, as if it were calling the stone to open, urging it to reveal what lay hidden within. The slab cracked. It was slow at first, a faint sound like the deep groan of the earth itself. But then it split, the stone shifting apart to reveal an ancient, intricately carved chest. The air around it crackled with the same golden energy that had been pulsing through the tree, as if this chest, this relic, was tied to the very heart of the forest. Elliot's breath hitched. What was this? The fire inside him surged again, and for the first time, Elliot felt like he wasn't alone in this. The flames were no longer just his, they were a part of the forest, a part of something much older than him, something that had been waiting for this moment. He reached out, carefully, his fingers brushing the carved wood of the chest. As soon as his hand made contact, the chest clicked open, and with a rush of air, the top fell back, revealing its contents. Inside there was nothing but a small, crystal-clear sphere. It seemed to pulse with light, a soft glow that swirled within its depths, like an eternal fire locked in the heart of the stone. The sphere was cool to the touch, its surface smooth and unblemished. Elliot stared at it for a long moment, feeling a sense of recognition, like it was meant for him, like it was a key to something greater. The fire inside him flared once more, and he reached for it, his hand shaking as he touched the cool surface of the sphere. The moment his fingers made contact, the sphere reacted. A burst of golden light shot through him, so bright that he had to close his eyes against its brilliance. When he opened them again, the forest had changed. The trees were taller, the leaves greener, the air more vibrant with life. The darkness, the shadows that had once lurked at the edges, seemed to recede, drawn back by the light emanating from the sphere. It was as if the very essence of the forest had been rejuvenated, its heart beating once again. And then the voice came again. "You are the flame." It was softer now, but the words carried more weight. "You are the keeper of the fire, the guardian of this land. You will protect it from the darkness that still stirs beneath the soil. But you are not alone. The forest is with you. And the fire will always burn." Elliot felt the words sink deep into his soul, and he understood. This was why he had been chosen, why the fire had awakened within him. It wasn't just about stopping the darkness, it was about ensuring that it never grew strong enough to swallow the forest again. The fire was his, but it was also the forest's. It was a force of life, of protection, and together they would defend this land. The fire inside him flared, a brilliant warmth that spread through his veins, and he knew in that moment that he was no longer just a visitor in this forest. He was its guardian. The fire was his to wield, to protect, and to keep the darkness at bay. And as the last remnants of the shadow faded into the earth, Elliot stood tall, the crystal sphere pulsing in his hand, the flames inside him burning bright and steady. The forest was safe for now, but the journey was far from over. The fire had awakened, and so had the true heart of the forest, and together they would endure. Elliot stood in the heart of the forest, the air around him still thick with the warmth of the fire that burned within him. The golden light from the sphere flickered softly in his hand, the light pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. There was no doubt in his mind now. The forest was alive and it was waiting for him to guide it, to protect it. The darkness, though pushed back for now, would rise again. And when it did, he would be ready. The fire inside him was a constant companion, a flame that would not be extinguished. It was his responsibility to carry it forward, to ensure that the hunger that had once consumed this land would never return. But the weight of that knowledge settled heavily on his shoulders. The task ahead would not be easy. The forest was vast, and the shadows that lingered within it were deep. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, and the distant sound of thunder rumbled through the sky, as if the land itself were responding to his thoughts. He looked up at the trees around him, their leaves shimmering in the golden light, and he felt a deep connection to them, a bond that went beyond mere survival. The fire was not just a weapon, it was a lifeline, a tether to the land, to the world he now stood to protect. But what was he protecting it from? The sphere in his hand seemed to answer the question, its glow brightening for a moment as if it were alive. Elliot turned it over carefully, inspecting the intricate markings that ran across its surface. He had felt its power when he touched it, but there was something else, something more. The sphere held secrets, ancient and buried deep within the forest. He could feel them now, pressing against his consciousness as though they were waiting to be unlocked. A low, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the air, and for the first time, Elliot felt the forest speaking to him, not with words but with a feeling, an ancient pulse of energy that thrummed through the earth beneath him, through the air he breathed. It was as if the entire forest was calling to him, urging him to understand, to see the truth hidden beneath the surface. He turned his gaze toward the distant shadows of the trees, his eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of the feeling that gripped him. There was something waiting, something ancient, something that had been hidden for centuries. It was not the darkness, not the hunger that had threatened this place before, but something else, something far older. His hand instinctively tightened around the sphere. The fire inside him burned hotter, a beacon of warmth and light in the growing chill of the evening air. The sphere responded, its pulse quickening as if it understood his thoughts, his doubts, his fears. He had to know. He had to understand what was coming next. With a deep breath, Elliot stepped forward, moving toward the shadows of the trees, his feet crunching softly on the forest floor. The fire within him crackled with anticipation, and though his mind was clouded with uncertainty, he could feel the direction he needed to go. The fire had led him here. It would lead him further still. The forest was not a passive thing, it was alive, it was aware. And now it was waiting. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, the canopy above thickening, blocking out the fading light of the day. The trees here were older, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their bark dark and rough. The ground beneath his feet became more uneven, the roots of the ancient trees snaking out like fingers, twisting and tangling. Elliot felt a strange sensation wash over him as he moved forward. It was as if the forest itself were watching him, its every movement calculated and deliberate. The fire inside him burned brighter, but the shadows seemed to grow deeper, the silence around him heavier. Suddenly, the ground shifted beneath him, and he stumbled, his hand shooting out to steady himself against the trunk of a nearby tree. The fire inside him flared with an intensity that startled him, and he quickly stood upright, his eyes scanning the darkness around him. And then he saw it. In the distance, through the trees, he saw a faint, flickering light, golden, like the glow of a distant flame. But this light was not coming from his hand, nor from the sphere. It was coming from the heart of the forest, from beyond the shadows. Elliot's breath caught in his throat. It was the same golden light that had emanated from the tree earlier, the one that had awakened the relic he now held in his hand. But this light felt different. It wasn't the same warmth he had felt before. This light was ancient, old beyond comprehension, and it called to him. Without thinking, he began walking toward it, the fire in his chest burning brighter with each step. The path ahead was unclear, but the light pulled him forward like a magnetic force. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the more the shadows stretched around him, and the trees seemed to close in, their twisted limbs reaching out as though to keep him from going any further. But the light, it was there, and it was waiting. The path was narrow now, and the air was thick with a damp, earthy smell, the ground soft beneath his feet. The fire inside him crackled, lighting the way, but the light ahead was far brighter, a warmth that reached into the deepest corners of the forest, as if it had been there for centuries, hidden in the folds of time. He pushed forward, ignoring the creeping sense of unease that gnawed at the back of his mind. The fire in his chest was his strength, his ally, and he would not allow it to falter. But as he stepped into a small clearing, his eyes widened in shock. Before him stood a massive stone structure, covered in vines and moss, its surface carved with symbols he didn't recognize. The structure was ancient, far older than anything he had seen before, and it radiated a sense of power that made his skin prickle. The golden light was coming from within the stone. Elliot stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The fire inside him surged, and the spear in his hand began to hum, its pulse matching the rhythm of the light. He could feel it now, the connection between them, the fire and the stone. The forest had led him here. The fire had led him here. He knelt before the stone structure, his hands shaking as he reached out, pressing the spear into the cold, ancient stone. As soon as his fingers made contact, a deep rumble echoed through the clearing, the ground beneath him vibrating with a strange energy. The fire within him flared, its heat intensifying, and the golden light from within the stone structure exploded outward, engulfing him in its brilliance. For a moment, Elliot couldn't see anything. The world around him was consumed by the light, and he could feel the fire inside him merge with the light, becoming one with it. The warmth wrapped around him, a comforting embrace, and then the light faded, and before him stood an opening in the stone. Inside, the glow of the fire had not dimmed. It was here, in the heart of the stone, a great chamber that stretched deeper into the earth, filled with symbols and carvings, all etched into the walls. The chamber was vast, far larger than anything Elliot could have imagined, its ceiling disappearing into the shadows above. And at the center of the chamber was something waiting, something ancient, something alive. Elliot stepped forward, the fire within him burning with an intensity he had never known, and as he entered the chamber he knew this was the heart of the forest, the true heart, the source of the light, and it was calling him. The keeper's path had begun. The air in the chamber was thick with age, the walls of the stone structure worn smooth by centuries of time. The golden light that filled the space seemed to pulse, emanating from the center of the room like a heartbeat, casting long shadows that danced across the ancient carvings. Elliot could feel the weight of the place pressing down on him, as though the very stones themselves were alive, watching, waiting. The fire inside him burned hotter, brighter, its warmth radiating outward, as though in response to the energy that thrummed through the walls. He took a step forward, his boots echoing on the stone floor, the sound sharp in the otherwise silent chamber. His heart pounded in his chest, but not with fear. No, it was something else. Anticipation. The feeling that something immense was about to unfold, something that would change everything he thought he knew about himself and the world he had entered. The carvings on the walls seemed to shimmer in the flickering golden light, their patterns complex and ancient, unlike anything he had ever seen before. They were symbols of life, of death, of nature's eternal cycle. As he moved closer, Elliot could make out shapes and forms within the patterns. Figures entwined with trees, creatures of the forest, and towering, formless beings that seemed to drift between light and shadow. There were stories here, hidden in the stone, waiting to be read. But there was no time for them now. The sphere in his hand grew warmer, its glow intensifying as he neared the center of the chamber. And there, in the heart of the room, stood a pedestal, a simple, weathered stone platform, worn down by time but still standing firm. Atop it, cradled by the stone, was a seed. It was no ordinary seed. It was large, nearly the size of his palm, and it seemed to pulse with an inner light, radiating a golden warmth that filled the room with a soft glow. Its surface was smooth, but there was something unmistakably alive about it, something ancient, something vast. As if it were the seed of something that had been planted long ago, waiting for the right moment to take root and grow. Elliot stood before it, his breath caught in his throat. The fire inside him swirled, responding to the seed, and for a moment, he was filled with the overwhelming sense that this was the source of the fire, the source of the power that had awakened within him. The seed was not just a part of the forest, it was the forest, the heartbeat of the land itself, and it had been waiting for him. He approached slowly, the flames in his chest flickering brighter as he drew nearer. His hands reached out, trembling with the weight of the moment, and when his fingers brushed against the seed, it was as if 1,000 voices whispered in unison, soft, like the rustling of leaves in a quiet forest. The voices filled his mind, a deep, resonant sound that felt like it had been echoing for eons. You are the flame, the keeper of the fire, the guardian of the forest. The words came without warning, spoken not in language but in feeling, in sensation. Elliot could feel them in his bones, in the marrow of his soul, and in that moment he understood. The fire inside him, the golden light in the seed, the forest itself, it was all connected. The forest was not just alive, it was aware. It had always been aware, and it had chosen him to be its keeper. He could feel the weight of that responsibility settle over him, a mantle that was both heavy and comforting. It was his duty to protect this land, to ensure that the darkness never returned. But more than that, it was his calling, to nurture the forest, to guide its growth, and to be the flame that would keep the shadows at bay. Elliot's heart raced as the fire within him flared once more, its heat rising in his chest, a steady and rhythmic pulse that matched the thrum of the seed. The light from the seed began to grow brighter, and for a moment, Elliot was bathed in its golden glow. He could feel the power coursing through him now, the energy of the forest, the energy of life, filling him, merging with him, becoming a part of him. "Take it," the voices whispered again. "Plant it." The command was clear, and though it came as a quiet murmur, it resonated with a force that could not be ignored. Elliot's hand, guided by the fire, reached down and gently cupped the seed in his palm. Its surface was smooth and warm, like a living heartbeat. He could feel its pulse, its rhythm, and the fire inside him surged once more, filling his veins with light. He closed his eyes for a moment, the golden glow washing over him, and he felt something deep within him shift. He understood then that the seed was not just a part of the forest, it was the heart of it, the forest's very essence. And he, Elliot, was the keeper of that heart. His hand trembled as he lifted the seed from the pedestal. The fire in his chest roared, and he moved toward the center of the chamber, where the stone floor was cracked and worn. There, in the very heart of the chamber, the earth was soft, rich with the nutrients of the forest, and he knew that this was where the seed needed to be planted. Kneeling down, he pressed the seed into the earth, feeling it sink into the soil, its warmth seeping into the ground beneath him. As soon as it touched the earth, the fire inside him flared with an intense, brilliant heat. It was as if the seed recognized the fire, and the fire recognized the seed. And in that moment, Elliot could feel the forest stir, as though it were waking from a long slumber. The earth trembled beneath him, and the golden light from the seed began to spread outwards, crawling across the stone floor, seeping into the cracks in the walls, filling the room with a warmth that was both terrifying and exhilarating. The fire inside him responded, flaring brighter, as though it were being called to join with the light. And then the ground shifted. The seed, planted deep in the earth, began to grow. Slowly at first, as if awakening from a long, deep sleep. The light surrounding it grew brighter, its golden hue now enveloping the entire chamber, until the walls seemed to dissolve into a radiant, blinding glow. Elliot's heart beat in time with the growing light, the fire within him roaring, feeding the energy that now coursed through the forest. Roots began to spread from the seed, twisting and turning beneath the stone, branching out into the earth. And as the roots spread, the forest above began to respond. Trees outside the chamber swayed, their leaves rustling, and the ground outside trembled with the rhythm of the growing plant. It was not just a tree that was growing, it was the forest itself. The fire inside Elliot flared once more, a beacon that drew the forest to him, that connected him to the land. And then, as the light from the seed reached its zenith, the energy surged, and Elliot felt himself pulled, as if the fire, the forest, the seed, everything, was drawing him in, merging with him. The chamber pulsed, and then, in one final, blinding flash of light, everything went dark. Elliot felt himself falling, the fire inside him flickering wildly, his consciousness spiraling into nothingness. And then, nothing. Silence. He wasn't sure how long it had been. Moments? Hours? The pull of the darkness had been strong, and yet he was still alive, still aware. Slowly, his senses began to return to him, and when his eyes opened, he found himself standing once more in the heart of the forest. The seed had grown, its golden light now intertwined with the trees around him, the roots of the ancient plants stretching far deeper into the earth, feeding on the fire that now burned bright within him. The fire had become the forest, and the forest had become the fire. He was no longer just a keeper. He was a part of it, the heart of the forest. The journey was far from over, but the path ahead was clear. The forest would grow, the fire would burn, and together they would protect the land. Forever. Elliot's senses sharpened. The silence that had once been so overwhelming now felt full, brimming with the hum of life. The fire inside him still burned, but it was no longer just a force inside his chest. It had become part of the very earth beneath his feet, the wind that whispered through the leaves, the roots that coiled deep in the soil. The forest was alive, no longer simply a place, but a being, a living entity with its own pulse, its own breath. The golden light that had once radiated from the seed was now woven into the very fabric of the forest. Each tree, each stone, each blade of grass seemed to glow with an inner fire. The ground itself hummed beneath him as if the entire forest was awake, fully aware of his presence. And as the fire inside him flared again, Elliot realized the true scope of his transformation. He was no longer just a guardian. He was the heart of the forest itself. The fire that had once burned within him now burned across the land, a fire that could not be extinguished, a light that would never die. He took a slow step forward, his feet feeling the soft, damp earth beneath him. The air was rich with the scent of pine, damp moss, and the earthy fragrance of the forest floor. The trees around him seemed to lean closer, their branches swaying gently as if in greeting. The wind whispered in his ears, and for a moment he swore he could hear voices, soft murmurs indistinct like an ancient song. The forest was communicating with him, not through words but through feeling. The hum of life, the rustling of leaves, the creaking of branches, it was all part of the same ancient song. Elliot stood still, feeling the pulse of the land beneath him, reaching deep into the core of the earth. The fire inside him flared again, but this time, it didn't just burn with the intensity of a flame. It spread, not outward, but through him, a warm, radiant heat that filled every part of his being. His body thrummed with it, the fire becoming one with his blood, his heartbeat, his breath. The forest was alive, and so was he. He was no longer just a man. He was something more. A part of the forest, a part of the land, a keeper of the flame. And yet, despite the overwhelming sense of connection, there was still a pull, an urgency that gnawed at him from the corners of his mind. The forest had awakened, but so had something else. The hunger, the darkness that had once threatened to consume everything, had not been destroyed. It had been pushed back, but it was not gone. And Elliot knew with a deep, unshakable certainty that the darkness would return. It was inevitable. The forest had become his to protect, and the fire inside him was now his responsibility to wield. He could feel it now, the weight of the mantle he had taken upon himself. The fire was not just a power, it was a vigil, a constant watch over the land. He was the keeper, the one who would stand against the darkness when it came again. And yet, the forest had given him more than just the fire. It had given him knowledge. The light, the warmth, the golden pulse. It was not just a tool for protection. It was a guide. The forest had shown him the way not just to defend it, but to nurture it. The fire inside him was not simply destructive. It was life. It was growth. It was the very essence of the forest's power, the heart of the earth itself. Elliot inhaled deeply, and as he exhaled, the fire surged again, flowing from him like a river of light, pouring into the trees, the roots, the very air. He felt the connection between him and the forest deepen, a bond that went beyond words, beyond understanding. It was an ancient rhythm, a pulse that had always existed in the land, in the trees, in the very soil. And now it was part of him. But the fire was not the only force at work in the world. There were other forces, ancient and unseen, that watched over the land, that willed things to happen. The forest had shown him this too, its deep, hidden knowledge. There were currents in the world, invisible threads that tugged at the edges of reality. Forces that had been here long before him and would remain long after he was gone. The darkness too was one of these forces, and it would rise again. Elliot's fingers clenched into fists, and the fire inside him flared with a fierce heat. The forest was his to protect, and he would not let it fall to the shadows. Not now. Not ever. He turned, his eyes scanning the land around him. The golden light of the forest stretched into the distance, a web of energy that connected everything, trees, roots, rivers, and rocks. And beyond the forest, beyond the hills and valleys, he could feel the darkness, lingering, waiting, patient. He could feel the hunger like a low, distant growl that echoed in the back of his mind. It was a presence, a void that sought to consume all light, all life. And yet, despite the looming threat, Elliot did not falter. The fire within him surged, filling him with the strength and clarity to face what was to come. The forest would not fall. Not on his watch. He began walking, his steps sure, his heart steady. The fire burned brightly within him, but it was no longer a destructive force. It was a light, a beacon that guided him through the dark. He could feel the pulse of the forest beneath his feet, and he knew that he was no longer alone. The forest was with him. The trees, the earth, the fire, they were all connected, all one. He was the keeper, the guardian, and he would defend this land with every ounce of his being. As he walked, the path before him began to clear, the trees parting as though they recognized him, bowing to his presence. The wind picked up, swirling around him, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The fire within him flickered, its light casting long, wavering shadows across the forest floor. And then, in the distance he saw it. A dark shape, a figure standing at the edge of the forest, silhouetted against the fading light. Elliot's heart skipped a beat, the fire inside him flaring with instinctive fear. It was them. The darkness. It had returned. The figure stood motionless, its form cloaked in shadow, and for a moment, Elliot wondered if it was a trick of the light. But no, he could feel it. The presence. The hunger. The darkness had come just as he had feared. The wind shifted and Elliot's fingers flexed, feeling the warmth of the fire surging in his veins. His mind cleared, his thoughts narrowing to a single point: the forest. The fire. He was its protector, and he would stand against the darkness. He took a step forward, his eyes never leaving the shadowed figure in the distance. And the forest once again stood with him. The darkness loomed ahead of Elliot, its form shifting and undulating like a living shadow, too vast to be contained by the mere shape of a man, or whatever it was now. It was no longer the thin, ephemeral wisp of an entity that he had first encountered. It had grown, evolved, becoming a force more real and tangible with each passing moment. The hunger radiated from it, the gnawing pull of emptiness that seemed to swallow every trace of light, every ounce of warmth. Elliot stood motionless, his heart hammering in his chest. The fire within him responded to the presence, flaring brightly, but there was something different about this darkness. It wasn't merely a shadow that could be burned away. No, this was an ancient force, an entity that fed on the very life force of the forest, that sought to unravel the delicate balance of creation itself. The figure stood still, its form shrouded in deep, shifting blackness. But Elliot could feel the eyes upon him, eyes that didn't exist in the conventional sense but pressed into his consciousness, cold and unblinking. They were watching, waiting, calculating. The hunger was palpable now, thick and suffocating in the air, a weight that bore down on him from all sides. Elliot drew in a deep breath, the fire within him sparking, the warmth rising in his chest like a shield against the void. He had to stand firm. He was the keeper of the forest now, the guardian of its heart. The fire was his strength, his weapon. But more than that, it was the pulse of the land, the eternal flame that had burned since the beginning of time. And he was connected to it now more than ever. He took a step forward, the fire in his chest flaring brighter, illuminating the space around him with golden light. The wind stirred, the trees shivering as if aware of the danger. The golden pulse of the forest flickered around him, and for a moment, Elliot felt the connection to everything, every leaf, every branch, every root. The forest spoke to him, not in words but in feelings, an ancient pulse that resonated deep within his soul. The battle is not just physical. It is one of the will. The thought was not his own. It was the forest, guiding him, reminding him that the true power of the fire was not in its flames but in the connection he held to the earth. The darkness before him was not simply an external enemy. It was a force that sought to sever that connection, to isolate him from the life of the land, to sever the very bond between him and the fire. Elliot's fingers tightened around the sphere in his hand, its surface still warm and pulsing, a silent reminder of the forest's power. The fire inside him answered, rippling through his veins, hot and fierce, but controlled. He could feel the balance, feel it teetering on the edge. He had been chosen to protect this balance, to ensure that the forest would thrive, that the fire would burn. And he would do whatever it took to stop the darkness from consuming it. The figure ahead of him shifted, the shadow stretching like a tendril reaching out to claim him. Elliot could feel it then, a pull, a magnetic force that tried to drag him into the darkness, to swallow him whole. The hunger was more than just an absence of light. It was a presence, an overwhelming force that sought to devour, to corrupt. It called to him like an insidious whisper at the back of his mind. But Elliot resisted. He was not the same man who had first walked into these woods. He was no longer just a traveler, a wanderer caught in a place he didn't understand. He was the keeper now. The flame burned within him, not as a weapon but as a part of his soul. He was not alone. The forest was with him. The wind howled again, rising in intensity as the shadow advanced, the air thickening with its presence. Elliot could feel the heat of his own fire pushing against it, the light radiating from him like a beacon, but the darkness fought back. It grew, reaching, spreading out from the figure like ink spilled into water, seeking to engulf everything in its path. The sphere in his hand pulsed once more, its glow intensifying. The fire within him responded, a tidal wave of light that swept through him, filling every corner of his being. The warmth spread outward, lapping at the edges of the darkness, but the shadow fought back, an almost physical resistance that seemed to choke the air, smothering the light. For a moment, Elliot felt the weight of it all. The fire burned in him, but the darkness was vast, and its reach seemed endless. The hunger wasn't just in the world around him, it was within him too, clawing at his own fears, his doubts. The whispers of the void pressed at the edges of his thoughts, promising power, freedom from the weight of the forest, freedom from the responsibility of being its guardian. But Elliot knew better now. He had been chosen not to wield power, but to protect life. The fire inside him was not just a flame, it was the pulse of the land. It was the heartbeat of the forest. It was balance. And that was something the darkness could never have. The forest had always known this. The fire had always known this. And now Elliot knew it too. The fire inside him flared, bursting outward in a torrent of light. The golden glow expanded, pushing back the shadow, forcing it to recoil as the warmth surged forward. The darkness writhed, but it couldn't fight against the fire's pull. Not anymore. It was too small, too fleeting in the face of the vast, unyielding force of life that Elliot now carried. The shadow hissed, its form distorting as if trying to tear itself away from the heat. But Elliot didn't falter. He stood tall, every part of him connected to the forest, to the fire, to the light. He could feel the earth beneath him, the roots stretching deep into the soil, the trees bending in response to the fire, the wind carrying the scent of the land. It was a part of him now. And the darkness? The darkness was nothing. Elliot raised his hand, and the fire surged forward, bright and all-encompassing, as though the very sun had exploded from within him. The golden light expanded, engulfing the figure before him. The shadow screeched, a sound like the tearing of ancient fabric, and for a moment, it seemed to waver, to lose its form. The darkness shuddered, its edges crumbling, dissolving into the light. And then it was gone. The forest fell silent, the wind dying down as the last remnants of the shadow evaporated into the air. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling in the aftermath of the battle. The ground beneath Elliot's feet settled, the tension of the moment slowly dissipating. He stood there, breathing heavily, his chest still burning with the warmth of the fire. The darkness had been pushed back, again. But Elliot knew it was never truly gone. The hunger would always be there, lurking, waiting for a chance to return. But for now, the balance had been restored. The fire was still burning, and he would be ready. He turned, his eyes scanning the forest around him, the golden light still flickering in the air, the pulse of the land strong beneath his feet. The battle had been won, but the war would continue. And Elliot would stand vigil, the flame of the forest burning brightly in his chest, forever. Elliot stood at the center of the forest, his chest still heaving with the aftermath of the battle. The fire inside him, though not as fierce as before, still burned steady and bright, its warmth a constant companion. The golden light that had surged outward, pushing back the darkness, now hung in the air like a soft halo, a quiet pulse of energy that suffused the forest with life. The trees around him whispered, their leaves trembling with the breeze that now stirred the air. The forest was still, but not in a way that felt empty. No, it was the stillness of a land at peace, a moment of quiet after a storm. The shadows had receded for now, but Elliot knew better than to believe that peace was permanent. The darkness had retreated, but it was far from defeated. It was only waiting, biding its time, watching from the corners of the world. It would return. It always did. But for now, Elliot was content to stand there, breathing in the crisp, cool air of the forest. The weight of the battle, the strain of the fire, the tension in his limbs, it all seemed to lift, replaced by something more profound. A quiet certainty. He had been chosen for this. To stand guard over the forest, to protect its heart and its fire, to be its keeper. And though the road ahead was uncertain, though the darkness would rise again, Elliot knew that he was no longer alone. He was part of the forest, part of something greater. The fire inside him flared once more, a quiet reminder that it was there, that it was a part of him. He could feel it now, not just in his chest, but in every fiber of his being. It was a bond that went deeper than blood. It was the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of the land. It was life and it was fire. And together they were unstoppable. Elliot took a step forward, his boots crunching softly on the forest floor. The path ahead was unclear, but he could feel the pull of the fire, a warm guide leading him forward. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, and the trees swayed as if to welcome him. The forest had always been alive, but now it felt more alive than ever, its energy woven into the very fabric of his being. He was not just walking through it, he was a part of it. The fire within him surged again, brightening the path ahead, illuminating the darkened edges of the forest. It was a beacon calling him onward, calling him to guard. As he walked, the ground beneath him shifted. The soil was soft, rich with life, the roots of the trees stretching deep beneath the earth. He could feel them, each one, each thread of life that ran beneath the surface. It was all connected. The trees, the rivers, the rocks, they were all part of the same web, the same heartbeat. The fire was part of that web, and so was he. But there was still more to understand, more to learn. Elliot stopped, his senses heightened. The wind had changed again, the air growing thick with a new presence. Not the darkness, not yet, but something else. Something old. Something ancient. A memory. A whisper from the past. He turned toward the source, his hand instinctively moving to the sphere at his side. The fire within him flared, answering the call of whatever was stirring in the distance. It was a low hum, a vibration deep in the earth. The land itself seemed to be calling him, beckoning him toward something he didn't yet understand. And so he walked. The path before him grew more winding, the trees thickening as he moved deeper into the forest. The air grew colder, the light dimming as the canopy above grew denser. The golden glow that had once suffused the forest now seemed to fade, as though the fire inside him had been momentarily dimmed by the weight of whatever awaited him ahead. It didn't take long for him to reach the clearing. The space before him was different from any he had encountered in the forest before. The trees here were older, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their roots rising from the ground like ancient fingers reaching toward the sky. The air felt heavy, the weight of centuries pressing down on him. In the center of the clearing stood a structure, an altar of sorts. It was made of stone, weathered and worn, covered in moss and vines, but still standing strong. The stones were intricately carved, symbols and markings etched deep into their surfaces. It was an ancient place, one that felt as though it had been forgotten by time, lost to history. Elliot approached it slowly, the fire inside him flickering with quiet anticipation. The spear in his hand hummed with energy, its pulse quickening as he neared the altar. There was a connection here, something older than the forest itself, something deep in the earth that called to him. The fire inside him surged, a bright wave of heat that surged through his veins, and he could feel it, the energy of the forest, the power of the land, flowing through him, filling him. He stood before the altar, the fire in his chest burning bright and steady, and placed the spear down on the stone surface. The moment it touched the stone, the markings on the altar began to glow. Slowly at first, then brighter, until the entire surface was alight with golden light. The symbols shifted, moving and changing as if they were alive. Elliot could feel them, could feel the energy they held, coursing through the earth, through the air, through his very bones. The wind picked up again, swirling around him, carrying with it the soft whispers of the forest. And then, from deep within the earth, a rumble. Elliot's heart raced as the ground beneath him shook, the stones of the altar vibrating with a force that sent a shiver down his spine. The fire inside him flared once more, pushing outward as though to contain the energy that was building. The wind howled, the trees bending in the gusts, and the golden light from the altar grew brighter, more intense, until it was almost blinding. And then there was a voice. It was soft at first, a murmur in the back of his mind, but it grew louder with each passing moment. Ancient, deep, and resonant, like the hum of the earth itself. The words were not in any language Elliot knew, but he understood them all the same. The fire burns, the heart beats. The guardian walks the path. The forest lives, but it is not without its price. The words echoed in his mind, reverberating through his body. The weight of them pressed down on him, heavy with meaning, heavy with the knowledge of what he had become. The fire inside him flared again, the golden light of the altar now pouring out of him, filling the clearing, flooding the forest. The pulse of the land, the heartbeat of the earth, was alive within him. But then, just as suddenly, the energy stopped. The voice faded and the wind stilled. The light from the altar flickered one last time before dimming, leaving the clearing in relative darkness. The forest fell silent once more. Elliot stood still, his mind racing. The voice, the warning, the forest lives, but it is not without its price. What did that mean? What price was he to pay? The fire inside him burned brighter in response, its warmth a steady reassurance, but the question lingered in his mind. The fire was his strength, his bond to the forest, but it was also something more. The forest had a price to pay, and so, it seemed, did he. The wind began to stir again, and Elliot knew it was time to move. The path ahead was uncertain, but it was clear now. The forest had called him here for a reason, and though the fire burned bright within him, he had only just begun to understand the true cost of his role. As the first stars began to blink in the dark sky above, Elliot turned from the altar and made his way back through the forest. His footsteps were steady, his heart resolute, but the weight of the forest's price hung heavily in the air. The journey was far from over. The battle had been won, but the true test had just begun, and he would be ready. For the forest, for the fire, for the price. The stars hung like frozen diamonds in the sky above, distant and cold, as Elliot walked deeper into the heart of the forest. The air was still and the forest felt almost too quiet. The pulse of life, the hum of energy that had filled him moments before, had dimmed to a quiet thrum, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. He could still feel the fire within him, burning steadily in his chest, its warmth a constant reminder of the power he now wielded. But the weight of the altar's message, the price the forest had spoken of, lingered in his mind, pressing on him with an invisible weight. The path ahead felt uncertain, as though the forest itself were shifting around him, its dense canopy closing in, the roots of the ancient trees twisting beneath the soil, just out of reach of his senses. He could feel the eyes of the forest upon him, 1,000 unseen creatures watching his every step. It was as if the very land had become aware of him, his every movement and thought mirrored by the forest itself. Elliot paused for a moment, his hand instinctively going to the sphere at his side. The relic, now warm with the energy of the altar, hummed faintly beneath his touch. He could feel the connection between them, deep and unshakable. It was more than just a tool, it was a part of him now, a reflection of the fire that burned inside him, a piece of the forest's heart. But what had it meant when it spoke of a price? The forest lived, but it was not without its price. He shuddered, the chill of the forest creeping into his bones. The wind rustled the leaves above him, and the trees whispered. Elliot's steps quickened as the shadows seemed to deepen around him. He had no answers, only questions. What would the price be? What was he willing to sacrifice to keep the forest alive? The fire within him flared in response, and Elliot clenched his fist, feeling the warmth radiate through his body. I will protect it, he thought, more to himself than anything else. I will protect the fire, the forest, the land. No matter the cost. He wasn't sure whether those words were a promise or a plea. Suddenly, the ground shifted beneath him. It was a subtle tremor, a low vibration that traveled up through his feet and into his chest. Elliot froze, instinctively looking around. The wind had died down, and the silence was now heavier, more oppressive. The trees around him were still, their branches hanging low as though waiting for something. The tremor grew stronger, and Elliot's heart raced. His breath caught in his throat as the ground trembled again, this time with more force. The fire within him flared, instinctively reacting to the energy that was stirring in the earth. Something was happening. And then, from deep within the forest, there was a sound. It was low, guttural, a distant growl that seemed to reverberate through the very bones of the earth. Elliot's breath hitched, and he took a step back, his hand reaching for the sphere, his heart racing. The sound grew louder, closer, and the trees around him shook, their branches creaking as though under immense pressure. Elliot's eyes narrowed as the first shape emerged from the shadows. It was massive, its silhouette a dark blot against the dim light of the clearing. He could see its eyes, two glowing orbs that pierced the darkness, cold and unblinking. The creature's body was twisted and coiled, its movements jerky and unnatural, as though it were not quite a part of the physical world. It was made of shadow, of darkness itself, and it was the hunger the forest had warned him about. The creature's growl echoed through the clearing, the ground shaking beneath Elliot's feet as it took another step forward. The fire inside him flared once more, its heat rising in his chest, but Elliot didn't move. His feet felt rooted to the spot, as though the earth itself was holding him in place. He could feel it now, the hunger. It was the same sensation he had felt when he first encountered the shadow, the void that sought to devour everything. The fire inside him pulsed with the energy of the forest, but it was not enough. The creature before him was not simply a physical being, it was a force, a manifestation of the darkness that had been pushed back but had never truly gone away. The creature took another step, its form coiling around itself like a snake, its shadow stretching across the ground. Elliot's hand tightened around the sphere, and the fire within him surged, but there was a feeling deep in his gut, a feeling he couldn't ignore. The fire alone would not be enough to stop it. The darkness had evolved, had grown stronger. It was no longer just a shadow to be burned away. It was alive. The creature's growl became a roar, and Elliot instinctively raised his hand, the fire flaring from his palm like a flame igniting in the dark. The golden light illuminated the clearing, pushing back the shadows, but the creature seemed to absorb the light, its form bending and twisting in response. The fire was still there, still burning brightly in his chest, but now it felt small. The creature was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Elliot's mind raced. The fire had always been his strength, but now it felt like a mere flicker in the face of the darkness before him. The sphere in his hand hummed louder, and he could feel it. There was something else, something deeper in the forest's power, something ancient that was beyond even the fire inside him. Something that wanted to be unleashed. The ground trembled again, and Elliot took a step back, his eyes never leaving the creature. The forest was calling to him once more, but this time, it wasn't just a whisper. It was a roar, a cry for help. And Elliot knew without a doubt that the forest was offering him something that could tip the balance between the fire and the darkness. He could feel it deep in his bones, like a thread pulling at him, urging him to take it, to let go of the fire and embrace something greater, something older. The creature before him snarled, its form rippling as though it was being drawn to him, its glowing eyes narrowing in hunger. Elliot could feel the pull of the forest's power, its ancient energy surging through him, feeding the fire within him until it threatened to overwhelm him. The question echoed in his mind, clear as a bell. What was the price? Elliot's breath came in sharp gasps as he stepped forward, the fire inside him flaring with a renewed intensity. The hunger was real. The darkness was real. But so was the light. And so, with a steadying breath, Elliot made his choice. He raised his hand high, feeling the fire surge through his veins, his connection to the forest deepening. The sphere pulsed in his palm, and with a single word, he called. The ground rumbled as the forest's power surged outward, a wave of energy that broke through the darkness, enveloping him in its warmth. The creature howled in fury, its shadow writhing in the force of the light. But Elliot was no longer just a keeper of the fire. He was something more. And the forest's price was one he was now willing to pay. The moment Elliot spoke the word, the world around him seemed to shift. Time itself appeared to slow, as if the forest, the earth, and everything around him were holding their breath, waiting for the power he had called to fully manifest. The sphere in his hand pulsed with an energy so potent it made his bones vibrate. The fire within him roared to life, an unstoppable force that filled every inch of his body with heat. It was no longer just a part of him, it was him, a river of golden light that surged and flowed, wild and untamable. The ground beneath his feet trembled violently, and Elliot's grip tightened around the sphere. The creature before him, this embodiment of darkness, of hunger, of emptiness, snarled again, its twisted form coiling like a serpent. It moved toward him, its tendrils of shadow stretching, crawling across the ground, pulling at the light, trying to swallow it whole. Elliot stood his ground. He could feel the power of the forest stirring in his chest, pushing outward, filling the space around him. The light from the sphere grew brighter, blindingly so, and with it, the fire inside him expanded like a nova. The creature hissed, recoiling, but it was not enough. The darkness wasn't just pushed back, it resisted the light. It fought it, wrapped itself around it, like a black hole trying to devour the sun. But Elliot knew something the creature did not. The fire wasn't meant to destroy the darkness. No, it was meant to balance it. The forest wasn't just light, it was the pulse of the earth, the cycle of life and death, the harmony between all things. Light needed shadow just as day needed night. The fire could not burn without the forest, and the forest could not grow without the fire. And that was the price. Elliot felt it now, the deep understanding of the forest's words. The forest lives, but it is not without its price. The fire was not just a weapon, nor was it only a tool for protection. It was the force that fueled life, but it came with a cost that went deeper than what he had imagined. It was the price of balance, the price of preserving the delicate harmony between light and dark, fire and earth. He could not protect the forest by extinguishing the shadow. He had to learn to live with it, to allow the two forces to coexist. The darkness would always be a part of the forest just as much as the light. The realization hit him like a wave, and with it came a surge of power, deeper and more ancient than anything he had ever felt before. The fire inside him did not roar now. It hummed, steady and constant, like the pulse of the earth itself. The golden light that had once burned so brightly now softened, becoming a steady glow that spread outward, reaching the edges of the forest, filling the shadows with warmth instead of searing heat. The energy of the forest, the power of the earth, and the fire inside him came together, a perfect union of life and death, light and dark, creation and destruction. The creature before him paused. It still hissed and writhed, but now there was a moment of stillness. It was caught between the two forces, between the fire that burned with life and the shadow that sought only to consume. Its eyes glowed with hunger, but Elliot could feel the hesitation in it now. The hunger was still there, but it was not all-consuming. It was a part of something greater, a piece of a cycle that could not be broken, a force that could not be defeated. The creature's form began to flicker, its shadowy tendrils wisping in and out of existence as if struggling to hold its shape. Elliot did not move, did not reach for more fire or more power. He simply stood there, letting the balance settle, letting the light from within him mingle with the darkness that swirled around them. The creature was not an enemy to be destroyed, it was a part of the cycle. And like every force, it had its place in the world. And then, slowly, as if coming to some understanding of its own, the creature stopped its advance. It raised its head, the glowing eyes narrowing as the last of its shadowy form dissipated, leaving only a faint wisp in the air. The hunger remained, but it was no longer the dominant force in the space. The shadow was simply there now, existing in harmony with a fire that burned brightly inside Elliot's chest. Elliot exhaled, his hand still clutching the sphere, his body still thrumming with the power of the forest. The balance had been struck. He had called the light, yes, but he had called it not to burn away the darkness, but to coexist with it. The forest had given him its power, but it was more than just the fire. It was the understanding of the balance between life and death, between creation and destruction. The fire was a part of the forest just as much as the shadow was. The creature, now no more than a whisper in the air, seemed to retreat, its form flickering one last time before fading completely into the forest's deep, eternal night. Elliot stood alone again, the golden light from his chest still shining brightly, but now it was tempered, softened by the understanding that the forest had gifted him. The fire within him did not need to burn endlessly, it did not need to consume. It simply needed to be, to exist in the same rhythm as the land, to protect, to nurture, to allow both light and shadow to play their parts. He stood there in the center of the clearing, the wind picking up once more, carrying with it the soft rustling of the trees. The forest felt alive with energy, every leaf, every branch, every root buzzing with the pulse of the land. And he knew, deeply and without doubt, that this was what he had been chosen for. To be the keeper of this balance. To ensure that the fire would burn but not consume. To ensure that the darkness would remain but not destroy. Elliot's hand relaxed, the sphere's warm glow dimming as he turned away from the clearing. The path ahead was still unclear, the journey uncertain. But he no longer feared the darkness, nor the fire. Both were part of him now. The forest had given him its power, and with it, its wisdom. And now he understood. The forest's price was not something to be paid with sacrifice or destruction. It was a price of understanding, a price of learning to live with the forces that shaped the world. As he walked, the golden light of the fire inside him flickered and danced with every step, casting long shadows in the forest around him. But the shadows no longer felt threatening. They were simply part of the world. And Elliot had learned at last that the forest, this wild, ancient place, could not exist without them. He was ready. The balance had been struck, and the fire would burn forever in harmony with the shadows. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the stars above seemed to shine brighter, and for the first time in a long while, Elliot felt at peace. The fire inside him burned steady, bright, and true, but now he understood that it would burn forever, in balance with the shadows. The forest stretched out before Elliot, vast and untamed, a place of hidden power and ancient wisdom. The trees whispered with the wind, their branches swaying gently, as though they too understood the delicate balance that had been struck. The fire within him still flickered, steady and warm, but now there was something different about it. It wasn't just the light, it was a feeling, a deep understanding that filled every part of him. The forest had been right. The darkness, the hunger, was not something to be eradicated. It was a force that belonged. The fire had to coexist with it, just as the forest's light needed its shadow. Elliot walked through the forest, his footsteps soft against the damp earth. The ground beneath him was alive, thrumming with the pulse of the land. He could feel the rhythm of it now, the ebb and flow of energy that connected everything in the forest. Every tree, every leaf, every stone was tied together by invisible threads, woven into a tapestry that spanned the earth and the sky. The fire within him was part of this tapestry, a spark that lit the path but was always connected to the earth. The wind carried the scent of damp pine and wet moss, but there was something else on the air, something familiar. Elliot's senses sharpened, and he felt a tug at the edges of his awareness. The forest was not silent after all. It was alive with subtle sounds, with the shifting of leaves, the rustling of small creatures, the deep hum of ancient forces that pulsed through the soil. And something else was there, something new, something he couldn't place. It wasn't the creature. No, the shadow had faded into the depths of the forest, but there was a presence here, one that hadn't been present before. Elliot's gaze lifted, his eyes scanning the canopy above, where the moonlight barely pierced through the thick branches. And then he saw it. A flicker. A shape, almost imperceptible like a shadow within shadow. It darted between the trees, moving too quickly for his eyes to follow. Elliot felt a shiver run down his spine, and the fire inside him flared once more, though this time it was more instinct than conscious will. It was a response to the unknown, to something unseen. He moved forward cautiously, his steps now deliberate, careful. The wind had died down, and the air felt thicker, heavier, as if something was watching him. The golden light from the fire inside him cast long shadows around him, but even that warmth seemed to lose its strength here in this part of the forest. The flicker appeared again just out of the corner of his vision. Elliot's heart skipped a beat. He could feel it now, the presence in the forest, moving just out of reach. A creature? A spirit? Something older, perhaps. But there was no sign of it, no rustling of leaves, no sound of footsteps. Just the subtle, shifting presence, like something watching from the edges of his perception. Elliot slowed his pace even further, careful not to make a sound, and scanned the space before him. He was aware of every shift in the wind, every rustle of the leaves, every creak of the ancient trees. But still there was nothing, just the feeling of being watched. He could feel the air thrum with an invisible energy, the tension building. The forest had always been full of life, full of secrets, but this was different. This wasn't something the trees could speak of. This was something else. And then a voice. It was faint, almost inaudible, like a whisper carried on the wind. But Elliot heard it clearly, as though it had been spoken directly into his mind. "You have come far, Keeper." Elliot froze, the fire inside him flaring in response. His heart raced, but his body remained still. He looked around, but there was nothing. No shape, no form. Just the flickering shadows between the trees. "Who speaks?" Elliot's voice was low, almost a whisper, as he searched the darkness for the source of the words. The reply came in a different tone, a deep, resonant voice that seemed to echo not just in his ears, but in his very bones. "We are the watchers, the unseen threads that bind the forest to the world. We are the keepers of the balance." Elliot's breath caught in his throat. He had heard the forest speak to him before, but this was something different. The voice wasn't from the trees, the wind, or the earth. It came from something older, more primal. "I have kept the balance," Elliot said, the fire inside him burning brightly, a steady beacon in the darkness. "I have called the light and embraced the shadow. What more is required?" A deep silence followed his words, so profound that it seemed to stretch on forever. Elliot stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the shifting shadows, waiting for a response. "You have kept the fire burning, Keeper," the voice said at last, softer now, like the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. "But there is more to the balance than the light in the dark. The forest lives, yes, but there are forces, ancient forces, that seek to tear it apart. Forces that were forgotten long ago." Elliot's brow furrowed. His grip on the sphere tightened, and the fire within him flared, its warmth a reassurance in the face of the unknown. He had faced the darkness before, had fought for the life of the forest. But now the voice spoke of something far older, something more dangerous. "What forces?" Elliot demanded, his voice steady despite the rising unease in his chest. The response came, but this time there was an edge to the voice, a shadow of fear in the undertone. "The threads have been fraying. The balance is shifting, Keeper. Something stirs beneath the earth, in the forgotten places. The hunger you faced is but a symptom, a warning. The true threat lies deeper." Elliot felt the blood drain from his face. The fire within him flickered, and for the first time, he felt the weight of the forest's true power. It was ancient, yes. It was vast, but it was also fragile. The threads that held it together were not unbreakable. The balance could be undone, the forest could be torn apart, and the forces that had once slumbered could rise again. "What must I do?" Elliot's voice was resolute, his heart steady despite the fear that gnawed at the edges of his mind. The voice paused, and when it spoke again, it was filled with an ancient sorrow. "You must seek the heart of the forest, Keeper. The flame that burns within you was never meant to be your own. It is a part of something greater. But its strength alone will not be enough. You must travel deeper into the land, beyond the borders of this forest, to the forgotten places where the threads of balance were first woven." The wind stirred again, the trees rustling as though in response to the words. The fire inside Elliot flared once more, steadying his resolve. "I will go," he said, the words firm. "I will protect the balance, whatever it takes." There was a long pause, and when the voice spoke again, it was tinged with a note of finality. "Then you must follow the threads, Keeper. Follow them into the heart of the earth, where the forest's soul lies dormant. But beware, There are forces that will try to stop you, forces that are older than the fire itself. Forces that have no interest in the balance. Elliot nodded, though he knew the forest could not see him. He understood now. The balance was not just between light and dark, fire and shadow. It was a living thing, delicate and shifting, held together by unseen threads. And now those threads were in danger. The wind picked up once more, and the trees groaned in response, their branches reaching out like ancient hands. "Go, Keeper," the voice whispered one final time, "and know that you are not alone. The forest will guide you." And as the voice faded into the wind, Elliot set his gaze on the path ahead. The journey was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. The forest had called him, and now he would answer. He would follow the threads. Elliot's footsteps seemed to echo louder than they should have as he moved deeper into the forest, the wind picking up, the trees groaning and shifting around him. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves seemed amplified in the silence, as though the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for him to take the next step. The fire inside him remained steady, the golden light flickering and burning warmly in his chest. But now there was something different. A sense of urgency had settled in him, a pull toward something far more ancient than anything he had encountered before. The forest had always been alive, always shifting with the wind, always breathing. But there was an undercurrent to this now, a subtle tremor in the air that made Elliot's skin prickle, as though the very ground beneath him was aware of his presence. The balance was shifting. The threads of the forest, those invisible connections that bound the earth, the fire, the darkness, and the light, were fraying. And Elliot knew without a doubt that he was walking the edge of something far more dangerous than anything he could have imagined. He moved with purpose now, his hand never far from the sphere at his side, its warmth a constant reminder of the power he carried within him. The fire, though steady, had grown more intense as he walked, a constant pulse within him, guiding him deeper into the unknown. The shadows stretched longer, the trees growing denser, their branches intertwining like ancient fingers, weaving a canopy that blocked out the moonlight, casting the world below into a deeper darkness. The forest had always been a place of beauty and terror in equal measure, a place where the two forces, light and dark, coexisted in an uneasy truce. But tonight, as Elliot walked deeper into its heart, he could feel that truce unraveling. The hunger that had once been a whisper, a distant shadow, now felt like a weight pressing in on him from all sides, curling around his thoughts, pulling at the edges of his mind. The voice of the forest, those ancient watchers, those unseen threats, had warned him. And now, it was clear that their warning was not just about the hunger that had tried to devour the fire. There was something older, something far darker, rising beneath the earth. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of something unfamiliar, something rank and rotten, like decay. Elliot's senses sharpened, and he knew immediately that he was getting closer to whatever lay at the heart of the forest. The trees here were different. Older, gnarled, their bark blackened as though scorched by some great fire long ago. The air was thick with a damp, musty smell, and the ground beneath his feet was soft, almost sponge-like, as though the earth itself were saturated with some ancient energy. He stopped, eyes narrowing as he scanned the path ahead. The light from the fire within him flickered, casting shadows that seemed to shift and move on their own. He could feel the pulse of the forest, a deep, rhythmic thrum that seemed to come from the earth itself, from the very core of the land. The fire within him pulsed in time with it, but there was something in the rhythm now that felt off, something that didn't quite align with the natural beat of the forest. The whispers came again, soft at first, just a murmur at the edge of his consciousness. But this time it was not the forest itself speaking. It was something else. Something older, more ancient, its voice a low, gravelly hiss that scraped against his mind. "You have come far, Keeper." The voice slithered through the air, reverberating in his bones. Elliot's heart raced. He could feel it now, the presence of something watching him from the darkness, something far older than the forest itself. The fire inside him flared, a shield against the encroaching presence, but he knew deep down that this was not something he could burn away. This was something that had been here long before him, long before the first tree had sprouted from the earth. "I have come to protect the balance," Elliot said, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped his chest. There was a low, mocking chuckle from the shadows, and Elliot's gaze darted to the darkness between the trees. The voice responded, its tone colder, deeper now. "Balance? You think you can protect balance? The balance is nothing but a lie, Keeper. A lie woven by the threads to bind you to this place. You were never meant to keep the fire. You were meant to destroy it." The fire within Elliot surged at the words, flickering brightly as if in response to the darkness that surrounded him. The hunger, the presence, it was real and it was closing in. No, Elliot whispered, his voice firm. I will not destroy it. I will protect it. The fire is part of the forest. The voice in the darkness hissed, its words dripping with malice. The fire is a parasite. It feeds on the land, on the forest, on the very heart of the earth. And you are its puppet, its keeper, its slave. Elliot's mind raced. He could feel the weight of the words, but they were wrong. The fire wasn't a parasite. It was life. It was balance. He had felt it in every root, every leaf, every pulse of the land. But the darkness, the presence here, was trying to twist that truth to make him doubt. The fire surged within him, its warmth flooding his veins, and Elliot took a step forward, his feet sinking slightly into the soft earth beneath him. His breath came in sharp, steady pulls, and he stood taller, feeling the presence of the forest around him. Its roots, its branches, its leaves, all reaching toward him, feeding him strength. I know what you are, Elliot said, his voice a low growl. And I know what you want. But I will not let you have it. The darkness responded with a laugh, deep and thunderous, as the air around him seemed to grow colder, the shadows stretching out, dark and endless. You do not understand, Keeper. You are a fool. The fire is not your strength. It is your weakness. You have been blinded by the threads, by the lies. And now you will pay the price for your ignorance. Elliot's heart hammered in his chest, but he stood firm. The fire inside him flared once more, brighter than ever, pushing against the darkness, pushing against the fear. He could feel the forest behind him now, all of it. The trees, the earth, the fire, it was all part of him and he was part of it. The dark presence wanted to break that connection, to sever the threads that bound him to the land. But he would not let it. With a shout, Elliot thrust his hand forward, the fire within him exploding outward in a wave of golden light. The darkness recoiled, its shadowy tendrils shriveling under the force of the light. The wind howled, the trees around him groaning as if in protest, but Elliot held his ground, his hand outstretched, the fire growing brighter, pushing deeper into the dark. You are not alone, Keeper, the voice of the forest whispered, a soft echo in the wind. We are with you. We are the threads that bind the world. Stand firm. Stand strong. The presence in the shadows hissed again, its form flickering as the light pushed deeper into the forest. The hunger, the darkness, the twisted force that had been waiting to tear the balance apart, Elliot could feel it weakening now. The fire was no longer just his own. It was the fire of the forest, the fire of the earth, the fire of life itself. The creature in the shadows screamed, its voice a terrible, distorted howl, and then it was gone. Just like that, dissolved into the air, consumed by the light that had come from Elliot's very soul. But even as the darkness faded, the weight of what he had learned remained. There were forces far older than the fire, far older than the forest itself, lurking beneath the earth. And they would not be quieted so easily. The threads were fraying, the balance was shifting, and Elliot had only just begun to understand the price he would have to pay. The fire burned brighter within him, a beacon in the growing dark, but it was no longer the only force he needed to rely on. There was still much to be done, and he would walk this path to the very end. The echoes of the dark presence still lingered in the air, but Elliot could feel it now, a faint tremor beneath his feet, the pulse of something ancient and stirring deep within the earth. The fire within him had flared brightly, forcing back the shadows, but he knew that this battle was far from over. The force he had faced, the one that whispered from the dark places beneath the forest, had only retreated for now. It hadn't been destroyed. It hadn't been vanquished. It was still there, waiting, biding its time. Elliot's heart pounded as he stood in the clearing, the golden light from his chest flickering, casting long, wavering shadows across the forest floor. The trees around him swayed gently, their limbs still heavy with the weight of the struggle that had just taken place. The wind had died down, leaving only the faintest rustle of leaves in the distance, like the forest itself was listening, waiting. The path ahead was clearer now. He had been drawn deeper into the heart of the forest, closer to the forgotten places where the threads of balance had first been woven. But there was something else now, something undeniable. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the ground underfoot soft and spongy, as though the earth had soaked up centuries of history, of secrets. The fire inside him remained steady, a constant presence, but Elliot could feel the weight of its responsibility now. He had always known that the forest had its own forces, its own power. But now, with the darkness still whispering from the shadows, he knew that he had only glimpsed the edges of the true battle. The forest had its heart, yes, but it also had its wounds. And those wounds ran deep. The voice of the forest had told him to seek the heart, to follow the threads that connected the land. And so, Elliot began walking again, each step deliberate, each footfall measured. He could feel the weight of his journey, the enormity of the task that lay ahead. This was not just about protecting the fire, about balancing the light and the shadow. This was about healing, about restoring what had been broken long ago. The deeper he walked into the forest, the more the trees seemed to close in on him, their trunks twisted and knotted, as though they were trying to keep him from moving forward. The path became more difficult to follow, the underbrush thickening, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and rotting wood. The fire inside him flickered, its light growing dimmer as if the darkness of this place was leeching away its strength. But Elliot did not falter. He pressed on, his mind focused on the mission ahead, his hand never far from the sphere that now pulsed gently at his side. Hours passed, though it was hard to say how much time had actually passed. The forest had a strange way of warping time, of bending the world around it. Elliot felt like he had been walking for days, or perhaps only moments. It was a feeling he had experienced before, in the deepest parts of the woods where the rules of reality seemed to slip away, where the boundaries between the world of the living and the unseen realm grew thin. He had crossed into that space now, the space where the ancient magic of the forest still held sway. And then, suddenly, the path opened up. Ahead, through a thicket of ancient oaks, Elliot saw it. The heart of the earth. It was not what he had expected. He had imagined some grand, glowing nexus of power, some physical manifestation of the forest's essence. But what lay before him was a clearing, a natural bowl carved into the land itself, surrounded by towering trees whose gnarled roots seemed to reach deep into the earth, like veins feeding a heart. The air here was thick with energy, the very ground vibrating beneath his feet. It was as if the land itself was alive with power, a power that had been hidden away, waiting for someone, waiting for him, to uncover it. In the center of the clearing lay a massive stone, smooth and polished, though the years had worn it down. The surface was covered in intricate carvings, symbols of an ancient language Elliot didn't recognize. The stone was embedded deep within the earth, as though it had grown there, a part of the land itself. And surrounding the stone were roots, not of any normal tree, but roots that seemed to pulse with life, as though they were an extension of the very energy of the forest. The roots stretched out in every direction, winding through the soil like veins, connecting this place to every corner of the forest. Elliot approached cautiously, feeling the fire within him flare as he neared the stone. The air was thick with the energy of the land, and the closer he came, the more he could feel the power in the earth, in the roots, in the very ground beneath his feet. It was overwhelming, as though the forest itself were reaching out to touch him. He stepped closer to the stone, his breath catching in his throat. This was it. This was the heart of the earth, the place where the threads of balance had been woven, the place where the power of the forest had been born. And then, as he stood before it, something stirred. The roots around the stone began to move, slowly at first, as if waking from a deep slumber. They shifted and coiled, twisting around the stone, their movements almost graceful, as though they were dancing. The ground trembled beneath Elliot's feet, and the fire inside him flared once more, its warmth spreading through his body as he stood there, mesmerized. The air grew thick with a sense of ancient knowledge, ancient power. The fire inside him wanted to reach out, wanted to merge with the power that was rising from the heart of the earth. But something held him back, something deeper, something he couldn't yet understand. The roots continued to shift, their movements becoming more erratic, more frantic, until finally the stone at the center of the clearing cracked. Slowly at first, a single crack split the surface of the stone, and then with a loud rumble, the stone shattered completely, breaking apart into dust. From within the stone, a dark mist began to rise, curling upward in tendrils, thick and suffocating. The fire within Elliot flickered in response, flaring hot and bright, but the darkness was too strong. It spread like a storm, creeping into the air, into the ground, consuming everything in its path. The roots, once full of life, now twisted and writhed in pain, their edges curling and blackening as the darkness crept through them. Elliot stumbled back, his heart racing, his breath coming in short, frantic gasps. This was it, the true force that had been hiding beneath the surface, the force that sought to undo everything the forest had built. The heart of the earth was not just a source of power. It was a vessel, a prison holding something ancient, something terrifying locked away beneath the surface. And now it was free. The mist swirled around him, coiling like a serpent, and Elliot felt its cold fingers brush against his skin, seeping into his thoughts. It was a presence, alive, sentient, and filled with rage. He could feel its hatred for the forest, for the balance. It was the force that had torn at the threads, that had fractured the harmony. It was the true hunger. Elliot's chest tightened, the fire inside him flaring once more, but now it was struggling against the weight of the darkness, battling for control. He had thought he had understood the balance, but now, as the mist swirled and the roots writhed around him, he realized that the fire alone would never be enough. He had to choose. To stand alone against the darkness, or to embrace the balance of light, shadow, and earth. And in that moment, Elliot knew the truth. The fire would never defeat the hunger. But the forest, the balance of all things, could. The choice lay ahead, and it was one he had to make. The mist thickened, swirling around Elliot like a storm, cold and suffocating, but he could feel the fire inside him burning steadily, a constant heat, pushing back against the shadow. But this darkness was different, older, deeper, with a malice that pulsed through the air. He could feel it gnawing at him, pulling at the very fibers of his soul, as if trying to consume the light within him. His heart raced, the fire inside him flickering uneasily, but Elliot knew that this was not just about strength anymore. The battle ahead was not one of sheer force. It was a fight for the very essence of the forest, a fight for the balance that had kept this land alive for centuries. The mist twisted, dark tendrils reaching out like fingers pulling at his thoughts, whispering, "You cannot stop it." The voice was deep, echoing in his mind like a slow rumble from beneath the earth, hollow and filled with a terrible ancient hunger. It was a voice that had known nothing but darkness and emptiness for millennia. The fire is weak. It will burn bright for a time, but it will always fade. The forest cannot survive on fire alone. You cannot survive on fire alone. Elliot clenched his fists, the fire within him flaring in defiance, but the words cut deep. Was it true? Could the fire truly not sustain the forest? Could it not restore the balance? The mist continued to swirl around him, the shadows growing deeper, colder. The roots, once vibrant and alive, were now twisted and blackened by the corruption spreading from the heart of the earth. He could feel the threads unraveling, each one severed, each one pulling apart, a life lost, a piece of the forest falling away. "You were never meant to protect the fire," the voice whispered, closer now, as if it were right next to him. "You were meant to destroy it, to embrace the darkness." The fire inside Elliot burned. The words tried to break him, but the fire responded, rising up from the depths of his being, reaching outward. There was a sudden pressure, an overwhelming sense of weightlessness as the light within him pulsed in time with the heartbeat of the forest. The earth beneath his feet shook, a low rumble deep within the soil as if something ancient were stirring. The forest was responding to him. It was a connection. Not just a connection to the fire, but a connection to everything. The forest, the land, the fire, the shadow. He wasn't just a keeper of fire. He wasn't just the keeper of the balance. He was part of it. The fire had been the key, but it was only the key. The true power, the true balance, lay in the union of all things. The light needed the dark. The fire needed the earth. And the shadow needed the light. The mist twisted again, growing more aggressive, more desperate, as if it felt the shift in him. The dark presence could sense it, knew what he was beginning to understand. The very fabric of the forest was alive, alive in a way the creature could never have imagined. It was a force that existed in unison, a dance between fire and shadow, life and death, the visible and the unseen. Elliot raised his hand, his pulse thundering, the fire flaring from his palm, its golden light casting long shadows on the blackened roots. The darkness recoiled, but it did not fade. It writhed in pain, but it held its ground, like a force too old to be easily destroyed. The air crackled, charged with an electric tension, as if the entire forest were holding its breath. "You cannot stop me, Keeper," the voice hissed. "I was here before the fire, before the trees. I am older than your precious balance. You cannot stop what you do not understand." But Elliot was no longer listening to the voice. He wasn't listening to the shadow that clawed at his mind. He could feel the power of the forest stirring beneath him, deeper than the roots, deeper than the fire, deeper than the mist. He could feel the pulse of the land, the song of the earth, and in it, he could hear the cry of the balance, a song of unity. He was not meant to protect the fire. He was not meant to fight the darkness. He was meant to unite them. And so, Elliot closed his eyes, breathing deeply as he let the fire within him merge with the power of the forest, with the pulse of the earth, with the song of life that echoed through the soil and the sky. He opened his mind to the land, to the threads that had woven the world together, and he felt them, all of them, stretching out around him, intertwining. The fire was not an enemy. The darkness was not a foe. They were partners, bound by the threads that kept the land alive. And as Elliot stood there, surrounded by the chaos of the forest, he understood. The fire was never meant to burn alone. The darkness was never meant to consume unchecked. The balance was not about keeping one force at bay while allowing the other to thrive. The true balance was about harmony, about union. The fire, the forest, the shadow, the earth, all were needed. All were one. Elliot raised his hand again, this time not to defend, not to banish the darkness, but to embrace it. The fire flared within him, a golden light that intertwined with the dark mist, weaving through it like threads of light and shadow. He reached deeper, feeling the roots beneath him stir in response, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath the decayed layers, deep in the heart of the forest. And then, for the first time, the mist stilled. The darkness did not retreat. It did not flee. It simply settled. The shadows still clung to the edges of the roots, but they were no longer the writhing, hungry force they had been. The earth, the fire, the shadow, they were all one, unified by the threads that connected them. The fire burned within the earth, and the shadow found its place in the light. Elliot's hand dropped, and the fire within him dimmed, no longer a burning flare but a steady, flickering warmth. The forest around him seemed to sigh, as though the weight of centuries had finally lifted. The threads pulled tight again. The land hummed with new life, new energy, and Elliot could feel it in his bones. The balance had been restored, not through force, not through fighting, but through understanding. The voice of the forest spoke again, but this time it was not a whisper. It was a song, a melody ancient and rich with the rhythm of the earth. "You have done it, Keeper," it said, the words resonating deep within Elliot's chest. "You have found the truth of the balance. Not light, not dark, but both, together." The air cleared, the mist dissipating like smoke. The roots of the ancient trees began to unwind, no longer blackened, no longer twisted, but alive, reaching deep into the earth. The forest had been healed. And Elliot knew, deep in his heart, that his journey was not over. There would always be forces that sought to disrupt the balance, forces that would try to tear the threads apart. But now he understood. Now he knew. He was not just the keeper of the fire. He was the keeper of the balance. And it was his duty to protect it, not just with the light of the fire, but with the shadow that would forever be its partner. The forest was alive again, and so was he. Elliot stood at the heart of the forest, his mind a tangle of thoughts, but his heart steady, grounded in the truth he had just uncovered. The air had cleared, the mist gone, leaving only the sound of the wind whispering through the trees. The earth beneath his feet felt different now, as if the very soul of the forest had been reborn. The threads of balance had been restored, but there was still a lingering weight in the air, a knowledge that, while the forest had been healed, there were still forces out there, waiting to challenge the delicate equilibrium he had worked so hard to protect. The fire within him was no longer the blinding, all-consuming force it had been when he first arrived. It was softer now, calmer, a steady warmth that seemed to pulse in time with the earth beneath him. He could feel it in every fiber of his being, the connection between him and the forest, the fire and the shadow, the light and the dark. It was a unity, a rhythm, a song that hummed through the land, through his blood, through the very air he breathed. But the forest was not just alive with life, it was alive with history. As he stood there, listening to the wind in the trees, the rustling of leaves, Elliot realized that the balance he had fought so hard to restore was not a simple thing. It was a web, a tapestry woven through the ages, shaped by forces far older than he could comprehend. His mind wandered, back to the ancient stone he had uncovered in the heart of the clearing, to the carvings on its surface. There had been something in those symbols, something he couldn't quite understand, but deep inside he felt the pull of them. The voice had spoken of the balance, of the threads that wove the world together. But Elliot knew now that there was more to the story. The fire, the shadow, the earth, these were not just forces of nature, but forces that had been shaped by something beyond time, beyond history. The wind picked up again, a cool gust that swept through the trees, and Elliot's gaze turned toward the horizon, where the forest met the sky. It felt as though the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. There was a deep, aching stillness in the air now, but it was not the stillness of peace. It was the stillness of potential, the stillness before the next chapter of the forest story began. Elliot took a step forward, his feet sinking slightly into the soft, damp earth. The fire within him pulsed, a steady beacon of warmth and light in the growing dusk. As he walked, the trees seemed to part before him, as if recognizing his presence, his purpose. He had become more than just a wanderer, more than just a keeper of fire. He had become part of the forest, its protector, its guardian, its voice in the world. But there was more to the path ahead than he had anticipated. As he moved deeper into the forest, the air grew heavier again, and a strange quiet settled over the land. It was not the quiet of peace, It was a silence that spoke. He stopped, his heart pounding in his chest, and looked around. There was something different now. The shadows seemed deeper, darker, stretching longer than they should. The forest felt alive, but in a way that was unsettling. The pulse of the land was still there, but it was accompanied by an undercurrent, a tension that hadn't been there before. Keeper. The voice came from the trees, from the very soil beneath his feet, soft and slow, like a dream that whispered through his mind. Elliot's breath caught in his throat, and the fire within him flared in response, illuminating the space around him. Keeper, the voice repeated, this time louder, more urgent. You have restored the balance, but there is more you must understand. The threads that bind this world are fragile, more fragile than you know. Elliot's gaze swept the area around him, searching for the source of the voice. It was everywhere, in the wind, in the rustling leaves, in the very earth beneath him. The voice was ancient, and its words were filled with sorrow. The balance has been restored for now, the voice continued, its tone shifting, becoming filled with a deep, mournful weight. But the threads that hold the forest, the earth, and the fire together are fraying. They have been fraying for longer than you realize. Elliot's heart thudded in his chest. The weight of the words pressed on him, the truth of them sinking deep into his bones. The balance was never as secure as he had believed. It was a delicate thing, a fragile thing, and there were forces far older than he could understand trying to tear it apart. What is it that you need from me? Elliot asked, his voice steady, though he felt a deep unease in his gut. What must I do? There was a long silence, and then the voice spoke again, this time with a note of sadness, a note of finality. You must go beyond the boundaries of the forest, Keeper. The threads do not end here. They stretch further, deeper, into the lands beyond, where even the light of the fire cannot reach. There are places where the balance has already been lost, where the threads have been severed completely. You must journey to those places and restore what has been broken. You must go to the heart of the land, to the places where the threads were first woven, and find the source of the corruption. Elliot's breath caught. The heart of the land. He had thought the forest was the source, the center of the balance, but now he realized how small the forest was in the grand scheme of things. It was just a piece, a part of something far greater, something that spanned across the world, across the threads of time itself. I understand, Elliot whispered, the weight of the task ahead sinking into him. His journey was far from over. The forest had been healed, but now, it was up to him to protect the entire world from the forces that sought to unravel it. He had been chosen for this, not just as a keeper of fire, but as a protector of the threads that bound all life together. The forest was alive and so was he. But this journey, this path, was one he had to walk alone. The voice spoke one final time, its tone filled with both warning and hope. Do not be deceived, Keeper. The path ahead will test you in ways you cannot imagine. You will face forces that will challenge everything you believe, everything you have fought for. But remember this, the threads are strongest when they are woven together. Do not lose sight of the balance. Do not lose sight of the unity. The wind stilled, and the forest seemed to fall silent again. The shadows grew longer, the world shifting around him. But Elliot knew now what he had to do. He had to go beyond the forest, beyond the fire, to the heart of the earth itself. To the place where the threads of life had first been woven, and where they were now coming undone. The journey ahead would not be easy. But the fire inside him burned brighter now, steady and strong, and the pulse of the earth beneath his feet guided him forward. The threads were calling to him, and he would answer. The forest had been saved, but the world was still at risk, and Elliot would not rest until the threads had been restored. Elliot stood at the edge of the forest, the weight of the task before him pressing heavily on his shoulders. The voice of the forest had faded into the wind, leaving only the rustling of the leaves and the faintest hum of energy in the air. He knew what he had to do now. The balance had been restored, but it was only a fragile reprieve. The corruption had spread far beyond the forest borders, reaching deep into the land, and the source was still out there, waiting to be found. The fire within him flickered, but it no longer burned with the desperation it had once held. It was calmer now, steadier, as if it too understood the gravity of the journey ahead. Elliot took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. The forest had become a part of him, as much a part of his soul as the fire that burned within him. But now he had to leave it behind. He had to step beyond the boundaries of the trees, beyond the land that had been his sanctuary, and into the unknown. The path ahead was unclear, a winding road that led into the heart of a land he had never known. The ancient voice had spoken of places where the threads of balance had been severed, places where the corruption had taken root. and those places were far from the forest. They were scattered across the land, hidden in the deepest corners of the world, where no light had touched for ages. Elliot's heart pounded in his chest as he turned to face the open plains beyond the trees. The forest, with its towering oaks and rustling leaves, seemed to fade into the distance behind him. It was a place of comfort, of warmth, but now it felt like a memory, something he could never return to once he stepped away from it. He had been its keeper, its protector, but now he was something more. A wanderer, a seeker of answers, a bearer of the fire that would guide him to the farthest reaches of the land. The world beyond the forest was vast and untamed. Elliot had heard stories of the lands beyond, of deserts that stretched to the horizon, of mountains that pierced the sky, of seas that roared and raged like the storm. But those were only stories. Now he would see it all with his own eyes. He would walk through the places where the balance had been shattered, where the threads of life had unraveled, and he would heal what had been broken. Elliot took one last look at the forest behind him, as if seeking a final blessing, and then he turned toward the horizon. He knew the journey would be long, but he also knew it was necessary. The threads of balance were at stake, and there was no room for hesitation. The fire inside him flared once more, its warmth spreading through his body, a reminder that he was not alone on this path. The forest had given him its strength, and the fire had become his guide. Now he would carry that light into the unknown. The journey began with the first step. Elliot's feet moved slowly, deliberately, as he crossed the border of the forest and into the open world. The earth beneath his feet was soft and damp at first, the soil rich and dark, but as he moved farther from the trees, the land began to change. The once familiar scent of the forest was replaced by the sharp tang of grass and wildflowers. The wind, once soft and comforting, now carried a bite to it, a coolness that warned of the distance ahead. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape. Elliot could feel the weight of the day pressing down on him, but he knew he had to keep moving. There was no time to rest, no time to linger. The fire inside him burned steadily, its warmth a constant companion, but the world around him seemed vast and unyielding, as though it would swallow him whole if he stopped to catch his breath. As he walked, the landscape continued to shift. The rolling hills of the plains gave way to rocky outcrops, jagged and unforgiving, their surfaces slick with moisture from the recent rain. The ground grew harder beneath his boots, the earth less forgiving, as if the land itself were testing him. Each step felt like a challenge, each breath heavier than the last, but Elliot pressed on, driven by the knowledge that the balance of the world depended on him. The sun dipped lower, casting the sky in hues of orange and pink. The storm was coming. The air had grown thick with the promise of rain, the winds picking up, howling through the grass like a wild animal searching for prey. Elliot's steps quickened, his mind alert to the signs of the storm, but his body refused to slow. He couldn't afford to stop now. Not when the threads of life were unraveling. Nightfall came swiftly, the storm breaking overhead in a rush of wind and rain. Elliot ducked under a low cliff overhang, sheltering himself from the worst of the downpour, but he didn't stop moving. The rain lashed against his skin, cold and relentless, but the fire within him burned brighter, a beacon against the storm. He could feel the land shifting beneath him, the tension in the earth as if it too was bracing for what was to come. The voice had said the corruption was spreading beyond the forest, beyond the edges of the lands he knew. Elliot didn't know what he would find when he reached the heart of the land, but he couldn't turn back. He had come too far. As the storm raged above him, Elliot stood at the edge of the cliff, looking out across the vast expanse of land before him. The night was thick with rain and shadow, the world obscured by the downpour. But even in the storm's fury, Elliot could see the distant shapes of mountains rising on the horizon. They were jagged and dark, their peaks lost in the clouds. Those mountains would be his first destination, the place where the corruption had first been felt, where the threads had been severed. He could feel the pull of the land, the weight of the earth beneath him. The fire inside him surged, its warmth spreading like a wave of energy, and Elliot knew that he wasn't just walking through the world. He was connected to it. Each step, each breath, each moment was part of the great tapestry of life, part of the delicate balance that held the land together. The storm raged on, but Elliot's path was clear. The mountains called to him, and he would answer. The fire inside him would guide him. And he would not stop until the balance was restored. The journey was just beginning. But Elliot was ready. The storm had settled by the time Elliot reached the foothills of the mountains. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, though the sky still hung heavy with dark clouds, casting a dim light across the land. The air was cool and thick with moisture, and the scent of earth and wet stone filled his nostrils. The fire within him flickered, a constant, steady warmth that kept the chill of the mountain air at bay, but even its strength couldn't fully stave off the unease gnawing at his thoughts. He had come so far from the forest, from the warmth and shelter of the trees, and now, standing at the base of these ancient peaks, Elliot felt small, insignificant against the vastness of the mountains. They rose before him like silent giants, their jagged faces obscured by mist, their sheer, intimidating presence suffocating the horizon. The land here was harsh, unforgiving, a stark contrast to the soft soil and towering trees he had left behind. But this was where the corruption had first been felt. This was the land where the balance had been torn. And so, it was here that he would begin his search. Elliot's eyes scanned the darkening landscape, the shadows growing longer, the sun slipping lower behind the mountain peaks. It wouldn't be long before nightfall descended fully upon him, and he needed to find shelter. He was far from any path or road, and the mountains had no mercy for those who dared wander too far from the safe trails. As he moved forward, stepping carefully over the rocky ground, the fire within him pulsed gently, its warmth a steady beacon. There was something about the mountains, something primal, that seemed to call to the fire inside him. The threads of the world ran deep here, deep into the heart of the earth, and Elliot could feel them tugging at him, urging him onward. The further he climbed, the more the land began to change. The grasses that had covered the lower slopes gave way to sparse, jagged rocks. The earth felt harder, more brittle, and the air became thinner, the wind picking up and swirling around him like a whisper from ancient times. He could hear it now, the voice of the mountains, a distant murmur, barely audible, carried by the wind. It was not the same voice that had spoken to him in the forest, but something different, something older, deeper. "You are close, keeper," the voice murmured, its tone a soft rumble like the shifting of stone. "The threads are thinner here. You must tread carefully. The balance has been broken in ways you cannot yet understand." Elliot's breath quickened, his heart pounding in his chest. The voice of the mountain seemed to know him, to know why he had come. It was the same voice he had felt in the forest, the same ancient presence that guided him, though it sounded more fragmented here, less cohesive, as if the land itself had been wounded. He pressed on, determined, his mind focused. The mountain's edge loomed closer, the path steeper, more treacherous. He had to find the source of the corruption, the place where the threads had been severed, and restore what had been broken. The fire within him flared again, its light casting long, eerie shadows over the rocks. The path ahead seemed endless, the distance between him and the top of the mountain unyielding. But there was no turning back. Not now. The climb was grueling, each step a struggle as he fought against the steep incline and the uneven, jagged terrain. His muscles burned with the effort, and his lungs ached for air as the altitude increased, but Elliot's resolve remained unbroken. He had been through too much to stop now. The forest had been saved, but it was only one piece of the puzzle. There was more at stake now, more than just the fire, more than just the forest. The entire balance of the world was at risk, and Elliot would not allow it to slip away. Hours passed as Elliot ascended the mountainside, the clouds above him growing heavier with each passing minute. The wind had turned colder, biting through his cloak and chilling him to the bone, but the fire within him kept him warm, kept him moving. The earth beneath his feet seemed to groan with each step, as if the land itself were warning him, urging him to turn back. But he couldn't. Not when he was so close. At last, as the light began to fade and the storm clouds gathered overhead, Elliot reached a narrow ridge that overlooked a deep valley below. The sky had darkened to a deep purple, the last traces of sunlight slipping away. The fire inside him flickered, casting a soft, golden light on the jagged rocks around him. And then, at the far end of the ridge, he saw it. The darkness. It was not the darkness of the night, nor the shadow of the clouds overhead. This was something different. It was a deep, inky blackness, stretching across the valley like a vast, yawning wound in the land. It pulsed, slowly, like the beating of a heart, its presence heavy and oppressive. The very air seemed to warp around it, as though the land itself was recoiling in fear. Elliot took a step back, his heart racing as he took in the sight. This was it, the source of the corruption, the place where the threads had been severed, the wound in the world, a gaping abyss where light and life had been consumed. The fire within him flared once more, its warmth growing hotter, brighter, but even its light seemed small against the vastness of the darkness. Elliot knew that what lay before him was no mere challenge. It was a test, a trial, something far more powerful than anything he had faced before. The fire could not banish this darkness alone. It was too deep, too ancient. He needed to understand it. He needed to be it. "You are here," the voice of the mountain echoed once more, its tone filled with quiet sorrow. "The threads are broken, Keeper. You have come to mend them, but you cannot do so without understanding the wound. You cannot heal what you do not know." Elliot's mind raced as he looked out over the vast, dark expanse. The corruption was alive, sentient, and the more he looked at it, the more he could feel it calling to him, urging him forward. The voice had been right. He had come to mend the threads, but the only way to do that was to understand the nature of the wound. Elliot closed his eyes, feeling the fire inside him surge in response to the darkness. He reached out, his senses extending beyond the physical world, reaching toward the heart of the corruption. The land was still, silent, as though holding its breath. He felt the threads, those delicate lines of life, light and shadow, stretching into the darkness, but they were frayed, torn like broken strings. The corruption had not come from the land, not from the fire, not from the earth. It had come from somewhere else, somewhere deeper, somewhere beyond the reach of light. A force older than the fire, older than the forest, a force that had been lurking beneath the surface, waiting for its chance to tear the world apart. Elliot felt it then, the pull of the darkness, the call of something ancient, something forgotten. And he knew with a deep, unshakable certainty that this was not just a battle of fire against shadow. This was a battle for the very soul of the world. And he had come to face it, to heal it, to restore the balance. But to do so, he would have to venture deeper into the heart of the corruption, deeper than he had ever gone before, and confront whatever force lay at its core. The darkness was waiting, and Elliot was ready. Elliot's breath was shallow, his heart pounding against his ribs as he stood on the precipice of the vast, pulsing blackness before him. The fire inside him blazed in quiet defiance, the only warmth in a world turned cold and twisted. The darkness stretched endlessly, a vast chasm of empty space where nothing grew, where no light could pierce its depths. It seemed to ripple as though alive, and Elliot could feel it tugging at him, pulling him closer with an irresistible force. The fire within him flickered, battling against the overwhelming weight of the shadow, but it burned brighter, its light flashing like a beacon in the gloom. He had come this far, had endured the harshness of the mountains, the weight of the land, the storms and the winds. But now, as he gazed into the heart of the corruption, Elliot understood that this was the true test. The forest had been a part of him, and he had fought to restore it. But the darkness before him was different. It was no simple shadow, no fractured part of the world. It was the very absence of everything. The fire flickered again, a sharp, crackling flare, and Elliot felt his pulse quicken in response. The darkness recoiled at the light, but only for a moment. It was a game, an eternal dance of opposing forces, and for all the fire's power, the darkness never seemed to diminish. It simply shifted, circling him, pressing against the very edges of his mind, whispering, "You cannot defeat me, Keeper," the voice of the darkness murmured, its tone hollow, filled with centuries of frustration. "I was born from the same threads that bind your fire, the same threads that bind you. You cannot undo what you do not understand." Elliot's grip tightened on the sphere at his side, the small, glowing orb that had been his guide since the moment he first stepped into the forest. It pulsed with the fire's warmth, a constant reminder of the light within him, but it felt fragile now, almost out of place against the enormity of the corruption. His chest tightened, the weight of the darkness pressing down on him, but he did not falter. His breath steadied. His mind cleared. He had not come to fight the darkness with fire alone. He had come to understand it. The wind howled around him, whipping through the rocky cliffside, but Elliot stood firm. He reached deep inside, feeling the threads that connected him to the earth, to the forest, to the fire, and to the shadow. He had thought the balance was something simple, a light in the dark, a fire to push back the void. But it was more complex than that. The fire was only one part of the balance, one force among many. And this darkness, it was not just an enemy. It was a piece of the whole, a necessary force in the great dance of life. He took a step forward, his boots crunching softly against the jagged rocks beneath him. The darkness pulsed again, deeper, stronger, and the voice whispered once more, this time with a hint of curiosity. "You come closer. You understand now, don't you?" the voice asked, its tone no longer mocking but probing. "The fire is but a spark. It cannot exist without the shadow, and it will burn out without it." Elliot nodded slowly, his breath steady, his body still. The fire inside him flared brightly, but his mind remained calm. The darkness was not his enemy, not in the way he had once believed. It was not something to be destroyed or banished. It was a part of the world, a part of the balance he had sworn to protect. And just as the fire needed the shadow to exist, the shadow needed the fire. One could not stand without the other. I understand, Elliot said, his voice low but firm. I understand that the balance is not about defeating one force. It is about harmonizing them. For the first time, the darkness seemed to pause. The air around him grew still, and the pulse of the shadow softened. The abyss before him no longer rippled with malice, but instead seemed to listen. Elliot closed his eyes, reaching deep within himself, feeling the fire within him and the earth beneath him. He could feel the pulse of the land, the heartbeat of the world, steady and sure. The threads of life wove together in a delicate tapestry, and the fire, his fire, was a part of it. So too was the darkness. You have learned, the voice whispered almost reverently. You have understood the truth. Elliot opened his eyes, and for the first time he felt no fear, no hesitation. There was no need to fight. He had not come to defeat the darkness. He had come to unite it with the light. He extended his hand, palm open, toward the center of the abyss. The fire within him surged, casting a golden light that illuminated the edges of the shadow. The darkness pulled at him as though testing his resolve, but he stood firm. His light did not flicker. It was steady. It was strong. The darkness reached for him, swirling, curling around his hand like a living thing, probing, testing. Elliot did not pull away. Instead, he allowed the darkness to touch him, to feel the warmth of his fire, and he allowed the fire to touch the shadow, to feel the cold of its depths. For a moment, there was no light and no shadow. There was only balance, only the union of two forces intertwined. You will not burn out, the voice of the darkness murmured, almost in awe. You have accepted me, and so I will accept you. Elliot's hand remained outstretched, and the shadow coiled around his fingers, soft and almost tender now. He could feel it, the pulse of the land beneath him, the gentle tug of the balance settling into place. The threads of light and shadow, life and death, fire and earth, woven together once more. The fire inside him flared brightly, its warmth spreading through his body, but this time, it was not a battle. This time it was a celebration. The fire was alive, and so was the shadow. They had been divided for too long, pulled apart by fear and misunderstanding. But now they were one, together. Elliot felt the shift in the land, in the air, in his very soul. The corruption that had plagued the world began to recede, slowly but surely. The shadow pulled back, not in defeat, but in acceptance. The land around him seemed to sigh, the weight of centuries of discord lifting like a fog, clearing the air. The fire still burned within him, but now, it was no longer a solitary force. It was a part of the greater whole. The light and the shadow, the fire and the earth, together. The balance was whole once more. Elliot lowered his hand, his eyes opening to the world around him. The darkness had not been banished. It had been integrated. The land around him was no longer twisted, no longer corrupt. It was whole, complete, and so was he. He had done it. The balance had been restored. But this was only the beginning. The world had been healed, but there was still so much to learn, so much to understand. The fire, the shadow, the earth, they were not isolated forces. They were interconnected, woven into the very fabric of existence. And as Elliot stood at the heart of the world, he knew that his journey was far from over. There were more threads to weave, more lands to heal, more shadows to embrace. And with the fire of the balance burning within him, Elliot would walk that path. He would continue to protect the harmony of the world, not through force, but through understanding. The balance would endure, and so would he. Elliot stood at the heart of the darkness, but it no longer felt like an adversary. The storm clouds above had parted, letting the first rays of dawn filter through, casting pale light over the land. The vast chasm before him had not disappeared, but it had changed, softened. It was no longer a black void but a living presence, gentle and calm, as though the shadow itself had learned to breathe in sync with the fire. And within him, the fire, the bright warmth that had burned so fiercely at the beginning of his journey, had settled into something deeper. It was not just a light to combat the darkness, but a force in balance with it. For the first time, Elliot felt the full weight of what he had accomplished. The forest had been healed, yes, but the true task was only just beginning. The balance had been restored, but not just for the forest. The fire, the shadow, the earth, and the sky, they were all connected, bound in an intricate web of life. He could feel it in his bones, in the pulse beneath his feet, in the steady beat of his heart. He had entered the darkness with a singular goal: to restore what had been broken, to heal the land from the corruption that had spread like an infection across the world. But now he understood that this was not something that could be fixed once and for all. The balance was not a single event. It was a living, breathing force that required constant care, constant understanding. It was something that needed to be nurtured, not conquered. Elliot took a step back, his feet crunching softly against the rocky earth beneath him. He looked up at the mountains that stretched endlessly above, their peaks now bathed in the golden light of morning. They had been silent witnesses to the corruption, standing stoically as the world below had unraveled. But now, they seemed to hum with a quiet resonance, as though the land itself was sighing in relief. But Elliot knew that this was just one piece of the greater puzzle. He had restored the balance in the heart of the world, in the place where the threads had frayed, but there were other places, other lands where the balance had been disrupted, where the threads had been severed. The corruption had not been confined to these mountains. It had spread far beyond, winding its way into distant lands, places Elliot had never known. He felt the fire within him flicker, its steady warmth now infused with a sense of purpose. He had been the keeper of the fire, but he was also something more now. He was the keeper of balance, the protector of the threads that held the world together. And just as the darkness had once been his enemy, it was now his companion. He had learned its place in the world, its role in the greater whole, and he would no longer fear it. Elliot turned his gaze back toward the valley below, where the corruption had once spread. The shadow was still present, but it was no longer suffocating, no longer threatening to consume everything in its path. It was calm, silent, waiting. He felt the pull again, the subtle tug of the threads, guiding him onward, urging him to continue his journey. The balance was still fragile. It had been restored here, but it had to be restored everywhere. And it would not be a simple task. There were forces out there, forces that sought to tear the threads apart, to unweave the delicate tapestry of life. But Elliot was no longer the uncertain, weary traveler who had stepped into the forest. He was the keeper of the balance now, and he understood what that meant. The journey would be long, and there would be many trials along the way, but he would face them not with the fire alone, but with the understanding that the fire and the darkness, the light and the shadow were not enemies. They were partners. As Elliot began to walk, the land around him seemed to shift, the air growing warmer, the earth beneath his feet softer. He could feel the pulse of the forest in his chest, a steady rhythm that resonated through his body, as though the very earth itself was reaching out to him. The fire within him flared in response, not in a blaze of uncontrolled heat, but in a steady glow that lit the way forward. The wind whispered through the trees as he made his way down the mountain path, the first steps of his new journey. His thoughts turned to the lands beyond, to the places where the balance had been broken and the threads had frayed. The world was vast, and the task before him was monumental. But he was not alone. He was connected to the land, to the fire, to the earth, to the shadow. And with each step he took, the balance would be restored, one piece at a time. His thoughts were interrupted by a sound, faint at first, like a distant echo. He stopped and listened. It was the sound of movement, something stirring in the distance. The land was alive, shifting, awakening, and Elliot could feel it. The corruption had not vanished entirely. It had retreated, but it was not gone. It lingered on the edges, like a shadow just out of reach, waiting for the moment to return. But Elliot was ready. The balance had been restored, but it was not something that could be forgotten. It required vigilance. It required care. The fire inside him flared again, stronger now, its light illuminating the path ahead. The journey would not be easy, but Elliot was no longer afraid. He was the keeper of the balance. And with each step, with each new place he visited, he would continue to weave the threads, to heal the wounds, to restore the unity that had once been broken. The fire within him, though steady and warm, had become something more. It was no longer a force of destruction, but a force of creation. It was not just a weapon to fight the darkness, but a tool to understand it. The shadow too had changed. It had been a consuming force, but now it was a partner, a necessary counterpoint to the fire, a reminder that even in the darkest times there was light. Elliot reached the base of the mountains and stepped onto the open plains beyond. The wind whispered through the tall grass, the scent of rain still fresh in the air. The world was vast, and he had so much left to learn, so many lands left to visit. But he knew that the path he walked now would not be a solitary one. It would be a journey of connection, a journey of understanding. The threads of the world would lead him forward, weaving through every step he took, binding him to the land and to those who would walk beside him. He raised his hand, and the fire within him flared once more, casting a warm glow across the landscape. He did not know what awaited him in the lands beyond, but he knew that he was not alone. The fire, the shadow, the earth, they were all part of him now. And he would continue to walk this path, guided by the balance that had been restored. And so, Elliot began the next chapter of his journey, the fire and the shadow at his side, the world opened before him. The balance had been restored, but this was only the beginning. Elliot's footsteps echoed across the open plains as he moved farther from the mountain's shadow, the weight of the journey ahead pressing down on him. The land stretched out before him, vast and endless, the horizon a soft curve where earth met sky. It was a land untouched by the weight of the corruption, a place where the balance had remained undisturbed, at least for now. But Elliot could feel it, that familiar tug at the edges of his awareness, the threads pulling him onward, urging him to move, to seek, to restore. The fire inside him had not dimmed. In fact, it had grown. But it was no longer a searing, fiery flame. It was gentler now, more refined, like the steady warmth of a hearth that burns bright but never threatens to consume. It pulsed softly in his chest, a constant companion, guiding him, illuminating his path. The shadow that had once loomed over him, the darkness he had feared, now swirled around him like a cloak, its coolness not oppressive but comforting, a reminder of the balance he had come to understand. He had come a long way since he first ventured into the forest, when the fire had been an uncontrolled force within him, a beacon of destruction. Now it was a force of creation. He no longer saw it as something separate, something to be wielded against the darkness, but as something that was a part of the greater whole, the balance. The darkness too had shifted. It had been absorbed into the fabric of the world, woven into the tapestry of life, no longer an enemy but a companion, a shadow to the fire's light, a night to the day. Elliot's mind, once clouded by confusion and uncertainty, was now clear, sharpened by the understanding he had gained. He was not just a keeper of fire, but a keeper of balance, a protector of the threads that wove the world together. He had seen the devastation that could come from imbalance, from the severing of those threads, and he had felt the power that came from restoring them. As he walked, the wind began to pick up again, a soft breeze that stirred the tall grass around him. It carried with it the scent of rain, of earth, of life. But there was something more in the air, something subtle, a shift in the atmosphere that whispered of change. The land was waking up, and Elliot could feel the stirrings of it in his very soul. He paused and looked around, scanning the horizon, his eyes narrowing as he sensed something, a presence. It was faint, distant, but it was there, pulling at the edges of his awareness. He had learned to trust these feelings, these subtle tugs of the threads. They were the guidance of the world, showing him the way forward. The fire within him flickered, its glow intensifying as if it too sensed the presence. It was not threatening, not yet, but it was something that demanded his attention. Elliot's hand instinctively went to the orb at his side, the glowing sphere that had been his constant companion, a symbol of his connection to the fire and the forest. It pulsed softly, in sync with his heartbeat. A figure appeared on the horizon, small at first, but growing closer with each passing second. A traveler like him, though their presence was different, fainter, more ethereal. The figure was draped in a cloak, their face hidden in shadow, their steps silent but purposeful. The wind seemed to shift around them, and the air thickened with the weight of their presence. As they drew closer, Elliot felt the fire inside him stir, a question rising in his chest. He had seen many things on his journey, but this figure, was unlike anything he had encountered before. They were not like the creatures of the forest, not like the beings of shadow or fire. They were something else, something older. The figure stopped a few paces from him, their cloak flowing in the wind as though alive. The world around them seemed to pause, the land holding its breath. "Elliot," the figure said, their voice soft, yet carrying the weight of centuries. It was not a voice of one who had come from the land, but from beyond it. It was the voice of something that existed before time had begun. "How do you know my name?" Elliot asked, his voice steady, though his mind raced with questions. The fire inside him hummed in response, but there was no fear. Not anymore. The balance had taught him that all forces had a purpose. And this figure was no different. "I have watched you," the figure replied, their tone laced with a quiet sadness. "Watched you restore what was broken. Watched you bind the threads together piece by piece. But you must understand, Elliot, there are forces beyond your comprehension, beyond the balance you have created." Elliot stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. "What do you mean?" The figure raised a hand, gesturing to the land around them, the vast plains, the distant mountains, the horizon that stretched on forever. "The balance is not the end," they said. "It is a beginning, yes, but it is also a cycle. One that has been repeating for eons." Elliot's heart skipped a beat. He had restored the balance. He had done what was needed. But there was more? "What do you want from me?" Elliot asked, his voice low but resolute. "I do not want," the figure replied, their voice barely above a whisper. "I need you, Elliot. You are a keeper of the balance, yes, but you must also be the keeper of fate. Fate. Elliot repeated, his mind racing. I don't understand. The figure stepped closer, and for the first time, Elliot saw a flicker of their face beneath the hood. A pale, ageless visage, eyes like the deepest abyss, filled with ancient knowledge and sorrow. The figure's gaze was intense, searching. The threads you have been weaving, the balance you have restored, is but a part of something much larger. You have repaired the fabric of the world, yes, but there are other threads that have been cut. And there are forces that would see them unraveled again. Elliot's pulse quickened. What kind of forces? The ones that seek to break the cycle, the figure said, their voice growing more intense, urgent. There are those who want the world to fall into chaos. They will try to tear apart the threads of fate, to undo what you have worked so hard to restore. You are not just a keeper of balance. You are the keeper of the threads that tie time itself together. Elliot took a step back, his heart racing. You mean, I'm supposed to stop them? The figure nodded. You will need to. The threads you've restored are fragile, and there are forces in the world that seek to tear them asunder. The path ahead will be difficult. The balance is not just light and dark. It is time and fate, birth and death, creation and destruction. You will face challenges that go beyond the world you know. The wind seemed to pick up around them, the land vibrating with a subtle hum, like the universe itself was aware of their conversation. Elliot's mind raced with the weight of the figure's words. There was more to this world than he had ever understood, and now he was not just a keeper of fire, but a guardian of the very fabric of existence. You will not be alone, the figure added, their voice softening. But you must be ready. For the threads of fate are winding, and they lead to places you cannot yet imagine. Elliot nodded slowly, the fire inside him glowing brighter. This was not just about restoring balance anymore. This was about protecting something far greater, something that stretched beyond the world, beyond time itself. Where do I begin? Elliot asked, his voice steady, his resolve hardening. The figure reached out, placing a cold, unseen hand on his shoulder. Follow the threads, Elliot. Follow them wherever they lead. And do not fear the darkness, for it too has a purpose. With that, the figure turned, their cloak billowing in the wind as they began to fade into the distance, leaving Elliot standing alone once more. The fire inside him flared, brighter than ever before, and he knew without a doubt that his journey was far from over. The threads of fate had begun to unravel, and it was up to him to weave them back together. The figure's words echoed in Elliot's mind, their meaning settling deep within him like a seed planted in fertile soil. The threads of fate are winding. Follow them wherever they lead. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of fate itself being so fragile, so interconnected with his own journey. What did it mean to be the keeper of something so vast, so infinite? And what had he truly restored when he healed the land, when he repaired the fire and shadow? He had only scratched the surface of a far larger tapestry, a grand design he had yet to fully understand. As the figure faded from view, the plains before him stretched even further, as if reflecting the uncertainty of his path. The wind whispered through the grass, a distant hum that seemed to vibrate with the very pulse of the world. The air grew thicker, the earth beneath his feet more alive, as though the land itself was guiding him toward something unknown. Elliot's thoughts spun wildly as he stood there, trying to make sense of the figure's cryptic words. He had thought his task was clear, to restore balance, to heal the land. But now, he realized that the balance was only a small piece of a much greater puzzle. He wasn't just healing the land. He was weaving fate itself. And there were forces out there, forces that sought to undo that very work. But what were these forces? Who or what could wield such power? And why had they not yet revealed themselves to him? As these questions swirled in his mind, a sense of urgency washed over him. The task before him was no longer about simply restoring the balance of fire and shadow. It was about protecting the very threads of existence itself. If the forces against him could unravel these threads, if they could disrupt the cycle that bound time and fate together, the consequences would be far more devastating than anything Elliot had yet encountered. Elliot's hand instinctively gripped the glowing orb at his side, the soft warmth of it a reassuring presence. It had been his guide, his symbol of connection to the fire, to the forest, and to the balance. But it felt different now, more alive, as if it too had absorbed some of the weight of the revelation. The fire inside him responded, a flare of warmth that spread from his chest to his limbs. The orb pulsed in his hand, syncing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. He had to move. He had to find these threads. He had to understand where they led. Elliot turned away from the plains and began walking again, the steady beat of his heart the only sound breaking the stillness around him. The land stretched endlessly, the horizon nothing but a distant promise. But Elliot felt no fear, no uncertainty. He had seen the darkness, felt its weight, but now he understood it. It was not a force to be feared, but one to be embraced, a part of the cycle that had to be respected. The fire within him surged again, and this time he let it burn brighter, casting a warm glow over the landscape. The land responded as if acknowledging his strength, his resolve. The threads of fate were real, and they were intertwined with everything around him. He could feel them, the subtle vibrations in the earth, the tug of energy beneath his feet. It was as if the world itself was whispering to him, telling him where to go, which path to take. He walked for hours, the landscape shifting subtly as he moved. The grass grew thicker, the air heavier with the scent of earth and rain. The sky darkened, clouds rolling in from the west, but there was no fear in the storm. There was only a feeling of inevitability, a sense that this was part of the journey, part of the weaving of fate itself. As the first drops of rain began to fall, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle disturbance. The wind shifted direction, no longer gentle but now carrying a sharp edge, the scent of something unfamiliar mixed with the rain. His pulse quickened. There was something ahead, a presence, darker, more intense than anything he had encountered before. He stopped, his breath steady, his senses alert. The rain began to pour, soaking through his cloak, but the fire inside him burned with unwavering strength. His hand moved to the orb at his side, its warmth spreading through his palm. The figure had said that fate would not be easily unraveled. And yet, as the air thickened, as the storm intensified, Elliot knew that he was standing at the edge of something monumental. Something that could shatter the delicate balance he had worked so hard to restore. A distant rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to shake the very earth beneath him. Elliot's eyes narrowed, scanning the horizon. And then, through the curtain of rain, he saw it. A figure, cloaked in shadows, standing at the edge of the path. The rain seemed to swirl around them as if the storm itself was bending to their will. The figure's face was hidden beneath a hood, their presence a heavy weight that pressed against the air. But there was something else, something familiar about their energy. Something that sent a chill down Elliot's spine. The figure took a step forward, their movements slow, deliberate. The rain continued to fall, but where the figure stood, the water seemed to part around them as if it could not touch their form. Elliot's grip on the orb tightened. His mind raced. He had felt this presence before, this darkness. It was not the same as the force that had once corrupted the land, but something different, something ancient. The figure's energy hummed with the same resonance as the threads of fate, and Elliot could feel the pull of their presence. It was not an enemy. Not yet. The figure spoke, their voice deep and rich with power, like the rumble of thunder itself. "You have done well, Elliot, keeper of the balance," they said, their voice carrying across the storm. "You have restored the threads, healed the land, but you misunderstand your place in all of this." Elliot stood tall, facing the figure, his hand still gripping the orb, but his voice steady. "I understand that I must protect the balance. And I will. Whatever it takes." The figure chuckled, a low, gravelly sound that sent shivers down Elliot's spine. "You are not the only one who weaves fate. There are others who seek to pull the threads in different directions." Elliot's pulse quickened. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What do you want?" The figure's eyes gleamed beneath the hood, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. "I am a part of the cycle just as you are. And I am here to offer you a choice, Keeper. A choice that will determine the fate of the world." The wind howled around them, the storm intensifying, but Elliot held his ground. "What choice?" The figure stepped closer, their form emerging from the shadows. "The threads are yours to weave, Elliot. But I can help you. I can show you the path to true power, to true understanding. All you need to do is accept the offer." Elliot's breath caught in his chest, his mind racing. He could feel the weight of the choice before him, the pull of something deeper than the land, than the fire, than the shadow. Something beyond even fate itself. He stepped forward, the fire inside him blazing brighter than ever before. "I don't need power," he said, his voice firm. "I need balance." The figure's eyes narrowed, their lips curling into a faint smile. "Then we are already at odds, Keeper. Because balance is not something that can be preserved forever. The threads of fate, they are always shifting. And so must you." With a final, lingering gaze, the figure turned and vanished into the storm, leaving Elliot standing in the rain, his heart pounding in his chest. The choice had been made. But the storm was far from over. Elliot stood still, the fire inside him pulsing with the weight of the encounter. The threads of fate were more complicated than he had ever imagined. and the path ahead was shrouded in shadow. But he had a purpose. He had always had one. And now, the journey was about to take him into the unknown. The figure's cryptic words lingered in Elliot's mind, their meaning like an unshakable whisper in the back of his thoughts. Balance is not something that can be preserved forever. The storm raged around him, the wind howling as if the very world were in turmoil, but Elliot remained rooted in place, standing tall against the storm. His hand clenched around the glowing orb at his side, the warmth of the fire pulsing steadily within him. The fire, his fire, had always been his guide, but now, in the face of this strange figure and their offer, it felt like the weight of the world was settling on his shoulders. The storm intensified, the rain now falling in sheets, drenching him to the bone. But Elliot did not flinch. He could feel the pull of the figure's presence, the tension in the air between them, a challenge that he had not expected. The land trembled beneath his feet, but it wasn't fear that filled him. It was determination. The fire inside him flared in response to the figure's words, but Elliot knew this was no time for recklessness. The balance, the delicate equilibrium he had fought to restore, was now under threat. He could not afford to be swayed. The threads of fate. The phrase repeated in his mind, its meaning slowly unraveling as he tried to make sense of it. Fate had always seemed like something abstract, something distant. But now it felt as if it were tangible, woven into the very fabric of the world, interconnected with every living thing, every moment. And Elliot had been chosen not just to protect it, but to weave it, to guide its course. He had restored the balance of fire and shadow, but was that truly all there was? Was the restoration just the beginning? Elliot's mind raced as the storm raged louder, the wind whipping around him like a living thing. The sky crackled with thunder, and for a moment, it seemed as though the heavens themselves were about to split wide open. The figure had warned him, balance could not last forever. But if balance could not be preserved, what then? Was there another way forward? Or was this storm, this tempest of uncertainty, simply the beginning of something far greater? His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden shift in the air. The wind stopped, the rain paused mid-fall as if the entire world had taken a breath. And then the land before him shifted, the world seeming to warp and twist. The sky above rippled, the clouds swirling like a vortex, as though the storm itself were being drawn into the heart of something far more powerful. Elliot's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his heart pounding with a new intensity. He felt the tug of the threads once again, stronger now, more urgent. He could sense the presence of something beyond this realm, something ancient, pulling at the very fabric of reality. And he understood then that the storm had not been a random force of nature. It had been the manifestation of something more, the fabric of fate. He had always believed that the balance of fire and shadow was the most important force. But now, as the storm intensified around him, Elliot realized that he had been wrong. The storm was not a force of destruction. It was a reminder that nothing in this world, in this universe, was permanent. Fate, like the fire and the shadow, was a living force, constantly shifting, constantly evolving. And those who wielded the power to manipulate it were not bound by the same rules that governed the world of fire and shadow. Elliot stood in the midst of the growing storm, the orb at his side now glowing brighter than ever before, its light casting strange shadows on the ground. He could feel the energy of the land around him, the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the crackling power in the air. The fire inside him burned steady, but there was something else, something deeper now, a connection to the very threads of fate themselves. The world around him shifted again, the very fabric of reality bending as though it were being rewoven, and Elliot could feel it. He could feel the choice. He was at the crossroads of fate, standing at the edge of a precipice. His decisions would shape not only his path but the path of everything connected to him, the land, the people, the forces of fire and shadow. He had restored the balance, but the cycle of fate was far more intricate than he had ever realized. And now he was a part of it. A figure appeared from the swirling mist of the storm, moving silently toward him, their face obscured by the same darkness that had surrounded the previous figure. This new figure was different, though. There was no hood, no shadowy presence. Instead, this figure radiated an eerie calmness, an almost serene aura that stood in stark contrast to the tempest around them. "You're still here," the figure said, their voice smooth and melodic as if the storm itself were wrapped around their words. "I didn't expect you to last this long." Elliot's grip tightened on the orb, the fire within him flaring in response to the presence before him. But there was no fear in his heart. Not anymore. "I'm not going anywhere," he replied firmly, his voice steady despite the storm. The figure's eyes, glowing faintly with an unnatural light, locked onto his. "Then you understand." they said, their tone soft but laced with an unsettling sense of finality. Fate cannot be controlled. You cannot preserve it no matter how hard you try. I'm not trying to control it, Elliot said, taking a step forward. I'm trying to protect it. The figure smiled, a cold, almost knowing smile. Fate does not need protection, Keeper. It needs change. Elliot took another step, the fire inside him glowing hotter with every word the figure spoke. He could feel the storm shifting again, the very ground beneath him quaking as though the earth itself was resisting the figure's words. What do you mean? What change? The figure's gaze deepened, their eyes burning like twin stars, pulling at the very threads of Elliot's consciousness. The balance you fought so hard to restore is temporary. Everything is temporary. Even this world. Their voice grew more distant, more otherworldly. Fate cannot exist without change, without chaos, without destruction. You've only delayed the inevitable. The threads are already unraveling and you're too late to stop it. Elliot's heart clenched. For a moment, he felt the overwhelming weight of the figure's words, an icy truth that threatened to crush him. He had worked so hard to restore balance, to heal the world, but was it all for nothing? Was this cycle truly endless? Was there no way to hold the threads together, no way to stop them from unraveling? You're wrong, Elliot said, his voice growing stronger with every word. I will protect the balance. I will restore it. And if the threads are unraveling, then I'll weave them back together. The figure's smile faded, their expression shifting to one of quiet sadness. You can try, Keeper, but you cannot escape fate. No one can. A strange silence fell between them, the storm pausing as if the world itself were holding its breath. For a long moment, Elliot stood still, the fire within him crackling, the orb pulsing at his side. The winds began to stir again, but this time they felt different, colder, sharper. The sky above, once dark with storm clouds, now cleared for an instant, revealing a faint sliver of moonlight that shone down upon the land. The figure's form began to fade into the mist, their voice the last thing to disappear. Remember, Keeper, all things must change, and you cannot stop it. Elliot stood alone in the eye of the storm, his mind racing with the weight of their words. Fate, change, the threads of existence. The storm may have passed, but the real battle was only just beginning. The fire within him burned brighter, stronger than ever before. If this was fate, then he would face it head-on. He was the keeper of the balance, the protector of the threads, and he would not let them unravel. Not yet. The world around Elliot had shifted once again. The storm had passed, but the land had not returned to its peaceful, familiar rhythm. Instead, an eerie silence hung in the air, as though the universe itself had taken a collective breath, waiting. The moonlight that had briefly illuminated the path now flickered uncertainly, casting long shadows across the landscape. The wind, which had been howling moments before, now whispered, carrying with it a quiet tension that seemed to stretch the very fabric of reality itself. Elliot stood motionless, the weight of the figure's words still heavy on his chest. You cannot escape fate. The phrase echoed relentlessly in his mind, and for a fleeting moment, he doubted everything he had fought for. Had the restoration of balance truly been just a brief reprieve? Was the unraveling of fate inevitable? But even as the doubts swirled inside him, the fire in his chest remained steady, constant, unwavering. It was not the fire of destruction anymore, not the wild, chaotic flame that had once burned through him like an uncontrollable force. No, this was a deeper, more grounded heat. The fire had become a part of him, a core of resilience. He was its keeper just as he was now the keeper of the balance. And it had taught him something that he could not ignore. Balance is not the absence of change, it is the acceptance of it. Elliot took a deep breath, the air now crisp and filled with the scent of wet earth. He could feel the land beneath his feet, the pulse of life, the quiet hum of the world in motion. The storm had broken, yes, but the storm had never been the true enemy. It was the underlying truth of existence, the tension between order and chaos, creation and destruction, life and death, that held the real weight. And no matter how much he fought against it, the truth remained, everything was in constant flux. He turned and began to walk once more, his footsteps slow, deliberate, as though every step was a decision that carried the weight of the future. The fire inside him remained steady, his connection to the orb growing stronger as he moved. With every step, the path seemed to become clearer, the threads of fate becoming more visible, shimmering faintly in the corners of his vision like strands of gold. The land around him seemed to shift as well, subtly as though it too was changing in response to his presence. The trees, tall and ancient, swayed in the breeze, their leaves trembling with the whispers of something ancient, something that echoed through the very heart of the forest. The earth beneath him hummed with the energy of 1,000 unseen lives, all connected in a web that spanned the farthest reaches of the world. As he moved forward, the forest grew denser, the trees growing closer together, their trunks thick with age, their branches intertwined in a complex, almost hypnotic pattern. The path before him became less defined, the once clear trail now obscured by the undergrowth. Yet, despite the growing density of the forest, Elliot felt no fear. He had learned long ago that the forest was not to be feared. It was a reflection of the world itself, with all its complexities, its beauty, and its dangers. It was a mirror showing him the true nature of balance. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to shift. The trees parted in front of him, and there, in the clearing, stood a structure unlike anything Elliot had seen before. It was a large, weathered stone building, ancient and worn with age, its edges softened by the passage of time. The walls were covered in ivy and moss, the roof sagging slightly as if burdened by the weight of centuries. Yet, despite its weathered appearance, the building radiated an aura of calm, as though it had withstood the ravages of time and remained standing not by force, but by design. Elliot felt an instinctual pull toward it, a sense that this place held answers, or at the very least, a key to understanding the choices that lay before him. He stepped closer, his boots crunching on the dry leaves and twigs that littered the ground. The air around the building seemed to hum, a faint vibration that matched the rhythm of his heartbeat. This was no ordinary place. It was something older, something more profound. As he approached the entrance, the heavy wooden doors creaked open on their own, revealing a dimly lit interior. Inside, the air was thick with dust, the scent of old parchment and aged wood filling his senses. The walls were lined with shelves, each one stacked high with ancient scrolls, tomes, and artifacts. The flickering light of his orb cast long shadows across the room, illuminating the symbols carved into the stone walls. Symbols that seemed to shift and change when he wasn't looking directly at them. A large stone table stood in the center of the room, its surface covered with a tapestry of intricate designs. The patterns were complex, winding together like threads in a loom, and Elliot could feel the same pull in his chest as he had when he first encountered the threads of fate. But this was different. The tapestry before him was not one of fire and shadow, but of something deeper, something that transcended even the balance he had restored. Elliot stepped forward, his hand reaching out instinctively to touch the tapestry. As his fingers brushed against the fabric, a surge of energy rippled through him, and suddenly the room seemed to come alive. The symbols on the walls glowed with a faint, ethereal light, and the threads on the tapestry began to shimmer, each one vibrating with a subtle hum as though it were alive. The fire inside him surged, responding to the energy around him. His heartbeat quickened, matching the rhythm of the threads before him. He could hear the faint whispers of the past, the voices of those who had come before, their thoughts and decisions woven into the very fabric of the tapestry. It was then that he understood. This wasn't just a place of power, it was the loom of time, the heart of fate itself. And the tapestry before him was not simply a record of the past, it was a living map, a guide to the future woven from the choices of every living being. The threads were not fixed. They were fluid, constantly shifting, constantly changing, in response to the actions of those who touched them. Elliot's mind raced as the realization sank in. The figure had been right. Fate could not be controlled, but it could be woven. It could be guided. And that was where his true role lay, not as a protector of balance alone, but as a weaver of the threads of fate, shaping the future by the choices he made. He stood there, his hands still resting on the tapestry, the fire inside him blazing with a new understanding. The threads of fate were not fixed in place. They were flexible, alive. And in that moment, Elliot knew that he had the power to influence them, to guide them toward something greater, something beyond balance. The choice was his, and it was more than just the restoration of fire and shadow. It was the weaving of a new future, one thread at a time. But with this power came a weight. He was not the only one who sought to shape fate. The figure had warned him of the forces at play, of those who would seek to unravel the threads for their own ends. And as he stood in the heart of the loom of time, Elliot realized that the battle he had faced was not the last. It was only the beginning. The storm may have passed, but a new storm was on the horizon. A storm of choices, of threads pulled tight and woven into the future. And Elliot was ready to face it. Because now, more than ever, he understood that fate was not something that simply happened. It was something that could be shaped. With a steady breath, Elliot turned away from the loom, his resolve stronger than ever before. The threads of fate were in motion, and he was the keeper of them all. And this journey was far from over. Elliot's heart raced with an energy he had never before felt. The loom of time, with its ancient, glowing threads, pulsed with a rhythm that matched the beating of his own heart. As he stepped away from the table, his fingers still tingling from the touch of the tapestry, the world around him felt heavier, as though the very weight of existence itself rested upon his shoulders. The threads of fate, stretched taut and alive, danced before his mind's eye, endless possibilities flickering in the flickering light of his orb. He could see the paths ahead of him, unfolding, weaving, and interweaving in intricate patterns that were almost too vast to comprehend. But in the midst of the overwhelming complexity, one thing was clear. He was no longer just a passive player in the great cycle of fire and shadow. He was a weaver, a guide. He could shape the flow of fate, like a master sculptor chiseling away at the rock of time. The loom of time had shown him that the future was not a single fixed line. It was a web, stretching and shifting with every choice, every action, every moment. The weight of this power was immense, but Elliot felt no fear. The fire inside him had become part of his essence, part of his understanding of the world. It was no longer something to be controlled, but something to be understood. He had learned that balance did not mean stasis. It meant embracing the dance of change and holding the threads together, no matter how they twisted or turned. He stepped forward, his gaze falling on the intricate designs woven into the tapestry. Each thread represented a choice, a decision made, a life lived. The threads shimmered in the dim light, their colors shifting from fiery reds and golds to shadowy blues and blacks. The fire and shadow were there, yes, but so much more was woven into the web. Hope, grief, love, fear, growth, destruction. They all intertwined, forming the story of the world, the story of every life, every being. It was more than just the balance of opposing forces. It was the constant ebb and flow of life itself, each thread pulling and pushing against the others, creating something beautiful and terrifying in its complexity. Elliot stood before the loom, his mind racing with possibilities. He had seen glimpses of the future, the choices others would make, the paths they would walk, but the threads were not set in stone. He could influence them, weave them, to guide the world toward a future that was not dictated by fate, but shaped by it. The fire inside him flared, responding to his thoughts, and the orb at his side pulsed with renewed intensity. Elliot could feel the warmth spread through his body, filling him with a sense of purpose. This was the moment he had been preparing for, the moment when everything would change. But before he could take the next step, the ground beneath him rumbled, a deep, resonating sound that seemed to come from the heart of the earth itself. The very air seemed to tremble, vibrating with a strange energy. Elliot's pulse quickened. He knew this feeling. It was the same sensation he had felt when the figure had appeared before him in the storm. It was the feeling of an imminent shift, of something stirring in the depths of the world, something that sought to alter the course of fate. Elliot turned, his eyes scanning the shadows that filled the edges of the clearing. The storm may have passed, but something else was coming. The balance he had fought so hard to restore, the threads he had woven, were now in danger again. The force that had been lurking on the fringes, watching him, was finally ready to reveal itself. He stepped back from the loom, his hand instinctively reaching for the orb, the fire inside him flaring with anticipation. The figure had warned him that fate was not something that could be controlled. But Elliot had learned that it was not simply about resisting the inevitable. It was about guiding it, about using the threads, shaping them, knowing when to let them flow freely and when to pull them taut. The rumbling grew louder, and from the shadows, a figure emerged. It was cloaked in darkness, their form outlined by the flickering light of the orb, but their presence was undeniable. A figure of immense power, their energy almost palpable in the air. The same presence that had haunted Elliot's steps, the same force that had whispered in his ear and warned him that balance could not last forever. But now, Elliot was no longer the same person who had first encountered the figure. He had grown. He had learned. The fire inside him burned brighter than ever, its heat steady and controlled, not an uncontrolled blaze, but a focused, guiding flame. The figure stepped into the clearing, their face still hidden beneath a cloak of shadow, their voice echoing with an ancient, deep resonance. "You have done well, Keeper," the figure said, their voice like the rumble of thunder, calm but heavy with meaning. "You have restored the balance, woven the threads of fate, but you misunderstand the nature of your task. You cannot control fate, Elliot. It is a force beyond your comprehension." Elliot squared his shoulders, his gaze unwavering as he met the figure's unseen eyes. "I'm not trying to control fate," he said firmly. "I'm trying to guide it." The figure let out a low, mocking chuckle, their voice like 1,000 voices echoing through the ages. "You cannot guide fate, Keeper. You can only delay its unraveling. All things must fall apart in the end." The threads of fate are not yours to weave. They are not yours to control. They belong to the cycle. Elliot's heart beat louder, his fire pulsing within him, but he refused to let it consume him. The figure was wrong. This was not about control. It was about understanding. It was about embracing the dance of creation and destruction, of life and death, and knowing when to shape the future and when to let the threads fall into place on their own. No, Elliot said, his voice steady, resolute. I will not let fate unravel. Not this time. Not while I still have the power to protect it. The figure's form flickered for a moment, as though it were being consumed by the very shadows it emanated. But the darkness did not swallow them. Instead, it seemed to pulse, to feed on their presence, growing stronger with every word they spoke. You misunderstand, Keeper, the figure said, their voice lowering to a near whisper. Fate cannot be protected. It can only be accepted. The threads will unravel whether you like it or not. It is the way of the world. The way of time. Elliot's grip tightened around the orb, the fire inside him flickering like a flame in the wind. But it did not extinguish. It only burned brighter. He stepped forward toward the figure, his voice quiet but unwavering. I will not accept that. Not until I've done everything I can. The figure hesitated for a moment, and in that silence, Elliot could feel the weight of the universe pressing down on them both. The storm had passed, but the battle was far from over. The threads of fate had been woven, but they were fragile, and the forces that sought to unravel them were relentless. Elliot took a deep breath, centering himself, grounding his fire. The loom had shown him that fate was not a fixed path. It was a web, a tapestry constantly shifting, constantly changing. And he would be the one to guide it. He would weave the threads, pull them together when they frayed, and let them flow when they needed to. He had learned that balance was not about preserving the status quo. It was about understanding the forces that shaped the world and using them to create something new. I will not let you unravel the world, Elliot said, his voice carrying the weight of his newfound understanding. Not while I have the strength to fight for it. And as the figure stepped back into the shadows, Elliot knew that the path ahead would be long and fraught with challenges. The threads of fate were ever shifting, but Elliot was no longer afraid of them. He was the keeper of the balance, the weaver of time, and he would guide the threads toward a future that was his to shape. The journey had only just begun.